And that, Scott, is why Eric won't tell us where he hid all the Dallas Card Show theft stuff. Oh, it's live. Hey, everybody.
What are you doing to me? God.
See, Scott, this is what happens with this when the switch over from the Patreon exclusive goes too fast. That was supposed to be just for the Patreon people. Right. You heard nothing. You heard nothing. It's okay. It's all right. Nothing. Nothing at all. Episode 289. Spring Expo Eve. Longest running episodic, whatever it is, we don't know. But we're here. Big Scott 35. How are you?
Good. Sorry I've been missing a little bit last week, or can't remember. I've been working every weekend, so it's all kind of running together a little bit.
Yeah. Well, I gave up working cold turkey years ago. Now, my employers don't know that, Scott. But nonetheless, it's the spirit of the thing. In my mind, I retired like at 25. It's been pretty sweet. I got to be honest with you.
Right.
If you can make sure and figure it out and the checks keep coming, you're good to go, man. That's what you got to do.
Yeah, they just keep finding my hiding spots.
That's pretty much the problem. Yeah, you got to work on it, man. I got my hiding spots all set up. Steven with BH, good evening. Carlos and Frez, good evening to you. Phil and Joe, good evening, Carlos and gang. Let's go. Flyers, ... There you go, Phil and Joe. Hey, Flyers are up 3-0 on the Crosby and the Pens. I think, Eric, correct me if I'm wrong. Did anybody pick Philadelphia in that one? Oh, you did?
I'm the only one.
Yeah, I really thought the Penguins were on fumes. I really thought they were at the tail end. And we'll see. Look, you have to win 4. So, so technically they're still in the series. They have the opportunity, but they are going to have to dig out of a hole. 3-0 is a big hole. Good evening, Paul. It's like, are you looking for Puigs at the Expo? So real quick, Paul mentioned this to me. I got to have a little fun with this one. So blast from the past, Scott. So you remember Yaso Pig?
Yes.
Yeah. So Puig actually signed with the Toronto Maple Leafs of the Canadian Baseball League.
No way.
They're the ones that are going to be playing at Christie Pitts, the ones that I have a gold membership to. Now, quick side note, the reason why this is funny on multiple levels. So first of all, he's going to be, so Eric, Yaso, here's the headline, by the way, a true headline. Yaso Pig has signed with the Maple Leafs. That is true. That has in fact occurred.
That's a headline.
Yep. Now, side note.
What league is that?
It's literally Canadian professional baseball. It used to be semi-pro. It used to be it actually was Inter-County Baseball League. It was the IBL. So I actually have a jersey that I wore last year because I went down. It's basically just semi-pro baseball. Some of the guys who get paid, but now they're switching over to full professional. So they've increased their salaries, and basically they actually can pay all the players, which is great. Hey, cool. To be honest, it was fun baseball anyway. And you had a lot of ex-major leaguers. Like Fernando Rodney was pitching for the Hamilton team. So they have a lot of ex-major leaguers that'll come by. They still want to play, and it's still a reasonably competitive league. It's just not professional until now. Now it is professional. Now it's going to be a lower level professional kind of league. However, Puig obviously is still a name. He was a major leaguer. I think he was an all-star maybe once or twice. I forget.
Yeah.
So obviously he's got that history. Now here's the thing. One of my buddies, one of my longest time friends, that was a groomsman at his wedding. He's a big Dodger fan, and he loved Puig. So literally, I just sent him the headline. I literally sent him the article. I go, I'm sending this with no context. And then literally he's like, you know what this means? And I go, I already fucking go to the games. It means nothing. If you want to come, you can come. But otherwise, it's like, whatever. And what happens, Scott, the Toronto team, since they play in a public park, they actually don't charge for tickets. Anybody can come. You can come and watch. It's free. They got concessions. They've got their stuff set up there. I don't know what they'll be doing, though, to try to generate more income, because if they're doing it as professional. Yeah. But the thing is, at a public park, you can't charge tickets. It's not a stadium.
Hot dog prices just went up.
Yeah, probably something like that. It's got to be something that they have to find a different way to monetize, because so I bought the season membership. I get some discounts and stuff and whatever. I'm just supporting the team that way. But they can't sell enough of those memberships to make up the difference. So you got to make your money somewhere. I don't know. Maybe you sell jerseys. Puig could sell you some jerseys, I'm sure. But I don't know. It'll be interesting. So yeah, buddy of mine is a big Puig fan from back then. He's all excited now that Puig is signed with the Maple Leafs, which is 100% true.
Which is
that's right. Now you know what that means, because of Carlos is live. Thank you, Josh. Black Box Hobby. Hello, gentlemen, and Eric. That's right. Thank you. Phil Diego. Evening, everyone. Absolutely. And Bobby Burrell, in reference to, did anybody pick the Philadelphia Flyers? He says nope. And then he says, like I said, a nobody. The Burrell stands by his words. Good evening, Jeff.
Listen, if you have time to go into the chat and bust my you-know-whatsies, get your ass on the screen. Let's go.
All you want is his ass on the screen?
Hey, listen, what Eric is into when he's lubricating a pool noodle. I'm just saying.
I'm confused. Bobby, if you come on, I'll be happy just to see your face.
No, I don't.
Yeah. Eric is not satisfied with that. It's not good enough for Eric.
No.
Josh says it's possible Pig doesn't get it again. I have a feeling they've checked on that. It would be a hockey Maple Leafs type of move to sign somebody not check on that. I suspect they've done some kind of diligence. Who knows, man? I don't know. Whatever. We'll see. So what's going to be interesting though, and I'll share more down the road here. They've actually got their so what they do, because if you do get the season membership, like I said, it's just a way of supporting the team. It's whatever. I'll buy a little merch and whatever. I am a baseball fan, contrary to popular belief, Scott. I joke about it all the time. It's just Major League Baseball regular season does nothing for me. I just don't care about Major League Baseball regular season, but I'll still go watch a baseball game. I've watched intercounty games for years. I enjoy those. It's still good baseball. I can sit down and by the way, it's cheap. Go get a beer, have a hot dog, and watch the game and hang out as much as you like. And again, the tickets were free. In this case, I'm supporting them by buying a jersey, by buying a hat and all that stuff, and then getting the little membership. Cool. I do get a couple of perks. There's a little restaurant around there, Left Field Brewery, which, by the way, baseball themed, local microbrew, and all the drinks are baseball themed. They got an EFIS pitch beer, which is actually pretty good. I've had the EFIS pitch beer. So anyway, you get. I think you get
slow.
You got to take it real slow. It's basically like Guinness except good. So anyway, what happens is you actually get a discount at the restaurant. So as part of the membership, because they're one of the sponsors, you actually get a discount of the rest. So your food and drink can be subsidized. I think it's like 10 or 20%. I forget what it is. Still like a discount. And it's not like the prices are in line with everybody else. So you get a little more money in there. Bobby Rail says, I'm in my safe space. And you're right, Scott. That's right. Eric is sending me kudos on Strava. I feel like this is some kind of trick. It's always a trick name.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Indeed.
And who you got to believe? We all know he's a known liar, okay, and horrible, all around horrible person. Don't believe it. No one believes anything he has to say. So let's just move on from him.
I feel like there's about 30 clips of Eric that I could play right now. At least 30.
No. We're not gonna acknowledge him at all tonight. He's not worth it. He's just not worth it.
I know my favorite flipper you could probably play his clip as well. To tell him.
There's a lot of them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's okay. I'm waiting. There's a moment. It'll come. Not yet. Name knows. So yeah, it's gonna be fun. I'm gonna enjoy it. So one of the first perks is that they've actually got a little meet the team kind of get together, whatever. Mm-hmm. So I think I'll probably pop down. That'll be a week Monday. So they've got it at the Left Field Brewery. You can go there, hang out for a little bit. So I'll probably hang out a little bit after work, hang out and check out what they have. And where they got a free thing that's included with my membership, I'll take it. Any free stuff that's included.
So they couldn't come up with another name. I mean, Toronto Maple Leafs. I think that's already taken.
The Maple Leafs the baseball team came first. The hockey team stole the baseball team's name.
Oh shit! Okay.
Yeah. It's the other way around. Baseball team get it. It's like
the baseball
dibs. Team? The baseball team goes back to the 1910s. No, wait, earlier. Sorry, earlier.
It's one of the originals.
Mm-hmm. Let me get the right year. I want to make sure I get this right because they actually put it on the patches and stuff. The baseball team goes back to. I'll get the year for you. It'll take me a minute. But the baseball team predates the hockey team.
Was that ever a minor league team there? Like Montreal was a minor league team from Brooklyn.
Yeah, I think they were an international league team going way back. There's actually a set of baseball cards. Well, there's a bunch of sets of baseball cards, but I remember some of the ones from the 50s were actually part of that original team as well. 1896.
Right.
The original team, the original Toronto Maple Leafs for 1896, which predates the hockey team by almost 30 years. So it's the hockey team ripping them off, Scott. The Hockeys are ripping them off.
That makes y'all even more like the New York of Canada there, because I mean, geesh.
Yep, they were there, man. It was the Highlanders and the Maple Leafs competing for supremacy. It's one of Hal's pals. I can't be ignored. See that star by Davis? Exactly. It's the right name. You show him. Yeah, that's a fun, interesting one. I think they've actually got a little book, Scott, they've written on it. I'm probably going to buy it this year. They've got a book that goes back to the history because the team has had 2 iterations, but the actual original OG Toronto Maple Leafs team that this team still is part of the lineage of because they bought the rights and everything to it. There was a little break in the middle, but 1896 is when the team started. And even the current iteration goes back to the to the late 60s and even a little before that. That's
the type of stuff. So that tells me some people came up the Hudson River and played some baseball. That's what that tells me. So.
Yeah. So it's always good to have. So that's why I say, like, this team actually has pretty good history. Like, if you go back all the way to ye olden days, like, there was a history there with it. And it's continued. It's been consistent operation since 69. Like, it's without interruption. So they're still operating today. So it's considered a semi-pro team, but now the CBL is considered a professional league. Again, it's just, if you like baseball, this is the test, Scott. It's not about Major League Baseball. The question is, do you like baseball? Because if you like baseball, that is baseball. You can go to the ballpark and check it out. Eric loves it.
Where I moved to, I have a independent team, like a half a mile away from me. It does great attendance. So, and then there's minor league teams everywhere down here.
Well, Eric is only interested if it's like $1,500 a ticket. That's why he doesn't go to the Bruins. The tickets aren't expensive enough.
Yeah. Right.
Can we get into that a little bit tonight?
The Bruins?
Always. No, prices of stuff. Like,
yeah, sure.
It seems like that is what the concept you're given seems like that's the concept for everything, right? That
yes.
We've talked about Vegas in WrestleMania in the past.
Well, speaking of, by the way, Florida Man is in Vegas. By the way, Florida Man's in Vegas this week. Yeah, right. he's in Vegas this weekend. So I didn't bother sending him a link because Ham is over. Apparently, I think, what was it, Eric? Was it like his buddy's like a bachelor party or something like that? Like, there's a reason Ham's in Vegas. I forget.
Hold on a second. Just wait.
Check your files. Check your files. See, make sure your wife's still there because she's in Vegas. We'll know.
Are you still here? Are you in Vegas? You sure?
These are important things, Scott. He's got to check.
He might have read the calendar wrong and thought WrestleMania was this week.
No, she's still here.
All right. So anyway, Ham's in Vegas. You should have suspicions. It's important. But yeah, Ham's in Vegas this week. So I didn't bother sending the link.
I got one question. Did you yell downstairs to make sure Ham's not there?
He just sent us the picture of Vegas to throw us off the scent. So Eric's not going to FIFA. I don't think Eric can make it to FIFA.
He's in front of a blue screen.
So, listen, the prices for that are astronomical and ridiculous.
And yet not high enough for Eric.
I grew up playing soccer, following soccer, played high school, played college. I'm done with it. It doesn't interest me anymore. I got no love for it anymore. I'm not paying those prices. They want like $95 for a train ticket, $100 and something for a bus ticket to get from point A to point B. The tickets alone are just hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. I got no interest. And
where are they playing at?
Foxborough Stadium where the Patriots play.
Right.
And and my biggest thing that made me leave the game, other than many injuries that I kind of had to limp away from, the European style started coming to the United States, and the South American style started coming to the United States, which is, the faking of the injuries, the diving, the rolling around on the ground. And when I started coaching club soccer at a high level and coaching high school soccer, varsity high school soccer, and I saw this starting to creep into our American game.
Eric, there is no American soccer game. Why are you acting like this? What you're describing is that soccer came to soccer.
No,
You just said
we
soccer. All you gotta do is say
Yeah,
soccer.
like-
Everywhere else is football. So
Yeah, football.
We did not do that silly nonsense. We played
Who's
hard.
we?
We ran through people, and no,
Like-
if you got knocked off the ball, you got hit some physical
I'm
contact.
happy
was
that
on the
Africans
team.
brought the Zufellos or whatever they're called, the horns.
The vuvuzelas or whatever.
Yeah, that is awesome. Just because
All right.
it just drives my dad crazy.
But
Scott, just for the record, as a quick point of order, Eric is the same person who also claims that hockey is a tough sport. When we've got the biggest diver, the biggest gutless coward in the history of professionals. Look, this man is not even being touched by anybody. And he's like, ah. And by the way, this is on a Stanley Cup winning goal. Like, it's not even necessary. So not only is he gutless, he's stupid. Scott, this is what I'm trying to say. Not only is he gutless, he's stupid. He just needed a penalty. Somehow he needed a penalty on the Stanley Cup winning goal. Why? And no one can explain it. And then he's saying, oh, but soccer. Back in my day, what Eric is saying right now, Scott, back in my day, real men played soccer. We actually kicked rocks at each other's faces, and you stood up there and bled like a man.
You know what I noticed from that picture? The real men are in the stands because the glass only went up about a foot.
That's right.
So the men were men and the women were men.
Everybody was men. Everybody was men back then. The dogs, they were men too.
There were no wimpy nets up. They were just sitting behind a glass this big.
Stephen, don't encourage him. Eric is talking about Eric got himself concussed getting out of bed this morning. He is not one to speak on toughness.
I rode today and did not crash. I had no concussions today during my ride. I just want to report.
Are you
that.
sure you didn't get concussed and forget about your concussion?
Did you leave?
I did crash. However, on Monday, I did crash, and I don't believe I had a concussion. But I do.
That's usually how it works, Eric. You don't remember you have a concussion.
You took the bike out with the practice wheels on, right? The little.
Yeah, always.
Okay.
But I do have many scrapes and bruises throughout my body, but I don't think I hit my head.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I crashed Monday, and it was.
It looks like you hit your head
At all times.
Am I bleeding?
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't think your head was originally that shape, Eric. I'm pretty sure. Like, we might have to go back to the tapes, but it might have been a different shape previously.
Anything's possible. I'm not
Either
sure.
that or you just came out the womb.
Mm-hmm. Well, again, I still think Eric was power bombed at birth. Only Kathy can fully confirm, but like I feel like that's the thing. I think that might have happened. Good evening, Sammy Thunder. That's right, Stephen. Listen, we're just telling the truth here. Eric can say words, but every time he says words, I remind myself he's had many concussions. So many concussions, he may not actually know who the current president is. He didn't know who the current president was before. Why would he know now?
That is true. I was confused.
These are all statement facts. Good evening, Stuke. Hola, Carlos, Scott, and Agente. It says adyacente, but I like to think it's adjacent in Espanol. Good evening, Keith. Eric bragging about not crashing a stationary bike is fantastic. I know. This is big progress for him.
That is awesome.
I did not crash today.
Mm-hmm. So yes, so Eric apparently, now he's got a problem with soccer because it's not tough enough for him. Hockey's a pansy sport. Eric already told us that. And then we've got all this other stuff going on, and we're looking at this going like, and even the rest of it. Let's go back to the price thing. The rest of it's just not expensive enough. He's like, guys, this is too cheap. This is for the commoners. I leave this to the commoners. I can't go to the garden. It's for the peasants.
That's what I'm at. Well, I was asking where the game was because it was on our group chat last week. I think that New Jersey's jacking up the prices for parking and traveling into the stadium area there. Yep. So everybody's like, so what's going to happen for people that's got to work around there and stuff? I guess they're screwed too.
Well, do you want a card angle though on that? So one of the for some of the locations pertaining to it, and I could be mistaken the exact, because again, soccer, I don't care. But around the same time, they're going to have the Fanatics Fest. Mm-hmm. So the Fanatics Fest is happening around the same time within proximity of the soccer. So in other words, they're going to be competing for the same hotel rooms and all. So that's going to take the hotel rooms to like another level. You already have an event here. at this Javits Center. That's, you know, a gigantic center that can hold a lot of people. But it's an expensive trip to begin with. But then tack on the FIFA stuff on top of there being an event in the Javits Center. Like, we're going to need Eric Lightbutton money.
Well, that's what me and my friends were talking about. It's kind of like, you know, they don't care if they sell out the stadium. It could sell 10,000 tickets at $60, or, you know, 1,000 tickets at, you know, $1,500, $2,000. And then those people come in and buy shit. So, you know, things and merch, and they, you know, they got cool kids in the front row, you know, that look good on TV. It just seems like that's where everything's going to. So,
yeah,
and I mean, and you could put that in with our cards or the hobby boxes right now. All that stuff is just.
Well, so, you know, to bring in a nutshell, that's actually why I'm happy to support the local baseball team there, because do you know what the season pass is? The season pass, it's like $240. Now, technically, again, you can go to the games for free if you want to, but my supporting of them is for that, and I get discounts and some other stuff, and I get some merch and all that, and I'm like, okay, cool.
You get to meet Puig.
I know, exactly. See, boom, done.
How old is he? Have you looked?
Puig's got to be in his 40s by now. I'll find out.
You might get to see Bartolo Colon.
Then we live the dream. Wait, Puig is a lot younger than I thought. Damn.
Yeah,
okay.
I was getting ready to say he's not as old as probably y'all think he is, because he's
listed 35.
Yeah,
35.
He's 35.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What happened to him?
He walked away because he was always with the Mets. He was always in trouble, and just he was like a little leaguer in the outfield out there chasing butterflies and kicking dandelions and stuff. So.
Yeah, he's a weird example. Like I said, my buddy enjoyed him. Again, he is a one-time. So real quick, I'll acknowledge. Good evening, Laura. I did want to acknowledge your comment. So here's the thing. I got his baseball reference page up here. For what it's worth, so he played parts of 7 seasons. Overall, 132 home runs in the major leagues. Solid for 7 seasons. That's not bad. 277 career batting average. That's not bad at all. Actually, it's pretty decent. Even his OPS, which, you know, 100 is considered average, his OPS plus for his career is 122. 22% better than your average player, which is pretty solid. Again, one-time All-Star. So, like, not a bad player by any metric. He's a weird case. Like, he had some good seasons.
He's weirder than Manny Ramirez. Like, he's a strange cat. Like,
Manny was.
Yeah, Manny though Manny was a transcendent talent. Puig was a good player.
Yeah,
like we won't go better than good, but he was good. He had a couple of years where he was pretty solid.
I mean, Puig never cut off a ball from the outfield when he was playing outfield.
Yes. I don't think the OG Maple Leafs are bringing him in for that. I think they're bringing him in for a little name recognition value, and hopefully he can hit a couple of dingers. That's basically what they want him to do.
That's right.
As long as he can manage that, I think the crowd will be happy. I think the crowd will be okay. Good evening, Paul. Carlos says, welcome the Packers to the draft. That's fair. Yeah, the round 1 of the draft was last night, so we'll see.
Yeah.
See how things go. Yeah, went to see the Marlins. Tickets were cheap, but the food was ridiculously expensive. Yeah, they try to make it up on food. That's right, Orlando. Puig is a hashtag not swell fella. That is true. That is true.
I gotta say, Pittsburgh's doing well hosting the draft the way it sounds. So I gotta give it to him.
Well, you know what was my favorite part? I won't go too much into it tonight, Scott. But you know what's my favorite part? And I was talking with so we got 2 Pauls. You know, we got Paul here, and then we got Paul C. So we got to distinguish between our various Pauls. Yeah. But this Paul here, and I did have a brief discussion. And you know who was at the NFL draft since it was in Pittsburgh? The dentist. She was in the front row. She was in the front row. She got on TV.
Oh, that's about the only way she's going to get on TV right now.
Well, here's the funny thing. So, Scott, look, actually, I can segue this, believe it or not. I can segue this into a card topic, believe it or not. Here's how I'm going to segue this into a card topic. Are you ready? Yeah. So, yesterday was also her birthday. Oh. And the way I know this is because AEW on their social media wished her a happy birthday. It's very weird.
I thought you were just a stalker. That's
what's the 5 cent drama that's going on?
healthy.
She has been off television for like a year and a half. Like she's still technically under contract. She's not retired. She's not leaving. Her contract hasn't expired. And everybody's been like, so then put her on the show or release her. Basically, was the point. It was the uptext of the And WWE, by the way, has started releasing a bunch of people this week already. So post WrestleMania, they start doing releases.
She stopped being a dentist too, right? Because she was getting stalked so bad.
Yeah, exactly. If you're in social media and you're out there on TV, people start stalking you. But the thing is, but the thing is, Tony Khan, again, I won't delve too. I do want to segue out of it because there is something I want to mention. The Tony Khan, the last couple of times he's been asked for like a year, he's been saying the exact same thing. He just says, "Oh, she's great. Maybe we'll see her sometime." One of the last times that he was asked, he goes, "I see her being on TV. I just don't want to say when." And I'm like, okay, well, that you didn't actually have to say that. Right. You saying that is a little interesting. And also, Scott, Camille, who had also been disappeared under interesting circumstances, got back on TV. So it's suggesting that there may be a little bit of a change in Tony Khan's approach. But again, like, get on with it. Like, whatever it is you want to do, get on. I have ideas of things you could do, but get on with it. Just because the longer you leave it lingering, everybody's going to ask the question.
Isn't Camille one of the
American Gladiators?
American Gladiators,
mm-hmm.
Gladiators.
Yeah, they got to call. Wardlow is one of them too.
Well, one of the girls too is what's her face? She does a lot of independent. She's in NWA right now. She does NWA, OVW, and JCW, but I can't think of her name.
They've got a bunch of wrestlers actually. One of them, one of the other male gladiators was formerly Rick Boogs in WWE. He was also one of the. So they got a bunch of gladiators. They got CrossFitters and wrestlers and stuff like that. And then the Miz is hosting it, so it's right. Weird. Like it's very wrestling centric, very wrestling heavy. Well, but again, Camille's just randomly showing up again tells me that there has been some change in the approach because she disappeared under mysterious circumstances.
Well, she looks very soft too. I noticed that she doesn't look like she's as hard as she once was, like muscle.
Oh, Eric is all about finding out how soft and hard people are. Eric, please fill in our expertise. Could you let us know? For science, utilize the same methods and techniques that you utilize when evaluating a manual in space.
I've never seen that. I've never and I don't want to.
So
you know how you can tell he's lying, Scott? His mouth is moving and sounds are coming out.
Yeah, that's what I was.
When it comes to this topic, I give you my word. I promise on my mother. I promise on my kids.
Considering we listened to this show, is that really held a lot of value?
Never ever seen it. Never. The only thing I know about it, I've said it before, is that the writer of it was in a Steve McQueen movie as an actress.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I know about any of it.
Interesting. We'll come back to this, Scott.
What made you look that up?
I read it. On
the Google.
I enjoy while I'm watching movies having
like anyone in space.
I have the IMDb open to any movie that I'm watching, and I like to read about the movie as I'm watching it.
And a lot of streaming services now have that X-ray thing that just
they do. Yeah.
So anyway, I followed it down a rabbit hole and read about the actors and the actresses and when her name came up, all that information was in there.
Paul seems enthused.
Yeah, I think he's happy.
It's subtle. But if I'm reading between the lines, I think he's enthused.
So, do you know anybody that bought the new Topps Chrome? That's my next question.
The 20, the brand new one. Probably just Eric. No, I don't know anybody about that. Real quick, I don't want to lose this segue because there's a good one here.
Go ahead.
So I said a moment ago that at the same time that everybody keeps asking, when are you going to put it back on TV? Are you going to put it back on TV? What's going to happen? Whatever. Then your official social media is wish her a happy birthday. So again, that's how I see that. I'm like, wait, what? So here's the segue. Left hand doesn't seem to know what the right hand is doing. You just kind of sit there and go like, what is happening here? What is going on? So that right there has been one of the things I was going to mention. I'll leave a link in the description, folks. Boston Card Hunter has decided to take on a crusade against PSA. Where Moynihan has left us, he is now the leader of the revolution, Scott. He is now leading the revolution. And the new revolution is no PSA May. So Eric is not going to send his 50,000 cards to PSA in May. He's boycotting it. Now, a couple of problems, Scott.
Okay.
First tiny problem, minor detail, but I feel I should mention it in the sake of disclosure. Boston Card Hunter is literally a consultant with Fanatics. So he does consulting work for Fanatics, the Fanatics overlords. Second, he has done multiple videos where he was talking about wanting to kind of question PSA on their upcharges, on executives being able to get their cards graded, which are reasonable things to ask. And Scott, he's not the first person to ask questions about those things.
Right.
He's not the 100th person to ask questions about that.
Yeah.
But Scott, his point was, before he declared the official boycott of PSA, he said, if one of the executives comes on my channel and talks to me about these things, explain to me these things, then maybe we won't do that. So I was like, so you're trying to extort them? So this is an extortion scheme? Like, this is your whole. So Scott, I question your sincerity when you put a precondition where if you just come on my channel, then I won't do this thing. But now that you haven't come on my channel, you haven't responded to me immediately. How dare you not respond to me? Now it's like, that's it. The boycott is on. Viva la revolución.
Well, I read something today where they got a suit coming out of Arizona against them.
They got 500 suits, Scott. Like,
Yeah.
Listen, Eric right now is getting sued by 46 people on this live stream.
Again?
Yes. America's litigious, Scott. A lawsuit means nothing. A lot of people get sued. And if you're a corporation, you get sued twice. Just in case the first one doesn't go through. You get sued twice.
I saw it today and I was like, where? They're calling it because of the monopoly, them buying Beckett. The Beckett
Yeah.
suit went through.
Yeah.
And I was just
which is similar concept to the previous lawsuit that started with the same premise.
Yeah.
I have no issue with this guy. My only thing that I thought was funny, and I thought it was worthwhile mentioning, was that now Boston Card Hunter is now the new face of the revolution. I just want to make sure you guys knew that.
That's awesome. I don't know who it
It's
is, but I'm glad.
I need to keep you guys updated. Originally it was Moynihan. He's out.
Right.
Then Neo took it over briefly, but I think Neo's busy or something. I don't know.
We can't have the leader buying fake autos. That's just.
That's an out. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Neo's going to Fanatics Fest, so he's busy. So
Yeah.
so I think Boston Card Hunter is going to have to do it for us. But he works for Fanatics. So can he lead the revolution against himself?
My question is, Neo, he's on a lot of podcasts,
Yes.
but he doesn't say much. I guess.
What do you want him to say?
I don't know what to
I
say.
gotta ask a question.
I
What
like
do you want him to say? What do you want him to say? Hold on,
I think-
amuse me, Scott. What do you
When
want
he
him to
goes
say?
to talk, I stop because I'm like, this is going to be good. Because, when he speaks, I listen.
Yeah, are we talking about off-centered? Because off-centered doesn't count. Off-centered, he's fucking watching a game. He's not even paying
Well, I mean,
attention.
okay.
That doesn't even
I
count.
saw him on another one, and I didn't know anybody but him. And I was like, okay. But off center, it's him and Ham and Justin.
Steve. Yeah, and Steve.
Yeah. And it seems like they all put it on their own channel and they all have a different headline for what.
Oh yeah, no,
video.
you can do that. You can actually. So if you are doing a collaborative thing with StreamYard now, you can have it on multiple places. It's not a bad idea. Actually.
But
It works.
it's funny because they don't use like even a very similar title trying to get people to watch.
Oh God, no! They want their share of the viewers because a bunch of the subscribers have multiple of them. No, watch mine. Click on mine. Yes.
Yeah. They all got different pictures. It's funny. I can that the other day.
Yeah, I know from experience that like if you want Neo to go on to a podcast, he's usually he'll accommodate you pretty well. I chat with him a little bit on the side, but the reality is you got to have a question. You want him to say something. Well, ask a question.
Right.
Ask a question. You'll probably get an answer.
Yeah, I mean that's it right there.
Yeah, so that's you got a lot of times they leave it so open ended. It's like, well, guys, if you would like to talk to somebody about something, well, then pose a question. Set up a question in a way that gives them some places to go, and then kind of direct the conversation. You can totally do that. There's plenty of folks who will talk. By the way, you don't have to agree with what they say, but yeah, ask a question. You ask a question, you'll get an answer, even if you don't agree with it. Philly Joe says, aren't all the cards being pulled from some Fanatics breaks? All the slabs are CGC slabs, but no PSA slabs. Listen, the fix is in. Boston Card Hunter is the Trojan horse, Eric.
Oh,
He's the Manchurian candidate.
If you go on the Fanatics auction, CGC does all their authentication.
Yep.
So I mean they're already in bed with CGC, so it makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's like I said, Viva la Revolution. It is Boston Card Hunter now leading the charge for the moment. He's got the torch. Maybe it's like the Olympic torch, and like people hand him off. Like they hold it for a little while, and then they hand it off to the next person. So we'll see. We'll find out. I can only assume Backyard Breaks Grant will be the next leader of the revolution. Probably.
Jesus, we're doomed.
Not my fault. Them's the rules. I don't know what to tell you.
Do we all have to wear half shirts or take our shirts off?
Only Eric.
I don't want to do that.
But you do it on your own.
On your channel with my shirt off. I'll do it. I'll do it if we have to.
Eric, we've seen you do the holiday live with spandex when there was no air resistance or drag.
Right.
I feel like you already did something horrible during that.
I thought people would appreciate that.
They did not.
Well, I don't know. I've got a lot of money.
Wow. Just wow.
I still have to pay Ray. I haven't seen him yet.
I was glad I was busy.
How convenient.
Yeah, I still got.
So I just thought I would mention that, Scott, since I got a kick out of it, because I saw a video. He did a video. The thing is, like I said, when you have something like that, you always have to look at it and go, okay, so what's your agenda? Again, it wouldn't have been as undermined if you hadn't led with an extortion scheme. If your first part hadn't been an extortion scheme, I might take you a little more seriously about you caring about the collector in the second half of this. If you hadn't done that in the first half, and it's like I heard both halves.
I'm sure that got PSA just, we better go on there. Send the same guy that we put on the with Teapot because he was so good. Send him over there.
Yeah. Well, and speaking of which, I did reach out to Teapot. I'm going to try to get him on the channel. He was busy this past. I actually missed the window to grab. I was going to try to get him on to do a recording this week, but I kind of missed the window. So I'm actually going to try to do it next week. So next week is going to be the Spring Expo, but I may have a bonus Teapot video there if everything goes according to plan. So we'll see. We'll see if I can manage. I'm going to try.
I'm ready for some Expo entertainment.
I think we'll get there. I think I'll outline the plans here momentarily. But to make a long story short, I think I'm amused by it. He's got a video today. Like I said, I'll leave a link in the description if you guys want to check it out. He did have a link in the description to a guy, and Eric, you'll appreciate this. There was a guy, and then he submitted cards to the PSA, and then someone may have clawed the cards. They disappeared. Yes.
No.
But then, Scott, you won't believe this. A corporation where the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. It gave him the runaround. It took forever to get a resolution. But this is the best part. The thumbnail talks about how it's $25,000 worth of cards, and then it mentions how he was only offered half. But then, like a minute into it, they say that he only put in about half the value of it as the insured amount. So, Eric, quick point of order. And again, I'll leave a link in the description. You guys should check this out. It's hilarious. Okay, so, Eric, quick point of order. A question. You allegedly have a home, in theory. Allegedly.
Michelle lets me stay here, yes.
Yes. So, when you insure your home, let's say, as you well know, that the insurance company's job is to never pay you anything.
No,
that's kind of what they do.
They don't want to give me no money.
But for the sake of this conversation, let's hypothetically pretend the insurance company would pay you. Let's pretend they'll pay you. Let's say you put your home at half the value it actually is, and then it burns to the fucking ground. And then you say, "Hey, insurance company, I needs me some money." And then they say, "Well," and in this magical world, they'll actually pay you. Congratulations. But then they cut you a check for half the value of your home, and you're like, "Why is this half the value of my home?" Well, that's what you wrote. That's what the policy is for.
Well, that's what they're going to do anyway.
Yeah, but I'm saying in this hypothetical, Eric, let's say they give you 100% of what you wrote down. The problem is you wrote down half.
Yeah.
So now the whole section of his story about having to pull teeth and having to fight through layers of bureaucracy, I totally agree with all those things. That part I agree with completely. But the part where it's like, and they only offered you half, you only wrote fucking half. So if you put the lower number, they're going to give you the lower number. That's your maximum. So it's like, okay. Can't do anything for you. I don't know what to tell you. The rest of it, sure.
Is it United States Postal Service paying that?
So my understanding from this particular situation is that he dropped it off. And by Eric, you'll appreciate this. Here's the connection.
Mm-hmm.
He dropped it off at a vault by Tom Brady.
No!
It all comes together full circle.
Sounds like Tom owes some other people some money besides me.
I didn't like that, Scott. Boom. Dropped it. That's how it's done. I think it's Tom Brady's fault.
Good.
But Boston Card Hunter's going after PSA. Innocent PSA. When Tom Brady's the culprit, Eric. The real killer is getting away.
I totally could see Tom being behind it. I don't trust him at all.
By the way, Stu here is giving us the science for Eric's sake.
I saw that. Where's the vault at in Boston?
But there's when it said the vault, that's the name of the card shops.
Yeah.
He's got one in Foxborough, I think, and there's a couple locations, I think.
Yeah, one at the Garden, one in Foxborough.
Oh, okay.
Do you got one in Fenway?
That's a good question. I honestly can't remember at the moment.
Yeah, they got 2 locations at the 2 other places for sure, 100%. So I don't know, chat. You can let me know. Have you guys heard the sound going in and out?
Unfortunately, I can hear you loud and clear.
There you go. We're solved.
You're
sorry, Victor. Good evening.
You paused a couple of times on me, but I just thought maybe you didn't pay the tariff from Canada to the United States yet. So.
I needed a dramatic pause, Scott, because I needed to drop the bombshell about the Tom Brady. The conspiracy deepens.
I don't like Tom Brady.
I'm trying to get in, Scott. I'm trying to get on all the big truth bombs here in the first hour. I was saying, like, and by the way, I have no issue with the videos and stuff. I will leave links in the description to all of it. But it's like, no, go ahead, do it. But I'm just going to point out that, again, it's coming from a guy who works with Fanatics. He's a consultant with Fanatics, which, by the way, is fine. That's Scott. That's allowed as long as it's disclosed and you're not hiding from it. Like, cool, no problem. I'm not begrudging you getting a check. By all means, please do. But the point is that if you're going to be the crusader and you're working for another one of the big players in the space, we have to disclose that. That has to be part of the conversation every time. You're kind of biased. And then also you're coming in, you're Johnny come lately. You're literally at the tail end of this. You're like, I'm going to stand on, it's like upcharges. Like Nat Turner stood on upcharges once upon a time. Thanks for joining us.
I mean, that's some nice defense shill bidding right there. That is defending the flag right there.
Yes, indeed.
Hey, I just want to say with Victor here, he nice video on the Football Hall of Fame. Thank you for that.
Yes, actually, that reminds me. So yes, Victor, good job on that Hall of Fame one. I'm going to see if I can find something actually. So one in Patriot Place and one near the Boston Garden. Thank you very much.
Those are the 2 that I can think of.
Philly Joe is fine with sound. Good. Thank you, Philly Joe. Dylan says, good day to you, car dudes. Good evening, Dylan. Chad says, counting down to Expo time. That's right. We are now on the Expo Eve episode. Next live stream will be on location from Z Expo. Brady Vault in Mall of America, 30 minutes away. Haven't been there yet. Okay.
If it's anything, and listen, I'm being completely honest. I know 2 things. One, not a Tom Brady person fan. And obviously, they're a competitor to the store in which I work. That being said, the stores themselves are not that impressive. They're very small, very bougie, high-end boxes of cards that are way overpriced. They don't have a lot of singles. It's not a card shop that most card people walk into and go, wow, this is great. They're like, Tom Brady owns this tourist attractions. Okay. If I come out and just say the stores suck, you're like, well, you don't like Tom Brady and they're your competition. So it's not, I shouldn't say that, right? I have yet to meet somebody that's a true hobbyist that has been to a card vault and gone, wow, I had a great experience. Everything is fairly priced. They have tons of everything I'm looking for. It's fantastic. So that's somebody else's opinion, and I'm not going to argue. So it's not.
Paul has a quote right.
It's fucking screw you, Paul.
So, that's what he said. It was too high price. I was like, well,
it's not a card shop that
it's a boutique.
It is.
That's I mean that, but that's what that level wants. It's boutiques. They want.
Yep.
that you're trying to attract the people in there that say they bought something from Tom Brady's store. That's all it is.
Joe,
Yannick, if you're good, give me a thumbs up.
Joe, average
2
hobbyist,
thumbs up.
would never enjoy themselves.
How's the sound?
Very good. Just turn yourself down a little bit. You're loud and clear.
Excellent.
Yannick, you were with was I was with
I
you.
was with you and your son when we went to visit
And it sucks, right?
Oh,
It's
finally,
like
his son's
you're
got
going to buy-
a
it's
man to
like
look
you're
up.
going to a jewelry store and basically people checking you out to see what you look like.
A
And
boutique.
if you don't fit the profile like Eric, they said no, the
Mm.
special kids school is down the alley
Mm.
there.
Okay, well,
All facts.
I didn't think we needed to go that far. I was just looking for you to kind of
He's like, hey, buddy, he's like the short bus stop is down the road there.
We don't allow you to bring your bike inside the store, sir.
If Eric had worn his monocle, maybe they would have given
He
him the
looked
time
like
of day.
a Monopoly guy at least.
No, the problem was I brought my Frenchie, and that's when they were like, "Sir, you need."
Well,
to
that was classing it up, buddy. That's the only reason they didn't shoot you on sight.
As
You
soon
need
as
to
he spoke,
come
you went,
outside.
ooh la la.
So
That's right.
I had to bring Yannick out and tie him to a tree until I was done.
Parlez-vous français? Oui.
Oui.
That's right.
Bringing out the
Oh, no.
champagne when he started speaking.
You should thank Yannick, Eric. It's only because of him that you weren't shot on sight. They know about your reputation over there, the Claw. They're like, we'll watch out.
They don't
So real quick,
wanna-
I did want to
They
mention,
don't wanna
since
piss off
Scott,
Pepe Le Pew there.
since you mentioned Victor's visit to the Hall of Fame, I thought it was great, kind of the rundown and everything overview. I actually went to the Hall of Fame back in, I think it was 2018. I've told this story, a buddy of mine, for reasons that are still not explainable to this very day, decided he wanted to have his bachelor party in Cleveland.
Yeah,
Don't ask me why. These are questions I cannot answer. I have no answers for you. But anyway, since we were there anyway, Scott, we went over to Canton, Ohio. We visited the Hall of Fame back then. And as part of it, Victor was talking about the cards. He did mention and make reference to the cards. So I actually found my old image from the cards back in 2018 because they had a display. So I've got I can show you guys an image here of what it looked like, one of the displays back then. I actually thought they did a pretty good job with it. They were actually showcasing a whole bunch. So this was one of a couple. I have a handful of pictures that I took, but yeah, they literally displayed the cards right there. It was right near the front, right as you got in. You were able to check it out. So you can kind of make out there that they've got different displays, and most of the cards were graded. So you can see this SGC, but these are some of the kind of the OG, the footballs. So you can kind of get a sense there. Really nice stuff. And yeah, they showcased it all the way through the golden era into the 70s, into the 80s. So yeah, so this was I want to say 2018 timeframe, give or take, but this was in Canton. You could go and you could visit the display. They had them set up, mounted like this, and you could kind of go and check out. And they had the National Chickle. They had all the big Hall of Fame rookies and some of the key cards in there. You could check it out. So yeah, I took a couple images back then. Camera technology isn't as good as it is now today, but that was give or take around 2018-ish. So I did visit. I have visited the Football Hall of Fame in Canton, Ohio.
I waved at it when I rode by it.
Yep. 1894 Mayos are ghosts. Yes. So that's why I figured it was worthwhile taking the picture. But yeah, I just thought since Victor brought it up, it's like, yeah, they did change it, obviously. As years go by, you change the displays, but it was kind of cool that they had that in there.
Yeah, when I went to the Baseball Hall of Fame, they had for the getting to the end of cards, you pull them out it was pretty cool.
The drawers there out there. Yeah, they're all, and there's on the corner, there's 3 windows. As you're peeking in it, the light comes up.
Yep.
And here's the TT06. You're like, ooh.
Yeah, because they don't want the light to be on them all the time.
Oh yeah, and that's why you rotate through a lot of the displays and stuff. At the time it was there, they had those cards on display. I don't know how long they kept it there, but they had it there for a little bit, so it's pretty good.
Yeah, I'm sure.
About a weekend last time I went there. Like I never really shared it with many people there, but just after COVID too, and they were like a ridiculous price. But I paid like $250, and I basically had a 2-day curator type of introduction to, but with the Baseball Hall of Fame. So you went behind the scenes. We even had a dinner. We had like Yeah, it was like basically you got for $1,000 and it costs only $250. Now the same package goes for $750 for the.
Well, that's what happens.
It was amazing.
That's what
it was amazing.
That's what happens though when the market turns the other way. When the market is hot, you can charge whatever you want. But then when the market goes cold and suddenly you need people, we did the conversation. Was it last week or the week before? Eric, where we were talking about the whole thing about the how you got those heightened prices, and we were talking about the whole Vegas thing. I think this was last week we were talking about it before Ham was gone. Yeah, 2 weeks ago. So anyway, the whole Vegas thing. And all these different resorts charging more and more and more, plus a resort fee, plus this, plus that.
Yeah.
But there's a couple of them, Scott, that are finding themselves a little bit empty, and they're starting to go the other way, and they're starting to do all inclusive. So now when they're doing all inclusive, all of a sudden they're going the other way. They're like, okay, so for this price, you get food vouchers. So all of a sudden you can get the nice restaurants or whatever, but they're included as part of the package. So they'll actually let you eat at the fancy restaurant, but it's included in the package. So you already know what the price is in advance without having to get the sticker shock when you suddenly show up.
Carlos, here, there's a couple of hotels from Vegas that are making a deal, I guess, through Quebec Airport. I don't know what the deal is, but you go to Vegas right now at par for your money because they're trying to get people to come in. So for us, it's a good deal, obviously.
Yeah. Well, as I say, it's just a matter of getting, if you're, as a consumer, if you're on the right side of the negotiation line and you're the one who can afford to walk away, then the business has to accommodate you, not the other way around. But when you're the one FOMOing into the thing, oh, I got to go, or I got to buy the thing or whatever, well, then they're going to charge you what they're going to charge you. And that's how you get to these prices. And I'll circle back around to what Scott was asking a little while ago. Victor says, appreciate it, guys. Fortunately, there's no drama. You could have made some drama, Victor. You could have declared. You could have been dragged out of there by security going, that's not the real rookie card. That could have been funny.
You could have said, you accidentally left your wife at the front door and went back to the show, anything.
Yeah. That's right. So circling back around, though, to what you were saying is that the whole Topps Chrome thing and the price being so high, it only works because the market has been able to absorb it. It's the breakers that are absorbing it. But for the people complaining about the breakers, somebody's still buying into the breaks. So like I have to put the blame at the source. If the breakers buy boxes and they collect dust, the prices go down. Or the breakers go out of business and then your problem solves itself. But as long, Scott, as someone is buying into the breaks and enough people are doing that, then I don't want to hear you bitching and moaning about the breakers because they only exist because the business exists.
I agree. I agree 100%. It's and also, I mean, that's how we get our singles out there now. So, but I would still like to be able to afford a box, but geesh, I found retail for him. I opened up a box of Blaster, so came across.
Yeah, this whole Topps Chrome thing is ridiculous. The prices that are out there right now, the suggested retail is like $300, which as far as I'm concerned that's redonkulous anyway. And now it's anywhere between $1,400, $1,600, $1,800, for a hobby box. It's utterly ridiculous. And now, as soon as they start pulling the good stuff out, and I know there's been some hits already, as soon as enough of the good stuff's been pulled out and no one's chasing it, the prices will come back down.
I mean, what's the hits? It's not a very good rookie class. It's just
I think it's just the inserts. There's the Tecmo Bowl thing is there.
Yes, that's
and
huge.
then they've got the kanji. It's like the kanji cards. Those are like
I was just like,
yeah. Well, there's a couple of those kanjis that are going for like $5-6K each. So it's like, so there are some that are like pretty good dollars. So like those ones are pretty big.
I'm not a football collector, so it's kind of
it's just high ratio, lower print run inserts. That's really what it is. Like multi-case hits, stuff like that. That's where the money is still.
The phone does not stop ringing at work, and it's the same question. We're literally joking about it before we answered the phone. I wonder what this is going to be about. Hello, Sports World. How may I help you? Yeah. Do you have Topps Chrome? Yes, we do. And how much? How much? All right, thanks. Because they're shopping, they're calling around.
Yeah. But Eric, though, in a nutshell, going back to the point I made a few minutes ago, that is why the price is what it is. That is the answer to all the questions. So Stu here saying Carl speaks facts, same as repacks and auction house, pie in the sky bidding price. Scott, I would love to be militant with my pitchfork and my torch, but then I understand basic economics. It doesn't have to be you personally. If the collective you, right, as long as somebody buys it, it doesn't matter anymore. Like, I don't care if you personally don't buy it. If the guy beside you buys it and they buy 10 of them, well, then they've made up for you and then some. Then it doesn't matter what you do.
What I like for people to do is return back to some type of reality of consciousness where stop overpaying. It's okay to bid into it, but don't bid into where you have to win. If you lose, don't have FOMO. It'll be okay. Just move on. But people got to win, so they'll overbid, overpay, and then I'm surprised I don't hear more stories of people being in debt. They're either keeping it quiet or what? Because
I don't think most people that are in any kind of an actual. Hold on, Eric.
No one tells you when they're in debt.
A jam. Those people aren't sharing, so they're not running at the opportunity to share that. Right. They're just living their life. So I think it's that's what's kind of interesting. I
don't understand the question.
So I'll explain. This is something that a few shops have started doing, where they have offered to give people something closer to MSRP if you agree to let them remove the seal, so you don't just put it on eBay and flip it. They basically say, if you want to open the box and we will offer you this better price, but I'm cutting the seal right now. It's basically what happens at the Expo, Eric, when you get those bonus packs. It's the same kind. Like, as long as you don't try to flip this box, I will sell it to you at a slightly better price. In some cases, significantly better. But no, I'm breaking the seal on this. You are opening this box, and then cool, we're good. But if you take it with the seal on it, you're paying the higher price.
No, we're not. To my knowledge, no, we have not. We have not ever done this. That's why I didn't understand the question, because we have never done that. That's not to say I haven't been to work in 3 days. That's not to say, or I can't say that in the last 3 days, because of the hype of this product and how crazy everything is, that hasn't happened in the last 3 days. But up until that, I can guarantee you that has not happened.
Hey, Yannick, this is all Gary Carter, all that, except for those games.
Yeah, Yannick's just showing off inventory. He's going to be setting up with the Burrell at the Expo. He's got himself. They're going to share the booth.
That's where Gary Carter can sit, right there.
No, he can't. He's dead.
Hey, Eric. Eric likes to hang out with Zombie Report. For him, the dead is not a problem.
Eric, the van's out. And I can drive and pick up Scott. And then we're heading to fucking Massachusetts.
There you go. It's warm.
They're going to send a war party, Eric.
I don't care. 86 Mets. He can eat shit. And everyone on that 86 Mets team can eat shit.
Wow. Just wow.
You ruined my childhood. You ruined my love for baseball.
It's the same reason why all prices are up. We all keep buying. We saw it at Strongsville. Yes, agreed. So Brendan Ryan's got a fun question. Is it still considered demand if 1% of the hobby is buying 90% of the product? Yes. Because demand doesn't care about the number. The number doesn't matter. And Scott, I want to give you 2 tangible examples. Can I give you 2 tangible examples that'll illustrate this point? I came across this on my social medias the other day, and I thought it was kind of funny, and I thought it'd be worthwhile to kind of showcase it. Yannick's showcasing all the display stuff. There you go. All right. So real quick, I'll share with you an Instagram post, and then I'll explain the context, but I'll also give you a second example. I'll give you 2 examples. There you go, Yannick. Keep going with your displays there while I'm talking through this piece. All right. So here we go.
Thumbs down every time.
All right. So real quick, I'm going to share this. So here is the first one. So I'll explain what you're looking at, just so you guys understand what this is. And this will play into Brendan Ryan's question. Okay. So this here is a collector. I obviously collect a lot of the wrestling cards. So I follow different accounts that collect some of them. A lot of people do like the player super collecting kind of deal. Same as what I do for the Dennis PC. Okay. Mm-hmm. This person, though, likes to collect Liv Morgan in WWE. what this is showing, what this picture is all 10 copies of the gold prism for this particular year of Liv Morgan. This is all 10 copies. This is the entire run, all of it. Okay. Obviously, it takes a lot of effort to get all 10, secured. But this is a Liv Morgan collector who collects a lot of shit. Here's the key, though. This is important. This plays into Brendan Ryan's question. Even if demand was lower than what it is, there is actually a pretty good demand for Liv Morgan. A lot of these actually go for pretty good money. But even if it was true, Scott, even if there were only 2 Liv Morgan collectors on the face of the planet, only 2, and that was it. The fact that this guy owns all 10 copies of this means even if there's only one more person who wants one, they have to go through this guy. In other words, as long as the other person can afford it, this person gets to dictate the price. Because the only way you're getting a deal done, it's like having a one-on-one. The only way you're getting a deal done then is to buy it from the person who has all the supply. So like a moment ago, is it still considered demand if 1% of the hobby is buying 90% per hour? Absolutely. It doesn't matter who absorbs it. 99% of the hobby could be shut out, sitting on the other side of a glass window with their hands on there looking at. If 10 people, most of them being Eric, buy everything,
I think
and it all gets consumed,
right.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Because, but nobody else can afford it. It doesn't matter. Is it getting bought or not? If the answer is yes, then that's demand. We would prefer it to be more balanced. A balance would be better because in the long run, Scott, for sustainability, for a more healthy ecosystem, it's better to have more people in the game. That way you're not, because if one guy drops off and that's most of the demand, that's a problem because then everything falls like a stone. But I gave you that example because if one of the other Liv Morgan collectors wants one of those, they may have to move heaven and earth to get this person to. They're going to have to break a complete run. That's even better than a rainbow, Scott. They literally have every copy. Like nobody can complete a rainbow because the goal is out of 10, but nobody can complete it because he's got all 10. He's blocking everybody else. So if somebody wants one, all of a sudden you've increased the value for them. So that's kind of the key. You just have to understand that. Give you another example. So Eric.
Yes, sir.
It is time. It is time.
It is? Okay.
I need to give an update.
All right. Update.
I've talked about it on the podcast. I've talked about it a lot on the live stream. One dentist PC card that has been the long national nightmare, Eric. This card, give you a backstory for those that aren't familiar. This card, you don't need to care about the wrestling. It doesn't matter. This card was in the hands of an Instagram person, Scott. They had this card. They reached out to me. They said, hey, I heard you collect this dentist PC. It's like, I do. It's like, what would you offer? We went back and forth. They didn't accept my offer, Scott. A couple of weeks go by. They decided to consign it. They put it on the eBays. It sells once. 0 feedback bidder. I'm the underbidder. Doesn't get sold. It gets listed a second time. It sells the second time. Less than the first time. 0 feedback bidder. I'm the underbidder. Doesn't get sold. I reach out to the consignor and I say, look, you want to keep playing this game? Here's my offer, which coincidentally, with the consignment fee, is actually less than what I originally offered in the first place on Instagram. Not that I'm petty like that, Scott. Not that I'm petty like that, but I'm petty like that.
Right.
But I'm petty like that.
Petty, that's
got to be done. But here's the point, though. So, Scott, it was accepted. It has been purchased.
Finally. Victory.
Yes. So now it's going through the eBay authentication crap. Once I get it in hand, I'll complete the story. But the point is, Scott, we came to a deal. We came to terms. Here's a funny thing, though. Paul, in the chat, we were talking on the side. I shared with him that I had purchased said card. Here's the thing, Scott. 3 years ago, almost to the day, 3 years ago, that card sold for just shy of $900 on eBay. It's what it actually sold for. I was an underbidder back then, but that was more in line with the market at the time, 3 years ago. 2023, different time than 2026. So at the time, that made more sense. The person that consigned it wasn't the actual original winner. They had sold it to somebody else. And from what I can gather, it looks like they sold it for more. So they probably sold it for north of a K. As a result, they have more into it. So they took a bath. One way or the other, they took a bath. Well, here's the problem, Scott. Now, this goes back to that example I just gave a moment ago. Here's the example we have. Now we have a 1 of 1. So you've only got one card. It's not like you can go get another copy elsewhere because you got the one card. But the market has dropped. The amount of bidders available has also declined. And also, I'm one of the strongest bidders left out there. Here's the thing. So here's a bit of a trick question that's not a trick question. I actually want to ask you guys, and I want to ask the chat. Somebody's got a one of one. The other person is a big collector and wants that one of one. They're the biggest bidder in the space at this point, realistically, given the scenario I just outlined for you. But the other person has the one of one. Who has the leverage? It's not a trick question, but I actually want you to think about it for a second. I want you to tell me, who has the leverage in this situation? One person has the card, the other person wants the card, but the market has dropped. But at the same time, one person has the card and the other person wants the card. There's only one card to go around. Who has the leverage? What do you think?
Well, the scenario you just gave, you have some leverage, but the guy
I have some. Yes, that's
the
fair.
guy's going to sell it. He still has some leverage as well.
Correct.
He's willing to give it up instead of hold on to it. You know, he gives up his leverage.
Correct. So this is important. So Scott, like I said, it's not a trick question, but what I'm asking, the reason I'm asking this question, this is something if I had a little more time today, I was going to make a video about this, because Paul was saying, why don't you lowball him? Because at this point, he can't seem to sell the car. And I go, well, he can technically sell the car. Here's the problem. And this is where I say it's not a trick question, but I wanted to kind of emphasize something. Whenever you're doing something and you're doing any kind of a negotiation or transaction, normally the person who can most effectively walk away is the one who has the advantage. But in this case, both parties can technically walk away. I can say, I'm not going to pay you whatever amount, but they can also say, I'm not going to take whatever amount. I'll just throw it in the vault and throw it into the, to the ether for another 5 years and not bring it out again. You both have it. Yeah. So Paul, I'll ask you a question though. What if I lowball him and he says, fuck you, I'm throwing it in the vault, and then I don't get the card?
Or fuck you, I'm not going to sell it to a guy named Carlos ever again.
Yeah.
I'll sell it to the next guy.
Yeah, you have the. What if he agrees to sell it to the next guy for $10, just not to sell it to me?
Right.
Then I don't get what I want. So
No,
this is why I'm saying you have to understand the difference. You have to find neither side has complete leverage. Both sides have a little bit of leverage, but it's how to balance out that leverage and use it. It's how you want to use it. I have some leverage because now the market has dropped. So the price should be lower. 100% it should be lower. How much lower is the question? Because I need to offer enough, Scott, to get him to not just throw it into the vault. Because that's always an option. Ultimately, if you have the capability, if you don't need the money, if it isn't just about getting the money back, but you want to try to get as much of it as you can, then the person has the choice. The person can always say, okay, back in the vault it goes.
Yeah,
you always have that option.
Yeah. But if he's hurting, I mean, it's just.
Well, if he's hurting, Scott, so I'll show you his Instagram. If he's hurting, he collects WWE one of ones. Most of them are multi-thousands. He'd be better off selling one of those. He'd get more money from it.
Maybe, is he just getting rid of it to get rid of it?
Yep. At this point, he doesn't want it. So I'll actually pull it up here. I'll actually show you. You'll get a kick out of it. So Scott, the reason why I say you have to kind of know what you're dealing with on the other side. If it was just some random dude and he just needs the cash, then yeah, lowball him. Because then you have, number one, you understand what the market has done. But number two, you know that he probably needs the cash soon.
Right.
So you have a much stronger bargaining position. But if they're in a position where it'd be like, okay, yeah, if I don't sell this card, I don't make this money, but I could sell 50 other cards that'll make 5 times as much if I really just need to sell. You don't have as much leverage as you have. But it's not that you have zero leverage. You do have some. That's why I say there's a bit of a balancing act. So Eric, you were about to say something. Go ahead.
No, I'm good. I'm all set.
You were about to give us your negotiating expertise. What happened, Eric?
No, you can't. I was just going to say, you can't piss the guy off because, especially when buying and selling, spite comes into play. And like you were saying, you just be like, screw it. I'm not working with you. I'd rather sell it cheaper to someone else just to spite you. So you really can't.
Exactly.
You can't get into a pissing contest. You have to come up with a fair. You can't just lowball and piss the guy off, and you can't be difficult if you really want it. You got to be reasonable. And we get people all the time either calling us spaceman, either calling us, emailing us, eBay messaging us, all the different ways to contact people, getting, in touch with us, lowballing the ever living shit out of things we're trying to sell. and it's like, sometimes the initial verbal response between employer and employees is quite negative, and we're not in any hurry to do business with somebody who's just being ridiculous. We're trying to sell something for $1,000, and you sent us a low ball offer of $200. Just don't even bother us. Don't come back with a $500. No, we're not selling. We'd rather eat it and not make any money than deal with you any longer. So you can't be a jerk. You can't super low ball. You can't be difficult if you really want the item. You gotta, be reasonable, and work with the seller.
Mm-hmm. So Dom here says, I'll touch on that in a second. Dom says, evening, gentlemen. The dealer always technically has the leverage in a true one-of-one situation. Everything is supposed to be worth what somebody's willing to pay for it on the majority of card sales. That is true. Paul says 600 was fair and is it a pissing contest? Except on the auction, Scott, what's important, 0 feedback bidder, we scratched them out. I'm the underbidder. The bidder after me that also has a feedback score was already over 600.
Right.
So if you offer 600, you do the second chance offer to the other one, you get more than 600.
Right.
So it's already above that number.
Yeah, he knows who's willing to pay what.
Yeah, there's at least a couple of numbers already available that you can see in the bidding history that'll tell you there was a legitimate bidder over 600 already that wasn't me. I was higher than them, but they were still also willing to go over 600. So that won't work. Again, like, you can try it. What I'm trying to get at, Scott, is I offer this example is you have to figure out how to, it's like a poker game. You're actually playing the man. You're actually trying to figure out, you're trying to play the right combination of moves to get your result that you're looking for and what you wanted. And also you got to remember, they're doing it through a consignor. So now they're going to have to pay a fee out of it. So whatever number you come out of with, their net is actually going to be lower.
So here's my question. Do you think there's some shenanigans going on in those two previous, since it was 2-0, or do you think it was somebody, a friend or somebody with a fake account driving up the bid? Or
so I was asked that question, and I think that if they did, they miscalculated because the first attempt brought the price down in the second attempt. It actually worked backwards.
Right.
And that was the problem. And the problem is every time you try, it decreases it lowers the price.
Right.
So it didn't work. And Bobby Burrell is saying here 550. I think that's fair. I think we should do that. So if you see a box, if you see one of the boxes that Bobby has in his display, offer him $10. That's comp.
$10.
I'm just following advice. Keith says, what name did Eric use for the 0 feedback bid? Let me tell you.
Harvey Wallbanger.
Hey, that's more creative than usual. So here, Scott, I was going to share with you. So here is the Instagram. So these are all one-of-ones. This one is probably going for a little bit these days.
Yeah. Cheese to face.
This one goes for a lot. That's the one-of-one. These are all one-of-ones, actually.
There's the next one right there. It'll be
yeah. They got the Obafemi. Those ones are going to be for. So do you see, Scott, that the card in question? I'll show you what the card sold for later. That is a small fraction of what these ones are going for. So if you just want to make some funds, you can sell any of these and you'll make some money. Because there are folks out there that are paying up for the WWE cards, especially the one-of-ones.
Yeah.
All you got to do is show them a couple of these, and you can generate 5-6 figures pretty quick. You got Stone Cold one-of-one.
Nice.
So you got plenty. Big names, Hall of Famers, current names. Here's a Hulk Hogan. Here's a Hulk Hogan 81.
Oh wow.
Wow.
So this is the person, Eric. You think low balling is going to work, or are they going to respond with spite?
Low balling never works.
Oh, here's one that goes for a couple bucks, Scott. That's the Alexa Bliss. It's the red refractor.
I don't know who that is.
All you need to know is it's more money than you've got in that room.
That seems ludicrous, but okay. I'm not saying it isn't. I'm not saying it isn't. I'm saying it shouldn't be.
Ludacris is a rapper from Atlanta.
He is.
Yes. He plays in terrible movies.
That's true. Well,
He's
no,
too fast and too furious.
I like the Gone in 60 Seconds. I'm good with that. I like those.
That's true.
Yeah. They became increasingly ridiculous, but I enjoyed it. So real quick, I just want to go here. So yeah, so Mike sells cards. He was asking, how about Expo Talk? We can do that. I want to see if they have the map ready. Like, we're about a week out. I want to see if they actually have the map ready to go. Do you know what your booth is, Yannick, or no?
Not yet.
Oh, wait.
Still.
Yannick, lies. You sit on a throne of lies. View floor plan April 2026 on the website. I'm looking at it right now.
There you go. Okay, Mo.
All right, hang on. That's right.
I don't know my booth number then.
Scott dropping rap references. That's right. Give video a like. Appreciate it, Hodges. The map is up indeed. All right, let's take a look at the map. I'll have to zoom in. Obviously, it's pretty tiny, but let's see what we can do. We'll start off with this. Okay. So we're starting off. We've got, well, based on this map, Eric, I think saying earlier, yeah, it's halls 1, 2, and 3. So that's what was referenced earlier, but we were getting a different answer. Okay, so let's start off here. So, and then we'll find out a little bit. So, Bobby, you let us know if you actually have a booth number or not. But anyway, so right now we've got the CSC show section is going to be right here. So that's going to be a lot going on there. Just
What is
like
that?
Heritage. So CSC show is one of the promoters that sets up a lot of shows here locally. They've actually been incorporated. They've been growing their stuff pretty well, actually. They've been
Sailor
doing-
Moon zone.
That's what Bob,
mostly,
that's what
mostly, but they've kind of have a mix. If somebody goes, it's like that whole Strongsville argument, Scott. People are like, "Oh, that's just the Pokemon section." If you go to if you go in there, you're going to find sports cards, but you got to look. It will be strong into Pokemon. It will be very strong Pokemon, but there is definitely sports cards in there if one is willing to go in through.
Is there a Sailor Moon cosplay?
yes,
Eric
Bobby-
is there. If it was, Eric would have materialized magically.
Bobby's usually dressed up as Sailor Moon.
Eric
in
is
the-
the judge.
Yep. So we got Heritage Auctions up here. So right now I'm just going to look at, we got a little eBay booth there. So we'll probably be doing some live stuff from the eBay booth. We got Fanatics Collectibles. You can see that right there.
How exciting.
401 Games has actually got its own logo on there. That's actually pretty good for them. They've been growing it. Yeah, so you got Pather and all that. So I'm just going to scroll over a little bit. Food area there.
No need to promote. No need to promote that business.
Who?
Eric's favorite.
Pather?
We got-
Ethan?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
his
Pather.
favorite. After
Very
Beckett,
exclusive. Gosh.
No need to promote that business.
we got a big Beckett and then a small Beckett over here. So we got the
We don't
section
need to
here.
we don't need to support them in any way. Okay?
Beckett's got a pre section and then a post section here. What
Right.
the-
Yeah. All right. So Grizzly Sports Cards, they do a lot of unopened wax. MLSC is literally Maple Leaf Sports Entertainment. They actually sell like game used stuff from the Leafs. You can actually buy real game used stuff there. It's actually the team themselves will set up a booth. So it's actually pretty good. They'll grab stuff. Upper Deck's got a section here right beside Grosvenor. So that's pretty smart. It's kind of centrally located. That's pretty good. And then here's the bigger eBay. So there is a small eBay and a big eBay. So that's going to be the bigger section. Upper Deck's got his corporate section, includes the Char Dollies. Total Sports is the guys with all the shield cards. Looking pretty good. Slab Sharks has got a pretty big section. We got Golden. No Kenny, unfortunately. We're going to get the Stooges. So
And he
no
never
Kenny.
makes it there.
Yeah, he never comes.
No.
We got a Whatnot. So, hey, Scott, compare that to National. This is Whatnot. That's it right there. That's it. That's all of Whatnot.
Yeah, but
That's all you
they actually, the breaking booth is their breaking area is not all Whatnot, but they run it. Yeah.
Yeah. But you can see the difference there. Like Golden has actually got twice the floor space there based on this image. And then the Hockey Card Exchange is actually one of the guys that we've dealt with already quite a bit. Hit Parade there is there for the repacks. We've got that. And then here we got a little bit of, so Hall 3, you got your KSA, Pastime, PSA, KD Collectibles, Evo Retro, who actually does a lot of the Pelican cases and different holders as well.
Well, no PSA City for the spring, huh?
Yeah, this one's just submitting. This one's if you just want to submit your stuff. You got a JSA booth and then the photo ops there for that section.
So is the date for this? What's the date for this show?
April 30th through the Sunday, so beginning of May.
So April 30th, you got to go to PSA because the first you can't go to PSA.
I was thinking about submitting 50,000 cards on May the 1st just to spite Boston Card Hunter.
Okay, I was just
Specifically.
okay.
Yeah, Eric's going to give me a whole bunch of cards to submit all at once. So the autograph pavilion is already over here. So
he said he's
putting
2, 3, and 4.
that's what I'd heard previously. But it looks like I'm looking at the map. Based on the map, it's looking like 1, 2, 3. Although we do have good news here, Eric. We've been even though we don't know what Bobby's booth is yet, we do know what AMG's booth is. 2610.
Yeah.
We got that figured out. So for the ones with logos, we can kind of figure that out. That's fine. So that should be no problem. We'll have to figure out what the other ones are. I don't know. I haven't heard anything yet. I'll actually have to ask Steve. Maybe he can.
2 females and 2 males. What's going on there?
Bathrooms on both sides. Entrance on the left and entrance on the right.
Oh, why does it say 2?
Because so Scott, what they do is they've actually got multiple halls with dividers in between. So when you set up the show, you remove the dividers.
Oh, okay.
So if the hall was on its own, it would have the bathrooms, but then the other hall has bathrooms. Well, in reality, now you've opened it up. So in reality, you've got entrances on 2 different sides.
Okay.
So it's its own thing. Yeah. So literally the Expo, the way the International Center is set up, you could configure it. If you really were crazy, you could have like 5 or 6 halls and then you can start competing.
A very big show.
Yeah. So right now with this configuration right now, you're probably pushing 250,000 square feet.
Yeah, that's competing with the national right there.
Yeah. And they have more room to expand if they really needed to, because these are only 3 halls.
I just paid off something real big this week, so it looks like in the fall I'm gonna have be able to do.
Yeah, I paid something off big today too.
Yeah, I had a good
now
week.
It's like, like one of those, like it's a pain in the ass, but you have the money, and now you're paying it off, and now it's like, okay, it's behind me.
Yep.
I can move on to other and better.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm going to see if I can find any listings for the dealer list. If I can find it, I'll let you guys know. But if you got any questions or thoughts on that, you're more than welcome to ask.
I like Snoop's question.
Listen, the meat guy, the meat guy makes bank, Scott. You don't understand.
They
the
said
meat
that
guy,
was the best guy at the Philly show.
Yeah, the meat guy makes
sausage
bank.
Guy is next to the weed guy now.
You know, Scott, you asked the question. You know who's buying $1,200 Chrome boxes? The meat guy, because he can afford it.
They said the fudge people and the meat guy at the Philly show made bank.
Yes, absolutely. 100%.
It's like the shovel guy at the Klondike.
Yeah, so right now, Yannick and everybody, I think so far all I've got is just the floor plan. If you're one of the booths that have logos, I can answer, but
there's no booth.
Doesn't look like we got a list.
Yeah, no yet.
There's
no dealer list yet.
There's no Needham logo.
No, alas, no Needham logo. Colin Murray got enough booths to get a logo. That's all I'm saying. Maybe you just need to buy an entire row. That's what he did. All right, so I'm looking here just to see if there's anything else.
Oh, that is
cool. What is that one, Yannick? Looks like a picture. Team Canada 36.
Team Canada 1936 Olympics.
Outdoors.
What is going on with the one guy on the side? What's he doing? Was he like posing? Is he like Eric? What's going on over there?
I think he's trying to fart.
Like he's doing something over there. That's weird.
I think it's a fart.
I guess so. Okay. Sure. Don't want to be in 3, says Bobby. They said Friday we would have a list. Call Menzie. Let's go. Demand satisfaction, Bobby. Demand satisfaction.
That's right. Don't they know who you are?
That's right. Time to pull rank. So all I was going to say was, so bottom line, just to circle back. And by the way, you're more than welcome to ask if there's any question about the Expo thing. Obviously, we've got a little bit of time. We'll talk about it. But yeah, to complete that thought, I'm going to talk more about the story once I get the card in hand. But Scott, the ultimate question that I had to ask was, what am I have to factor in all the variables. That's why I shared with you a couple of additional content. So you've got a guy who already has a collection of some nice high-end pieces. So this is not a big deal. So selling or not selling the card, Scott, is not necessarily the be all and end all. So it became a situation where I have to say, what is the right number that makes me happy, that I feel like I got a good price, but actually gets him to agree to sell it? Because now we have to find like that balance. We have to find like, I want to get a deal because I've proven, the market has proven that the price has dropped. You're not going to get your money back. Sorry. But what's the price that's going to get a deal done? Because that's what we need to figure out. That's right. Eric has this problem all the time. He's like, would you take $1? Yes. Ha, sucker. It's like, I would have given that away for nothing. All the time. All the time. But you got to find the right number. As long as everybody finds the right number, everybody's happy.
So is this an auto?
It is an auto and a patch.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. It will all be revealed in due time. In due time. And I'll give the context with all the original pricing and everything, because it's all on eBay. It's all available. You can actually look it up. So I'll just share the whole thing with the screenshots and all of it. I never find, so actually, Scott, this is maybe a thought worth coaching. A lot of people don't ever want to talk about numbers. They're scared to talk about numbers. And I understand. Look, you don't want to give away your business.
Right.
But if you can look stuff up, though, you can't really hide it. So is there any reason to be cagey? So I don't know, Eric, as the richest man here, is there a reason to be cagey? Especially if you can look it up. Like, forget about comps. If we can actually just look up what somebody paid for something, and it's that specific thing because it's serial numbered, can you really hide?
No, that seems a little silly.
Yeah.
No, if it's that easy to go on the interwebs and look up the exact date, time, and price in which you purchased or sold, you know, it being cagey doesn't seem to make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I feel like at that point you just need to be transparent. Like, so that's my preference, Scott. At that point, like, I'll just be transparent. I'll literally show you. This is how much it sold for before. This is what I bought it for, and this is basically how it went down. This was the thought process. I'll talk through the whole thing. What I just talked about tonight, I'll repeat it on that video. It's going to be like, look, I could really have lowballed the guy super hard, like Paul wanted, but I actually want him to, in this case, Scott, I actually want him to sell me the card. So now I have to be like, I want you to actually sell me the card. I don't want you to just be spiteful and hold it. I actually want you to send it to me.
And you also want to keep that dialogue open, because he reached out to you. So if he does come across with another card in the future, you want him to come to you.
Yeah, you want to keep bridges open, especially if you're known as the guy for whatever you're collecting. Right. You don't want to destroy. You could, maybe you succeed one time. You absolutely rake them over the coals. You destroy them the one time, but then they will never look your way again, and they will look for every opportunity to sell it to anybody else.
Right.
So I find it's useful, Scott, to be fair.
Mm-hmm.
To be fair. Indeed. In that scenario, because then, Scott, you do keep bridges open. Then they're still available down the road because that world is small. You saw how many nice cards he's come across, like all that stuff.
I mean, like Double D says too. I mean, we do. I mean, you have a channel disclosing that helps other people in the, hey, you don't have to overpay. That's what my channel is all about. It's value searching.
And one way to think about it also, by the way, in that vein, 3 years ago it was $900. 3 years later, it's $140 less. And they had to pay the consignor because the consignor got a cut too. So I had to factor that in because there's the net amount, because since it was through the consignor, they actually are going to get minus a commission.
So you paid, now we're hearing 140 less. So are you okay knowing that this card is dropping, being the collector of this person? Are you okay with that person?
Oh, I'm the one who made the number. I'm the one who offered the number. So I'm
just wondering what your thought process is.
Yeah. The thought process is I was okay paying that because I wanted it.
Right. Okay.
That's really what it came down to. And by the way, Scott, I'm overpaying, just so we're clear.
Well, a smart man once said, if you're okay with paying it, there's no such thing as overpaying.
Yeah. So. And that's the thing. So as the individual, so there's two factors. So that's why I say in the video, I'll actually outline it in this way. You have to figure out, how much do you want the thing? And I don't care what it is. Pick whatever you want. How much do you want the thing? That's number one. Number two, what can you actually afford to do with it? The number one, how much you want it is important. But number two, how much can you afford to even offer? What is even possible for you? That's the second question. You figure those two things out. Now you have a little bit of your plan of attack already figured out. Mm-hmm. Now what you got to figure out is put yourself in the shoes of the other person, because your job now is to try to convince them. Now here's the difference factor. If there's 50 copies of them out there, then who gives a shit? Then you know what? If this one doesn't work, then go get another copy.
Exactly.
But if there aren't 50 other copies and your choices are more limited, then you really then you got to use the strategery. There's a little bit of strategy in figuring out, like, okay, that's why I said I got to find a number. And when I was thinking about it, like, they're going to pay a commission to the consignor because I'm doing it through the consignor because they've already given it to the consignor. They've chosen to do that. The consignor can go and give them my offer, but they're going to take a cut. So my only question is going to be like, what is the number minus the cut that they will still agree to? And that's how you basically figure it out. Work backwards and figure out what the number is.
That's, I mean, this is the type of stuff when it comes to collecting I like to talk with people about. It's like their thought process, how they go about it, especially player collectors, because you know I'm a player collector. So, you know, I want to see if my thought process is the same as what yours would be.
Yeah. In this situation, I was comfortable with that number because I was the underbidder in the original 3 years ago. So Scott, I was willing to play close to 900 3 years ago. And actually now I ended up paying less.
Right.
So from my perspective, even though the market has dropped on it, I'm like, but now I have the card, Scott, and no one else has it. And I get to, and when it arrives, I get to do this.
Oh, I saw that one a mile away coming.
Yes. But Yannick, can you put a price on the ability to do that?
No, I mean, like, wow. It was worth every penny spent. Thank you, Eric, for paying for this.
Yeah, thank you, Ben. I believe this is an attack at me, and I will give my first shut up, Josh, of the evening right now. Shut up, Josh.
Burrell says Yager is coming now. That's right. I think Yager should go to the Burrell Yannick booth. I think that would help sell it. Dylan says, why do I freaking love that too? Fair. What is that? What is that thing?
That's actually a Pittsburgh skate. Like it's a little like keychain.
Oh, it's a keychain. Okay.
Yeah.
Now I got you. It's kind of interesting. All right. It's a little different.
To go around like paying rights, they just went with colors. No.
Okay. Okay. I just said knowledge is power. That's right. No, and I don't mind, Scott. That's why I figured there'll be value in me doing the video where I'll talk through the thought process. But that's why I'm giving you guys a couple bullet points. But if you notice, it's not just figuring out what you're willing to pay. It's also figuring out you're trying to play both sides of this chessboard because the other person you're trying to convince them they would rather you pay double. They'd rather you pay triple. I'd rather pay $5. Well, Scott, neither one of us is going to get what we ultimately. Neither one of us is going to get that. I want to pay $5. They would like me to pay $2,000. Neither one of those things is going to happen. So now the question we need to figure out, Scott, is where in the realm inside of that range, we're going to find some common ground. Because again, I actually want them to sell me the thing. If I don't give a shit, then I'll offer $5. But if I actually want them to sell it to me, then I need to find a number that will actually entice them to consider my offer.
Yeah. See, Brian says knowledge is power. He just did a video too. He's like me. He's got focus, but sometimes it wavers. He just did a video about creases in the card, and he's got some very nice cards, but the number on the top of it is low because there's a crease. So he called it I think it was like WTF, where the crease is in the face or something. So
okay. But
in order for some of us to get cards we want, you have to be able to love a card for their imperfections. So just wanted to point that out. So
that's fair.
I like to give people shout outs for good stuff.
Look at you. Josh says my work here is done. Enjoying the player collection thought process. Indeed. Awesome video by Brian, says Steven. Thank you, Steven. It's good stuff. I'll have to check it out. Oh, actually, since I brought it up, I'm about to get my refill, but before I do, Eric, we had a comment on the last podcast episode.
Oh, wonderful.
And the comment was actually directed at you.
Oh, shocking. I'm sure
I know.
Positive too.
Oh, hold on. Eric, you are making assumptions. You know what they say about assumptions?
You make an ass out of you and me. Yep. Okay.
Well, I'm about to read you the comment, and you are going to change your tune, sir. Your negative approach He's hurting you right now.
Okay.
Hero Sports Cards 8 hours ago. I'm reading
8
the comment.
hours ago. Okay.
This was 8 hours ago
All right.
on the podcast episode. It says
Podcast.
first sentence. I know most people don't like Eric. Period. Second sentence.
Is that there's more.
Second sentence. There's more. There's more.
Statement. Okay, go
There's
ahead.
more. There's more.
Go ahead.
See, Scott, this is why I do this way. Second sentence.
Okay.
Second utterance.
Second. Okay.
Personally, I think he's fantastic, but I am an idiot. Period.
Okay.
Third sentence.
Not helping me. Go ahead.
Third sentence.
Yeah.
Is it possible for him to steal a new microphone from somewhere? You're appealing to Eric's sensibilities. Look, Eric, the important thing is, number one, you're getting a suggestion. And number two, said, personally, I think it's fantastic. That was in there as well.
But I'm an idiot.
No, be saying, but I am an idiot, meaning Hero Sports Cards.
Right. No, I understand that. So
he called you an idiot.
no, I
Yeah,
understand.
he called himself an idiot.
No, I because I'm not an idiot, I understand what he said. I was quoting him. Yes. So he being the idiot thinks I'm great.
But at least you have an audience, Eric. You have a constituency. You got something.
Yeah.
You have to know who your audience is.
That's one more person than you had before.
Yeah, this is one of those, in the land of the blind, the man with one eye is king. Yeah.
I was thinking, damning with faint praise.
It's like me going to fat camp and being the skinny one. It's just like that.
Yeah, a little bit.
And the follow-up was question: is it possible for him to steal a new microphone from somewhere? So he would like to improve your audio quality so he can hear your dulcet tones better, Eric.
No, because I'm cheap. Two.
It said steal a new microphone. Steal implies free.
No, yeah, no.
Claw.
And don't forget the second part of it is I don't care enough about this crap to do what Carlos and Yannick have done. And a three, I like to just repeat. Two, I don't give a crap about this. Oh, and Scott, I don't care enough. So we got two of those, and third, so no, this would be that was like three, right? So four. I've been doing this.
So Scott, what I'm hearing from Eric,
I'm
Eric has a unique way of saying this. But what I'm hearing, Yannick, I'm reading between the lines. What Eric is saying is that we need to talk to Michelle, and we need to tell Michelle to get rid of one of those stupid bicycles, and with the proceeds, purchase a fancy new microphone.
One of those bicycles would get him a nice microphone.
A nice one. Real nice.
A professional with a board and everything.
Yeah. He could probably get some sound. And if he gets rid of some of that shit in the background, there'd be room for sound panels. Oh my God. The audio would be tremendous. Tremendous.
Sell a couple of Reggies here.
That's right. That's what I'm saying. Eric, Yannick, one or both of those are numbered Reggies, no less.
Put those back.
Put those back. There's Gordy underwear.
Is that mine?
That's Gordy's undies, man.
I know, but is that mine? I forget. Did I buy that?
Yeah, you still owe me
Wait,
money.
Eric, are we back to you can buy things?
I don't remember what he has that's mine. He probably doesn't remember what I have of his either. So
no, I haven't seen my bucks in a while there.
Yeah, I have no idea what you have.
Hey, Yannick, I like your room divider. Let me show you something real quick.
There you go.
Oops. Same thing.
Yeah. Those were half price. They're like kitchen shelf units, whatever.
Yeah, I got mine for free through my work for doing good things.
Yeah, I have an Eric stack here. So all of these are Eric's, Reggie.
Well, Yannick, how's the weather over your neck of the woods? Is it a bit chilly, or how's it going tonight?
Good.
Who's that?
We're
Paul
good. Now,
Henderson.
Okay.
Paul Anderson.
Wayne Conley, rookie. Okay.
Yeah.
How do you do the claw from that far away?
It's not easy.
What do I have, Eric? Connection?
And yet, Scott, this man talks about the inability. Again, a very nice comment that was mostly nice.
some people do say Montreal is the Dallas of Canada.
I live in.
Just Eric that says that, but you know.
Oh yeah, that's to complete my set. So that's a 1951-52 Bedard Donaldson, or commonly known as Laval Dairy. This is Michel Goulet with the porn stash. There you go.
I thought that was Ron Jeremy here for a minute.
Yeah.
In the 70s, basically everybody was Ron Jeremy. And also, Scott, everybody was 35, even if they were 20. That was the thing about the 70s.
And you haven't even opened it?
No, I wrapped it back up to keep it safe. That's all.
Okay, George Miranda. Played for the Minnesota Twins.
Eric's messing with his mail.
What else? What else? There's more. There's more.
Oh, that's a PSA slab. That looks like 2018
Man,
tops.
I don't even know what this is anymore.
That looks like 2018 tops, at least from the back.
I had no idea that Gordie Howe was up there. I don't remember it at all.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
there you go.
2018 Topps Chrome UFC. Okay. Got the refractor.
Yes. I got this on Whatnot.
On the
Why not? Okay.
Why
The
not?
only time I ever bought on Whatnot.
Wow. Okay.
Our friend DJ Steals and Deals.
Oh, okay.
There you go. Look. Elvis Presley's like, what is it? Scarf or tank top or undies or
King Elvis. See the memorabilia card with leaf trading on the front of this card is a piece of wardrobe worn by Elvis.
there you go.
Tiger.
Got a little throw up on it.
Thank you very much.
Tiger. I like it very much.
See, Scott, I didn't have Elvis on my bingo card tonight.
Well, there's more. There's got to be more.
Oh, I don't doubt it. Access just joined. Sure wish that
Well,
I could have been
I'm
part of the
glad, dude.
Patreon so I could give Eric thoughts on Eric and Dallas Card Show theft. That's right.
So, Yannick, is he your United States Post Office? Is that you?
Yes.
Is that what I'm
Yes.
seeing?
Eric is running a locker. Bobby, if you're good, just give me a
Oh, there you
thumbs
go.
up.
Everybody has
Burrell has joined us.
Gentlemen,
Mr. Bob.
So Orlando has a suggestion for you, Eric.
That one is from Probstein, Eric.
Oh, that's why my fingers are burning.
There's got to be one more.
All right, hold
Hi,
on.
Bobby.
Which one's this?
how you doing, Scott?
All right.
If Orlando's out there, ask him what this is.
Oh, look at those. Do you want old baseball?
I like the holder.
I made that. Thank you. Shrink wrapped in foam board.
Yeah, I think it displays well. I think that
More
works.
presentable and easier to manage,
Two
Because
collars.
I would say
too,
that.
like
I'd
an
agree with that.
Oreo cookie.
What's that?
Two collars like an Oreo cookie.
Yeah, and I also have the other one. Do you know these, Scott?
Yeah, that's nice. I like them.
1920s.
Yeah, they call them 1919. It's I guess classification is W542.
4-2 or yeah.
W542. Yeah.
Okay.
I know I got some, like I said before, I've talked about, I got some Swedish cards that look like that. But
Yeah.
Steeden.
Swedish
The
card, yeah.
Steeds. The Steeds.
Susie. Oh, that's
There it is. There it is.
oh shoot, I forgot.
that
one
was the
card.
one that almost got clawed, it looks like.
1 sec. I got something else. I forgot.
There you go. Lando says nice strip card sheet. Very good.
Thanks, Eric.
Yep. I think it's going to be fun, Scott. I'll touch on a little bit more about the expo, but I'll quickly touch on it now since Bobby's joining us here. I will do a video this week, upcoming, just talking about the basic. The funny thing, though, Scott, is that now the plan is becoming so basic. The problem is I did such a good job finding cards the last couple of weeks and the last couple of months that the spring expo budget is going to be very limited. I think the majority of it is going to be content. It's going to have to be content.
Yeah, because I was going to ask you. I mean, I've been seeing, watching your videos and seeing your Instagram posts. I'm like, you've gotten quite a bit here lately. I didn't know.
I'm of philosophy, Scott, that I don't hold back. Just well, card show's coming up. No, if it's something I want and it's like a good item, I'm getting it. Especially if the price is right, I'm getting it.
I'm same way. I put, for me, it was odd. I bid on a card I have not seen on of course, it was Pete Alonso. But I know where my limit is, where I'm going to go. And it was, as soon as I posted it, it was, somebody already had their high bid in. So, but
I was able to
me,
get a couple of small items, but that's barely going to put like a dent in comparatively to the stuff I picked up. It was like, but I was like, whatever.
But like I said, I paid off a rather large loan this week. So
there you go. Congrats.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll work
a quick side note, Eric. I'll have to show. This one was on the Instagrams, but I'll kind of quick make a side note. So then this one came in this week.
Yeah, I saw that. That's nice.
Yeah, big fan of it for a couple of reasons. Number one, love the on-card autos. Always a fan of that. Number two, this is based on the 2000-2001 design. So they retroed the design to basically create these cards. This one is in 21-22 was the actual year they created these. But number 25 is great, old design and all that. But the picture, this is actually the last year in Minnesota. It looks like the Dallas jersey, but it doesn't have the Dallas above the stars on the crest. And they had a year that was a transitional jersey.
The 92-3, I think, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. So so it was actually funny. I went and did a little bit of, I went to the Google machine. So the picture there that I included is actually this jersey here.
Yeah, it just says stars. That's it. That was the 1 year wonder, right?
Yeah, basically right after. So maybe the year right after. So you had 90-91 was the year they went to the Stanley Cup Finals.
Mm-hmm.
Or 91-92. I forget which one it was. But the year after that, basically they created this design. And a lot of this design cues carried over to when they moved to Dallas. So the first year in Dallas, the design is almost the same, but now you're adding star Dallas in there, and then you're putting the crest, and you're putting the crest with the with Texas. And also this particular year, and I'll show the picture again in a second, it has that little Stanley Cup crest for the 100th year of the Stanley Cup.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so that's a specific patch right here that's for that year specifically. Well, I'll show real quick again. That's this jersey.
Yeah, that would be a rare shot. Well,
so they used it in a couple of places. I think they used it in the Pro set set. They used an image similar to that one. Yeah, because what they did is they just took different action shots for that season. But it was really one season where they basically used that jersey. That's So I went in the Google machine. I found an old auction. So this was from the Gray Flannel Auctions.
Oh, yeah.
And it was sold some years back. So this is the same design jersey from that particular set. And that was sold years ago for just shy of $9,000.
Is Gray Flannel still around?
I don't know. Well, the auction lots and pages are still around for sure. So they've kept it. Looks like it's copyright 2026. So yeah, it seems like maybe they still are. So that was kind of cool that I was able to find an old auction with the same jersey that was at least one of the game used was. I'm not going to assume it was the same jersey included in there, so I'm not going to photo match the thing. But it was the same style jersey with the same patches. So that specific patch, so they had that, and there was also a black version with the 75th NHL anniversary, which I think was a different year. It might have been 92-3. I forget now. But it was, but that was a very. If somebody looks at it, Scott, and they don't realize what they're paying attention to, the first year in Dallas looks almost identical.
Yeah, it looks the same to me.
Yeah. So it's very subtle. But again, going back to what I've talked about weeks ago, there's no such thing as an expert, Scott. But a person can become extremely well versed in certain specific things if that's their area of interest. So because I know Medano's
expertise,
if you really want to stretch it, you can.
Because I know enough of experts, it's just being noted in a particular area is all.
Yeah. The problem is there's a lot of really niche folks that want to be experts in a broader category, and I don't think that works.
Right. Oh, it works well. You see the hits they get on.
Yeah. So I'm able, Scott, to be able to ID different jerseys of Medano's career for it because I am very familiar with it. For that, I can identify different issues from his career and sets and all that. I can ID that at 50 paces. But if we go more general and like, there's a bunch of stuff like, no, I know of it. I know a little bit about it. I can tell you a little bit about it, but no, I'm not going to go into that level of detail because I don't have it. So it wouldn't make any sense for me to do that. I could bullshit you and pretend, but it would still be bullshit. Been a fan of
All
on-card
right,
artists
guys,
since
I'm gonna call it a night. I gotta go to work in the morning. I will see y'all.
Sounds-
Y'all have a good night.
Sounds good, Scott. Have a good night.
Cheers,
Scott,
Scott.
yeah, bud.
See you, Scott.
I
Mike
have
sells
to work
cards.
this morning too, but no one seems to care about me.
Counterpoint, no one cares about you.
Next.
Fair enough.
Mike sells cards says Carlos needs to do a Bork interview at the stage at Expo. Oh, the questions that would come up. Yes.
Oh,
First question, what's it like being dead?
Hmm.
Second question, do you feel that Eric spreading the rumor that you are a zombified corpse is appropriate?
what if he says yes?
Well, then, we're good.
I guess, yeah.
He does take the charity money from Eric, so I guess, he probably should say yes.
Yannick's his best freaking friend. So why don't you have Yannick go talk to him?
In French.
Blue, blue.
Yeah.
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 All it is Le Brains.
Yeah.
Le Brains.
Les cerveaux.
For those who may not remember, okay, we'll do a quick reenacting. Ray, this is my friend Yannick.
Thank you, Stu.
This is Ray Bork. Blah blah blue 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 blah blah blue blue blue
Yeah.
blue blah blue 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 blah.
He
Blue
asked
long
me, why
room.
is this guy unsupervised in the wild?
That's right.
I'd
Be right back.
short time.
And I'm sitting there going, wait a minute, hold on. How did I just get pushed out of a conversation between Yannick and Ray Bork as I'm
Actually,
introducing Yannick to Ray Bork? And I'm
I think
standing there, and it went from Ray, this is Yannick, this is Ray, to blah blah blue blue, and me standing there with my thumb firmly planted up my ass.
You're an Anglo.
And I like to say that he did the exact same thing when I introduced him to Bernie Perrant. Okay?
of course.
Yannick is an asshole.
Spy talk. You just gotta learn the spy talk.
I'm not no, I already said I'm not introducing you to any more Quebecois, whatever the
Yes,
hell
you
you
will.
guys call
Yes,
each
you
other.
will.
No, I won't.
Wow.
Yes, you
No
will.
Quebecois, no more. No English, that's it.
Hmm.
No more Frenchies. I'm not introducing you to any more
I think I
Frenchies.
told you the story I told Ray because I'm old enough that I was around and I remember the Quebec Nordics. Not only that, I volunteered for them for the 93, 94, and the 94, 95 season because back in high school, a friend of mine, her father was he was the guy in charge for like promotions and like free samples and all that kind of stuff, pre games or after games or so, distribution.
The giveaways.
Giveaways, exactly.
Mhm.
So basically, he would get us 15, 16-year-old kids, not paying us, but we could attend the game for free. So, 40 home games, 2 seasons. So I was there all the way to the last second of the Quebec Nordiques. And part of it was I had to go get gates, some kind of like fan things to put our free stuff giveaways. So people would stop like trying to get everything for free. But part of it was I had to go back down beneath basically like the old arena type of thing and going by the locker rooms and the visiting room. So I got to see all these guys with the years, but I was always wearing a Quebec Nordic jersey that I still have that I asked Ray and Adam Oates to sign it. And then Ray back then made a joke kind of like, oh, I don't know if
Blue,
I
blue,
can
blah,
sign
blah.
that jersey.
Pretty much.
Basically, but when you introduced me to him and then I reminded him the story, then he actually added the fact that the story ends well because we all know that he played for Colorado. So in a way, maybe by signing my Quebec Nordics jersey, that's why it dictated the fact that he went to Colorado
So
to
it's your
win the
fault.
cup.
Okay.
Because I mean, it was a lost cause in Boston. So he said,
was.
Yeah, it finally
Screw
escaped
Boston.
failure.
I can't even argue. You're 100% right. I wish I could argue. I wish I could threaten you and call
He
you
said,
names, but you are
Screw
100%
Boston.
Well, you're good,
Hello.
Dan. Just give me a thumbs up.
horrible. They were horrible.
How's it going, Dan?
Good. I was wondering what the hell is Eric wearing? What is that?
Jacket.
It's a cycling uniform.
What's with the red stripes? What is that?
It's a zipper.
It's Michael Jackson wannabe.
He's got a puffy spider jacket. This spider jacket is actually one of the original. It's one of the original. So the spider thing, Eric, fact check me on this. Is the spider thing not the original foundation of bougie?
Yes.
That's how we wound up at the bouginess.
Fight with the raccoon in the dumpster behind the TJ Maxx.
It really was. It was great.
Yes, it was this jacket, I believe. Which
Would it make you feel better, Eric, if I switched into my brand new jacket? I have a new jacket.
you do?
I have brand new light jacket. It does not have a spider on it.
Oh. So just to show people how non-bougie I am, I bought this at a TJ Maxx on a which is a discount store for a discount price. Had to have,
and you fought a raccoon for it nearly to the death.
Had to have the sleeves shortened because they were extra long sleeves, which is why they were at the TJ Maxx. So I paid next to nothing for the high quality jacket. Had the sleeves shortened, and everyone made fun of me and called me bougie, and that's how that started, right? And here I am, like 5 years later. I still wearing the coat.
Yes, Eric. Listen, Eric. After you spent,
because they were too long, or is it because your arms are too short? Which is it? It's one of the two.
Yes.
Listen.
Yes.
Yes.
It's the Neanderthal brand. So
so you got to understand, Dan, is that Eric is as usual trying to downplay this, so we don't really get to the bottom of the story.
Yeah.
He fought the raccoon behind the TJ Maxx for but the alterations cost $147,000. You can't see the bedazzling on the inside. Like
Gold.
That's why he's bougie.
Well, you know how he got the code, right? The claw was involved.
But that's what I'm saying. Like he's like, this is what he says to Michelle. He says to his wife, he's like, "Oh no, but I got the jacket for free." He's like, "But what about those aren't the correct length of those sleeves are." Listen, how I got that done and who I had that done with. Eric only knows French when he's speaking to his tailor. He only speaks to him in Parisian French.
Eric's wife's name is all French, first and last.
She's French Canadian heritage, yes.
And yet you continue to question Eric. Mike sells cars says, Eric, you need to go to night school for French. Indeed. So you see, Eric, brand new University of Guelph little jacket in there.
Cheez-Its are made with real cheese. Wow.
With real cheese.
Real cheese.
Like if you put that on the package, don't buy it.
Guelph.
Oh, there's Guelph. That's made with, yeah.
Not real.
Oh, here's something that you might want to see.
Oh, hey, Bobby. Whoa.
He's got the Stanley Cup.
That's the big guns, man.
Just for you, Eric.
Wow.
Nice.
How much do you guys think this is worth?
$1,500.
Close. But no cigar. Or no Stanley Cup.
Yeah. In a 4, I have no idea. I know they go for a pretty penny, but yeah, in a 4, I have no idea.
Probably
about
about
these days.
65,000.
Only 65,000? Can Eric trade you the jacket for it?
I think so. If it had 2 more zippers, maybe.
Oh, fair. Valid. Fair.
Or longer arms.
If the arms are the correct length. It's always a running joke, Dan. One of my favorite things, Eric's Guelph denial, and this is something I share with Stuke because Stuke has some great Guelph. He's been able to give some hashtag scholarship because he actually had an item that was that directly related to Guelph. So Stuke was giving some great information on that. But I always joke because it's like I'm one of the few Canadians who actually like my alma mater, so I'm the only, so I will bring it up. It's not a thing in Canada. It's really not. It's not. So it's actually a bit unusual that I will wear Guelph swag on a semi-regular basis on the show.
But two things. One is thank you, Zach. That was very nice. 161 people agree with you. It's not getting watched very often, is my point. Also, Stu gets a fount of knowledge on almost everything. So
yeah, absolutely. But he once there was one specific item that he actually was able to link back to kind of the history of. I think it was Sleeman. Specifically. Stu, if you're still around, please remind me. I want to say it was an item that pertained to Sleeman, and Sleeman has a long-standing Guelph connection because the brewery that bears his name is still there.
Yeah.
And but there is a history with that family going back into the
Are
19th
there
century.
buildings on the campus named after the brewery?
Not the brewery, but a lot of the other people that were involved in the founding of the university, because the university has it's similar to when we were talking about the Maple Leafs earlier, the baseball team.
Yeah.
There is the full history, like the long history going back, and then there is the more modern history. The university was actually the veterinary college. So the kind of the legacy was that was kind of the original that got it going. And then in 1964, it became a full university. That's when it became like a university proper. But obviously, if you go back to like the original history of when they founded it, it's like, no, it actually goes back further than that. But 64 is like the beginning of a proper university. And then a lot of those buildings are still there from back in the day.
Guelph. Go figure.
A lot of the buildings, though, still like whenever they do the postcards and all that and all the stuff, they'll show one of the buildings, and it's like that his building predates kind of the beginning of Guelph, but that building is now part of it, and they've even got student dorms built out of it. So it's basically like a heritage building that's included as part of the whole thing.
Well, in this country, when somebody gives a lot of money to a university, they name a building after him. Or in the case of Edward DiBartolo, the guy who owned the San Francisco 49ers.
Oh, yeah. I love them.
They named, and on the campus of Notre Dame, they named an entire building plus like a whole, like study center or whatever. Like they just, you give enough money, you get enough stuff named after you.
Well, that's what happened after a while, because what they did, even while I was there, and I graduated in 2006, even 20 years ago, they had already started construction of a bunch of buildings. All the new buildings get named after the big benefactors. Right. So it's like, so you just start, basically just increase the size. It's like, we got a new building. All right. Who's one of our big benefactors? Hey, congratulations. Your name's on it. Done. Consider it done.
Dan, do you have any of these?
What are those? What are they? What the hell is that?
Strip card.
I know it's strip cards, but they're very specific numbers and names for strip cards.
I think it was, you said it was W5.
542.
Yeah, I prefer ones that actually have people who are identified on them.
Well,
like
this
players.
looks, there's two players that actually identify as two big stars. I can't remember which they are. I'd have to look them up. But, yeah.
Zach says, Dan, don't get yourself down.
Wow,
Don't get down
this
yourself.
Josh Adams
100%.
throwing around a little knowledge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Guar ever
it's not
played
even
golf?
161. I just checked. 146.
Hey, you got to pick it up then.
Yeah.
I'll throw a link in the description for the people watching a replay. 542 of the 1920s. Yes. Good evening, Josh.
I don't need your charity, man.
I think everybody needs some charity at this point. I actually think it's gonna. I've noticed when I've been looking around, I do think it's going to be a bit of a struggle getting some of these videos a little bit of viewing, because I do think that because I've been talking to some folks and people are not getting even some of their subscription stuff as much as they used to. It's not showing up as much on the feed unless somebody specifically clicks the subscription one.
On
it's lambasted with commercials now everywhere.
Well, also shorts. Like they're really pushing shorts pretty hard. Really hard.
I don't like shorts. Wow.
Yeah.
But nobody hits the likes on shorts. That's a problem too.
Yeah.
It's
kind of playing into what you were saying. Kind of what you were playing into what you're saying, Dan. So like the main space in the campus is called Johnston Green, which I forget who the Johnston was, but he was definitely one of the founders or one of the people that were involved there. Rosansky Hall is another name they threw in there. Summerlee was actually one of the old deans. So they basically their naming convention is they'll use like people associated to it. But I know some of the newer buildings, like the engineering building, was named after a benefactor. So that's usually how they'll do it. And then McLawton is the library. McLawton was another person associated kind of to the history of the university. So there you go. All I got to do is use Eric's like bunny, and then I'll get the Alcazar wing.
Go.
Coming soon.
You know what? And what I want to do, they actually have a robotics lab, but I don't want that. I actually want them to specifically start a study on new strands of mayonnaise, and that's what I want my section to do it, and I will do it in honor of Eric. It's what he would want.
Necessary. No, it's just not necessary.
Oh, but it is.
No.
But it is.
No, not necessary.
And then we'll have a
Varieties
plaque.
there are?
Listen, we can study it. We can get way more varieties than that.
Yeah.
That's all I want.
When I was in Montreal, I don't know, 10 years ago, maybe, I was on the campus of McGill for a little while, walking around. Nice campus.
It's a nice campus, yeah.
Old world there.
They got a couple of good ones. It's one of those things. Like that's why I say, like, I always thought it was interesting though that the whole alma mater thing never really stuck to the same degree. It's not really as big a thing. There's some interest, but it's not the same. Some of the universities kind of had to cheat a little bit. I will say Guelph was able to take advantage because the CFL, when Hamilton was getting its renovation to its football stadium, they actually camped out in Guelph for a season or two. And when they did that, they actually renovated the football stadium. So as a result, the university got a revamped football stadium, and they got to basically use it for a season or two. And then when the team went back to Hamilton, obviously they had a fully renovated football stadium. So it's a good deal. Win-win. Excited to see you guys next week. Excellent. Josh, which days are you coming up? All of it, or coming down to a certain point? Have to let us know. TBD. So, question for you, Bobby.
Yeah,
Any
I did a whole video on TTM last night.
on
Yeah.
TTM?
Oh,
Yep,
I'm sorry, I didn't get to that. Yeah.
sure. Thursday through Sunday. Gotcha. So, Bobby, any last minute preparations, or you pretty much got everything ready to go for your booth?
No, I'm about half ready. I was just finishing off a lot of stuff I was putting away and doing pricing and what have you. So almost finished.
All right. Sounds fair. And then to your point, you said still no word on which on what the booth numbers are.
I didn't get the email, so I don't know. I don't know what's happening.
They got to be careful with that. You don't want to wait till the 11th hour. You
It's
want to give people a
always
little bit of
always
heads up.
the 11th hour, and even when you go there, sometimes there's some juggling around. Because last time I think Yannick and I got a booth
Yeah, but it isn't set up like Tuesday or Wednesday, something like that.
Wednesday. Move in, yeah.
Wednesday, I thought so. Yeah.
And we went and we were having a corner booth, and then Steve Menzies says, "Bobby, I need the corner booth. This guy's getting two. He wants to be on the corner." I said, "Okay, you owe me one." So I better get a good spot this time around. Whether he'll remember or not is beyond me, because that was like a year, almost 2 years ago now.
All right. We'll
When's
see.
the last time we set up, Yannick?
2 years.
I think
ago.
I think it was
Two.
like, yeah, I think it was in
2 springs ago.
sounds about right.
2024.
Okay, so exactly 2 years then.
And then Needham was just before that.
Yes, that one I remember.
Yeah.
That one obviously for selling purpose it wasn't, but it was kind of fun having seats.
No, I don't know what it was for selling. That's for sure. It wasn't for an
It
app.
wasn't selling. Yeah, no. I just thought it was hilarious. The basically was just a sitting spot. That's what it was.
We did a
It's just
I
kinda
live.
brought
sit
the
in there.
nice chair, right?
Yeah, you did. That is true.
Remember, Carlos? We did a live that time.
That's why I'm mentioning it. It worked out really well.
Well, it was really kind
Uh,
of funny because most people were coming up to me, "Bobby, you still got any more of your books?" It's like, need them. It's right there.
Yeah.
I'm
It's
bringing
like 20
some.
books.
I have
Come on.
some of your books.
Zach says, I used to watch Dan's buddy, Dustin Sports Car Data. I know, every morning. I realized he's still doing videos since the August was a little hidden from me the last few weeks. That's why I say, like, it's look, here's the thing. As much fun as I have with it, and I do have fun with it, I am subscribed technically to Dustin, but I'm saying this, Dan, just as an illustrative point. I don't watch a lot of his videos, but I am subscribed to him. And yet it doesn't come up in the feed on a regular basis. So that should say something, though. But if that's the case, though, and look at the subscriber count he has and all the rest of it, what does that mean for everybody else, though? Because if you can actually have a pretty decent subscriber count and the videos do get some views, but you're also not getting brought up to people that are subscribed to you, what about
That's
the people
not
that
good.
aren't?
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
not good.
One.
I don't know.
I never see Dustin never comes up in my feed ever.
You almost have to
But
watch him
I
one
assume
more
you're
time.
not. I assume you're not subscribed to him, though.
I'm not subscribed to him.
Yeah, but
Oh,
if
well,
you
that's
are
why.
and you're still not, and he's still not coming up, that should be indicative of something.
But
That's
it
actually a
happens.
problem.
What happens
That
with
is
that,
true.
Carlos, is when you watch him one more time, it'll start coming back up.
Yeah.
It's
I
almost like
understand.
you have to reignite it.
Yeah, but that's the thing, though. Like what, Bobby, when you're subscribing, you're already kind of at least giving a minimal commitment, saying, "Hey, at least feed me the videos." That's what I'm saying, Dan. Just saying for the rest of us, if somebody is subscribed to you, that's not necessarily being pushed to your feed, which is not great because it will at least push it out to the subscribers, the people that are subscribed to me. That'd be
Yeah,
nice.
it should. Yeah.
Well,
Like-
how many people you subscribe to, Carlos?
Probably 300.
Exactly. Yeah. So you're going to get 300
What?
messages of all the different people that
Probably.
you subtracted?
300?
I keep up with a lot of stuff, Stan. You have no idea what 2.5x speed can get you. And you guys still can't produce enough videos to keep me busy.
They're not all hobby related.
No,
Oh no, God no, absolutely not.
other hobby related.
I
Charismatic
have
voice.
about 60 subscriptions.
Here, just for fun. I'm gonna do this, Bobby. This will be kind of a fun thing to do here. Let me do this. So you can click on subscriptions. So here, you see subscriptions.
Oh,
All right, watch
right
this.
now.
Watch what I'm about to do. Ooh.
We need that fast forward sound.
I like 4 collectors on top there. That's a good one.
They just put it on there. YouTube thinks it's the most relevant. There are more than 4 collectors, but listen, all I'm saying. But listen, Neo's on top. He once led a revolution. So all I'm saying. Remember that.
Neo had a very good video this week about something that I had been on my mind for a while, which is allocation killing the local card stores.
Okay.
Your LCS. Yeah. In fact, I think I'm going to talk about it next time we get together, Carlos.
Oh.
All right. Sounds fair. So Josh saying setting up with the SCL co-host theoretically. There's an SCL show now? What do they think about stickers? Steven says, Carlos, Mike Canadian Cards knows his booth number. So maybe Bobby, you need to speak up to the Menzie.
Yeah.
Demand answers.
Yeah, I think so.
Yep. Don't use the notifications. I do have some. I don't turn on notifications for all of them with that many subscriptions.
True. Yeah.
I don't want notification on all of them. I would. So what I would say though, Philly Joe, and I think you're making a valid point. I would say if there are some channels that you do want to make sure you catch every video on, do make sure you turn on the notifications because that will help. But yeah, but what I'm getting at is that YouTube, unfortunately, is not really helping a lot of the existing ecosystem with it. Like unless you're doing videos that go viral consistently, and it takes a lot to get certain videos to go. Unless you go with the lazy topic. If you go with the lazy topic right now, you can go viral. Like if I made a video right now, Dan, I guarantee you, and I already talked about it earlier tonight. Boston Card Hunter has decided to take up the mantle. He's now leading the revolution, by the way, Dan. So I know you're keeping tabs, but he's a new leader of the revolution.
I unsubscribe from him, but my algorithm still gives me his videos
because he's the leader of the revolution, Dan. Come on, you got to know. So even though
it's like the Hotel California, you can check out anytime you like. You can never
leave. That's right.
Sorry.
The funny thing though, I was talking about it earlier tonight though, because I was saying like I have no problem with anything he's saying because he's not saying anything new. He's not saying anything that hasn't been discussed ad nauseum. And technically it's fine. It's nothing wrong with it. But I'm looking at a guy who is a consultant with Fanatics. So he's got a foot in the industry directly. Yep. And then I'm also looking at somebody who was literally, and I'm not exaggerating, making videos where he was saying like he's going to try to lead this boycott of PSA unless this is like protection money, unless one of the executives of PSA comes there on his channel and gives him full access to ask any questions he wants and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, so then do you actually want to help the collectors or do you just want like a free video? Like, what are you shooting for?
Video.
Yeah. So it kind of undermines your altruism, Dan. If there's but if you come on my channel and do exactly what I say, then we're cool.
I love these guys because then the guy will come, theoretically a guy comes on his channel from PSA and then he'll be a total pussycat to him and it'll be like, oh yeah, it's like I love when they get these interviews. It's like you talk so tough and then when it comes time to face the guy, you can't talk so tough anymore. So we'll see. I unsubscribed from him when he got like said that he wanted Kevin O'Leary to come on his show and spoke to the camera, then spoke to Kevin how much he would, wonder would be so wonderful to have Mr. One. And I'm like, come on, man. Like
he wants everybody on the channel. Did you know that?
Mr. Wonderful could have taken 21 million for his car, apparently.
I did hear about that. Yeah. Dylan says, I bet I'm subscribed to 500 at least. Hey, you don't know, maybe. Boston says here.
Dylan listens to it constantly. He doesn't always watch. So
I do the same, to be honest. For a lot of it. Dan, 3/4 of it, like if you show me a card I've already seen, I don't need to see it. So like I may as well blast through it. Like it's like, And to be honest, I'll skim through a lot of it because a lot of it is like, okay, so you're showing some cards. Okay, fine. I don't need to watch all those. I'll watch some, but I'll pick and choose. I'm sub to a ton. I click on the sub link to see what's posted. A lot of people never make my feed. Fair enough. I also start unsubscribing to people live content. That's true. I'll be honest, Boston Carter has rubbed me the wrong way since day one, only for my spidey sense, but who knows? He changes his mind with the direction of the wind. And here's the thing. I don't even mind. I don't have a problem with it, but you have to kind of play it for what it is. That's why I led with Dan. I prefaced everything I said by what he's saying is not even necessarily wrong. Other people have made the exact same points, and other people are standing on the same thing. Totally fine. That's fine. But then you're showing up like you're different. And I'm like, but you're not different. I've literally seen like 50 guys like you. I've seen them come and go. Like you're just the latest in a series of them. You've been able to rattle a few cages with a few specific things, but you're literally making demands of the very people that you're also courting. That's why I said like it's weird.
I don't need to know that you're going to the gym. Tell you right now, man. I don't need
So you're telling Eric to stop sending you messages, what you're saying.
Exactly.
I thought you were my gym buddy.
I'm going
Wow.
cycling.
Wow. Just wow.
Sure you are.
Wow.
I don't gym. Like as much as you don't math, I don't gym.
You don't gym?
I fucking hate gym, man.
All right. Josh says, I think I subscribed to 7 or 8 channels. Well, I hope one of them is this one, Josh. Better be. I'm just saying.
Jim who?
Oh, Josh subscribes to my
Jimbo.
channel. Thank you, Josh.
There you go. Boston Carter gives me creepy vibes. Fair. That's fair. Hey, I'm not going to argue with you. That's fair. Zach says to what Dan started saying, could you imagine owning a shop for 20 or 30 years, not getting a top chrome and watching backyard breaks? It's really sick. Now, here, actually, let me touch on this. I think this is a valid question
too later on, Carlos.
All right, let me read these comments and then I want to touch on this. I think Zach's this is a fair point, but let me touch on this. Sven says I unsubscribe from a lot of channels. There are just so much Sammy bar cars I can look at anymore. I know, it's shocking, horrifying. I get it, Sven. I want to know where Eric goes to the gymnasium. Who knows? Who knows? That's right. All right. So here's the thing in relation to that. This is kind of talking about the Burbank thing, and the card father complaining that he's not getting a ton of allocation. And there is a good argument to be made here. The good argument is as follows. He is a very large shop in the West Coast. They run a card show. They've been able to build up a great social media following. Like they've got a lot of the components that you would think would make a lot of sense to promote and to be part of the and to be part of what Fanatics is doing. Here's the counterpoint. And this is where it's kind of fun, Dan. I have a lot of fun with it. Rob Viras is very vocal in his opinions and a lot of things, which has really helped him. It's built up his following as well. But part of what he's talked about endlessly is that, breaking and boxes and all those things he thinks are, they're gambling and all these things, which by the way, totally fine. But you're a card shop owner. But then, Dan, where I struggle is, but you're denouncing the evils of boxes and breaks and then complaining you're not getting allocation for boxes from the very people who then would have to give you the boxes. So you're basically saying your business model is trash. It sucks. It's ruining the hobby. Now give me some boxes.
He's Boston Card Hunter.
I don't agree with that. I think what he's saying is there's a different way to distribute this product, and I happen to be the different way. And I'm in sort of he's a card shop. Folks come in and buy packs or they buy boxes or whatever. Like, that's the old school. Like just because Fanatics, Fanatics is choosing a side here, which is the problem. Fanatics is saying,
Dan, what you're saying is totally fair.
More than we value Burbank.
That's totally fair. But Burbank has also denounced the boxes themselves. He also thinks the boxes are bad, not just the breakers. Yeah. So the problem is, and then you're complaining about not getting the boxes. So I'm sitting there like, okay, you can't have this both ways, my man. You can be, because remember, he's singles. He's bragged that he doesn't need box. He has bragged on the record that he doesn't need allocation because he sells singles, and singles is the majority of his business. So I'm like, on the one hand, you're publicly telling everybody that the boxes, the breakers, all of it, breakers is part of it, but the boxes too, The boxes, they're gambling, they're bad, and they blah blah blah. You should just buy singles. It's like, and then complaining you're not getting boxes. I'm like, you can't have it both ways, man.
You can grumble about the quality of a product and want it to be better, and still get the product because that's the only product that's out there. I mean, they have the license, so that's the product. But he may be getting the last laugh here because he may be making more money off of the singles that come in from the people who get boxes from, that we've seen this story. It's a terrible story, which is the guy who breaks for like 2 or 3 years and ends up with and spends tens of thousands of dollars and ends up with a pile of cards that's worth, maybe $1,000, and they have to get rid of it, and they do get rid of it, and this happens. Chris Sewell had a whole video about this. So what he's getting at Burbank are those guys coming in and just dumping their shit on him and taking whatever they can get. So he may be getting the last laugh here because he's making money off of it where other people might not necessarily be making money off of it.
So that part I have no problem with. My reason I bring it up is that in that case, then you don't get to complain about not getting boxes because Fanatics will tell you to go screw.
Yeah.
In the words of Eric.
They can,
yeah.
But that's the business.
Yeah. And the reality is Fanatics is not having trouble getting the boxes allocated elsewhere. They don't really have to give Burbank any.
Yeah.
Guys,
So it's a mutual thing. It's both sides.
Thanks for your show. It's a good one.
Moynihan did a video with Chris Sewell again, and Chris made an offhand remark that a friend of his who owns a shop didn't get any allocation and now feels like he's going to have to go out of business. So it's not that Burbank's not going to go out of business, but the small shops that I'm now doing my whole argument for our next show.
Yep.
Preview. The small shops that don't get any allocation or get one case, they need it to survive. Like, Fanatics is running them out of business, and I'll have all sorts of other stuff to talk about with this. But
didn't we talk about that a year or so ago?
Well, that's always going to be perpetually the case. The argument is always going to be perpetually there. The only thing we're going to have is fresh examples. That's really the big differentiator. Yeah. It's fresh examples,
or more of them.
Yeah. Now, Laura's saying a fair distribution is not a bad request, is it? No, it's not. But we have to remember something. We have to remember something very important. Businesses are not about fairness. They're about profitability. So whenever we want to play this game, the only thing I suggest to you, and I'm not telling you to pick a side here. What I'm saying is that if you want to play this, and Dan, we talked about this before. I said you won't be we use the analogy on the show, the Cardboard Cynics episode. I said something to the effect of, I'm paraphrasing, but I said, you're not going to be a good lawyer if you only are on one side all the time and you never play the other side. If you want to be good, you actually have to occasionally play the other side so you'll understand how an argument is built. Sometimes you got to be the defense. Sometimes you got to be the prosecution. If you do that, then that's how you're going to get good at what you're doing and play both sides of the equation so that you learn how to actually construct the argument. Whatever side then you wind up on, then you're going to be able to do your job. But if you're always on one side, you're going to have a weakness. You're going to have some glaring holes. So whenever you're trying to figure this out, the other part here, see, Josh is only half a lawyer then. Psh, we don't even want to talk about it. So anyway, what happens then? Sorry, not my fault. He put himself in that hole. He put himself in that hole.
Yeah.
But
I like playing the accused. Anyways.
No, go. I'm interrupting you. Go ahead.
Yeah. So see, and someday you'll be a good one. So anyway, moving on. The point of this thing is when you're looking at it, go into the business side of it. You're Fanatics. So put the Fanatics hat on. You forget about the hobby for a second. Your job is to make money. You're a business. You're not about the hobby. You're about money. That's your job. Yeah, so now the question is, what are you doing? It's
just the bottom line. The bottom line doesn't grow your business. I mean, if you realize that this is a major representative of a particular aspect of the hobby. Burbank is maybe the best sports car shop in the entire country, right? And I think it's bad PR for them to get screwed. I know what they're doing. I think you're right. They're saying this guy's giving us the middle finger. Why are we going to give him product? Sure, okay, but now they look bad. I think they look bad. And,
I think you can make that. I think that argument is perfectly fine. But my counter to it would be like, okay, so let's talk. Let's use Laura's argument a moment ago. Fair distribution. What is fair distribution then? Burbank has a very large footprint. So should I send them 60% of the allocation? Let me overcorrect. Let me send them too much.
I disagree. I mean, I agree with Laura that there should be a fairness in it, but I'm not. That's not my argument. My argument is Fanatics has to realize that it looks really bad for them in a PR sense to be screwing the biggest shop in the country. It makes them.
But are they screwing them? Is my question. According to Rob Veras, if Rob Veras doesn't get the exact amount of allocation that he feels is appropriate, he's getting screwed. Even if he's one box short, he thinks he's getting screwed. Is that actually getting screwed? What is the amount of allocation that is appropriate given what they want to move? Because they have to be able to move it. We can't. Yeah. If I send them 100% of the allocation, Dan, and they can't move it, they're going to argue that you're screwing them over in a different way. You're forcing them to take all this inventory they don't want.
They could move more than $3, certainly.
I understand, but I'm saying, what is the magic number? I don't have the answer to that question.
I don't know either. I mean, it's that you'd have to be involved in the nuts and bolts of that business to know.
Yeah.
But I think that this did not serve Fanatics well. But Fanatics is like PSA and collectors. They need to fire their PR department and hire somebody who knows what they're doing.
And they're not seeding the future of the hobby this way. It's actually very bad for the business. They don't care because they care about today and this quarter.
I was going to say they care about this quarter, this fiscal quarter,
and then it moves on from there. There's no foresight.
Not good for a business,
and it isn't. It isn't. But that's what happens when you have too much control. I think. Where's Paul Esco for monopolies? Yeah, or we'll use Dan. He's cheaper.
Well, I'm going to have a little fun in a second with that whole concept here. I'm going to come back to it in a second. Zach says, I don't blame distributors for catering to backyard breaks. There is an argument of breaking side. The hobby is a fad. Backyard breaks isn't going to be around forever. That's fair. For as long as Burbank Sports Cars has been around, I put my money and my choices with them and their values. Sure. But if Burbank goes away tomorrow, the hobby doesn't end.
Nope.
Somebody else takes up the mantle, the cards get distributed, and the world moves on. If Rob Veras drops dead tomorrow, who's taking over? His son, I think, is positioned to do so, but can he run it the same way? Can the kids run it the same way? What if the business model changes? What if they sell out? Then what? Does the hobby end? I don't think it does.
Well, I think there's an offset with the LCSs and all the sports card shows that are coming out. We never had as many as we did, and we never had as many less LCSs.
I think Zach makes a good point here, but I'll be right back.
Go ahead.
2 minutes.
Yeah. Metrics bottom line. Ahem. Gesundheit. The funny thing that's going to be interesting, Eric, when it comes to a lot of these, is that most of the people that are sitting in the Fanatics office, what we just talked about, their job is to worry about the next fiscal quarter and the fiscal quarter after that. And what's coming up on the other side, Bobby, is for all the things that Dan just said and the folks here. By the way, I don't disagree with him fundamentally, but that's why I say put the hat on sometimes, because then you'll better understand the philosophy and thought process. Fanatics is going to be generating their most recent one. They're looking at a $4.5 billion in revenue. When they bought Topps, their biggest number was like 500 million revenue. That's 9x. Not quite 10x, but it's 9x. But it's 9x. Well, Bobby, there's no timeline on it. If they hit 10x next year, they get the banner. They get the mission accomplished.
Anything I said 5 years ago doesn't mean shit today.
Well, if you put a 5-year timeline on it, if you say 10x, Bobby, if you say 10x your box sales, but you don't give a timeline, if you don't get it today, do I get to then declare that you failed?
Well, then we're in.
You have to give me a timeline.
We're in perpetuity at that point. So,
but the thing is, right now, if they do it within 5 years, then that's not too long a period of time. Right now, that's most recent one. Right now, it's 9x, and people didn't think they were going to get close to 9x. They did. Mm-hmm. And that's with the current. And there's still more stuff they can squeeze. They can squeeze more blood from the stone yet. So they haven't quite hit their absolute apex with the ability to squeeze more money out of it, because they found ways to print money out of nothing. So they can generate more revenue. They just haven't even squeezed everything they can yet out of it. And they've got a couple more licenses just coming online now.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the thing about buying those licenses.
Out of business, though, down the road. I'm
I guarantee you they go IPO, and that means it's publicly traded. The people that are currently there right now sell out their stocks, sell out the things. They don't give a crap what happens after.
They don't care. No, exactly.
And why would they? If your job, if I'm working Fanatics, Bobby, I don't give a shit about the hobby. My job is to make my money, and then when I'm done, I get my money.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be in a mega yacht while your hobby does whatever the hell it does. I don't care.
Coca-Cola doesn't care about the diabetes.
Boats and hose.
That's the thing. A lot of times, Dan, the point is that the people that are sitting there talking about this, and by the way, I guarantee you, if I go to Fanatics, I'll find people who are quote unquote real collectors, but they also like their bonus checks. The question is what the bonus check is. They're not there to fix the hobby. They're there to get their bonus check. So that's going to be the next thing. Laura says Burbank didn't start as a mega shop. They grew into it by understanding and catering to their customers. For now, they have a very specific niche and very specific model, but don't act like Burbank's. I love that Burbank has become this martyr. In reality, to be honest, Dan, I actually think, quote unquote, Fanatics screwing over Rob Vera is the best thing that ever happened to Rob Vera because now he gets to be a martyr.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
Well, I'm making money.
But think about it this way. Think about it this way. Like, Fanatics chose. Ooh, nice. Nice. What does the plastic god say? 5?
It's 4.
4?
The 4. It's a beautiful 4.
Are you selling it at the Expo?
Well, he's got a sticker on it, Dan. So
He's got a sticker on it. Yeah. Is that the is that the famous Yannick blue sticker? The famous Yannick blue sticker of beauty?
Blue sticker of beauty.
Blue sticker means blue, blah, blah.
So
there's somebody we haven't talked about today when it comes to allocation and Fanatics, and that's the East Coast card shop in Atlanta. Our old buddy Jeff. Didn't Jeff get a huge allocation? Now, how is that?
Well, it depends on the product. I don't know specifically. I'm sure he got a good allocation. I have no idea. But by contrast, though, to Rob Vera's, he's basically on his knees at the altar of Fanatics. It's like, yes, sir, whatever you say, sir. So they're gonna play into that. Yeah.
The Fanatics wants that to be their image. Like you just have to blow them and they'll give you more product. I mean, is that the way they
Dan,
want
you just described capitalism. He's like,
that's a nice one. Look at that Al K line. Sweet.
There you go.
It's got the Yannick pink sticker.
Yeah. Very nice. What does the sticker say, Yannick? Yannick, what does the sticker actually say?
$75.
Oh, okay, nice.
Is that 75 Canadian?
It's Canadian. Yeah, buddy.
All right.
Yeah, Yannick. Yannick.
Is that about $12 US?
Hey, Yannick. Tell you what. Put that one, Yannick. The K line. Put it aside for me. Yeah. I'll grab it from you.
Oh, there we go. We got a sale.
Oh, is this whatnot?
There's the rusty.
Oh no, this is
right?
Sorry.
Sold.
Yeah.
100.
Eric's feeling generous. Eric's feeling generous. I'm gonna charge him extra for the like button. We're covered.
Is that like $11 US?
Well, I'm gonna use 11 of Eric's dollars.
I even have shiny Jackie. Look at that.
Ooh.
There you go. All right, so let me finish this thought because I don't want to lose sight of it where we're at. Because Dan, whenever we talk about these things, I always have to consistently beat people over the head. I don't want you to answer it emotionally because a lot of people do. They talk about who they like because Rob Veras has done an amazing job building up the vision of Rob Veras, and I have no doubt. Number one, he's a great businessman, so I don't even doubt that because the proof is in the pudding, and they've been able to build that up. Number two, he's got his vision of what he wants to do, but other businesses don't have to accommodate you. He doesn't have a right to anything. He doesn't have to right to any allocation. They could literally tell him to fuck off and not give him a damn thing, and he can buy it on the secondary market. So he's not entitled to anything. Now, does it make sense for his shop to have a certain amount given the size of the shop? But again, that's why I said a moment ago, your public utterances are, we don't need allocation, fuck you. That's the message you've been sending for years. It's not like a one-time thing. It's literally, I can go back to the archives of his own social media posts. You've decided this is your presentation of what you're going to. So then if you don't need allocation, why do they need to give you shit?
Yeah, I mean, I get that, but still, I mean, you say people are having too emotional reactions. I think Fanatics is having an emotional reaction.
No, from Fanatics' perspective, Dan, they're literally looking at it and go, we don't need you. We don't mind having you. You can be part of the ecosystem, but you've actively said you don't want to be part of the ecosystem. Here's the key, Dan. You've actively said we don't want to be part of your ecosystem. And then, but at the same other side of his mouth, he's like, send us boxes. I'm like, wait, do you want to be part of the ecosystem or do you not want to be part of the ecosystem?
Yeah.
I don't understand. Like, your mixed messages here, my man. Mixed messages. Which is it? In or out? Because you could have towed the middle line. You could have said, I don't believe in breaking, which, by the way, is one of the things he said. But he also says the boxes are a bad proposition. He says the boxes are gambling. The boxes are a bad deal. The boxes are bad, 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 bad. But also send me boxes. I don't understand what your message is then. Which is it?
Send them boxes.
Pick a lane. Pick a lane. I don't care. Pick a lane. And these other companies are like, no, please send us boxes. So there's a very big difference in the way these different companies are taking approaches to it. Tom Brady can't be walking to shop without tripping over top scoring boxes. Yeah. And the thing is, they're selling the damn boxes. Yeah. And it also depends on the product. And this is also a key point that I think is being glossed over. It depends on the product. So let me give you a quick, actual tangible example. Earlier today, as is tradition, my parents said, hey, Carlos, would you come and help us with the groceries? We're going to Costco. Oh, you're going to Costco. Of course you are. Wonderful. Splendid. It's Costco on a Friday, Eric. My favorite thing in the world.
I know.
All right. So I'm going with my mom to Costco on a Friday. And it's as joyful as you can imagine. Listen, my joy is off the charts. Off the charts. Let me tell you.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what I see?
Shopping carts around, so.
But you know what I see? Within 10 feet of the front door. 10 feet of the front door.
Barris.
In Canada.
Oh, no.
No, Rob Veras, if he had been there, he would have been like, please give us boxes. No, shut up, Rob Veras. Sit down. No, that isn't what I saw. Within 10 feet of the front door, Eric. No, I did not see Geoff. That would have been awesome. I would have high-fived.
Yeah.
Televisions.
Yeah, see, Josh is on your wavelength, Dan. Josh is on your wavelength. No, what I saw, Eric, 2026 Topps flagship retail boxes, a pallet full of them at Canadian Costco. And do you know what this tells me? They printed plenty. There's plenty of it out there. Like, it's available. So
that you burned your credit card? Is that
tells you that they got allocation.
Dan, I bought like 3 pallets and I said, fuck you, Burbank. Eat it, Rob Veras. Peasant. I have pallets of this shit. You can't get any? Screw you. That's what I said. No, the point
can't
is
get it now. You have it all.
That's right. Because Rob Veras is a peasant. He's not on my level. I just walked into Costco and bought it. Guy needs to get on it. Here's the point. The point is, flagship is supposed to be available. There's plenty of it. Like, there literally is plenty of it. They printed lots of it. They printed mega boxes. They printed hobby boxes. They printed retail box. Like, it's all kinds. It's all available. Like, but it's supposed to be, Eric. The point is, it's not supposed to be a rare thing. Like, it's supposed to be. So for some product like that, of course you can get it. Of course you can find it, and of course you can get it at Costco. And it was $59.99
for a whole pallet.
No, that would have been fun. No, but for the box, like, it's like 15 packs or whatever it is. So it's like, yeah, okay. That's about standard at this point for what it is. Like a retail SKU. It's, and I think it's like 15 packs and like a large card or something like that. It's this retail SKU they came up with. The point is, you can get it in Costco. They got a pallet full of it. Anybody can go buy it anytime they want. It's fully available all the time. You don't want it there, you can go get the retail version. You don't want that, you can go get the hobby box. You can go get the fat packs. You can go get all these different versions. Other products are going to be tougher to come by. So the question is,
where Yannick went.
Absolutely.
Did you fix that card, Dan? I seen you pull on the corner there.
Of course.
See, he's a fixer. I knew it.
That's right.
Dan's card care.
Yes.
I'm having a very weighty and type day. I'm doing a lot of card stuff.
That's right. It's all kind of the shiny fireworks outburst of Topps Chrome. Give it a month, it'll fade to black, maybe.
But I bought these today. Cards. I didn't take these cards. I bought them.
Fool.
That's the difference.
Eric is like, rookie, I'll teach you.
Fool. How pretty of the fool.
Brad's Vintage Collection. Good evening. Rayborg Zombie. That's right.
Brad.
That's right, Stu. Yeah. I got Carlos Coyne, like with Fanatics, tell people how to run their shop. Their shop is Rob's playing the game, or he's telling them what I'm doing, then complaining when he doesn't get boxes. That's what I say. Like, I have no problem with it. To be clear on this, so we're all on the same page. I have no problem with anything Rob Vera said, but I also have no problem with Fanatics telling him to go screw. Like, they're within their rights to do that.
Yeah, and we, don't go directly through the companies because Fanatics wants to come in.
Habs win.
they want to. Yeah, we don't need to acknowledge that. Thank you.
Good evening, Golden Hour.
They want to tell
Good
you
gold.
what your hours of operation are going to be. They want to tell you how to set up your store. They want access to your books and your records. They basically want to run your store. And
So North Korea. Mhm.
so you have someone like, Phil, who's been in business for 40 years, doing it his way. Whether it's right or wrong, he's been doing this his way for 40 years. Okay? He's turning 70 this year. Do you really think he's going to be okay with fanatics coming in and telling him, no, you need to be open from noon to 8? He was like, well, for 40 years, I've been open from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Nah, sorry, you got to noon to 8. And
Well, so Eric,
They'll
you're right.
Go off Bungu and that's it.
No, but Eric, what your point? So hold on. Here's words that are rarely uttered. Eric is correct.
Woo!
Write it down. Write it down.
8, and I can't.
I got no
busy.
pen.
I'm
Right.
busy.
I can't help you if you didn't write it down. That's it. That's all you're getting.
Someone else. I'm having a hot flash.
Okay.
Flip it.
So here's the thing.
Take
But
off that
this-
jacket. You'll be fine.
Yeah, I was gonna say. So here's the thing, Dan, and this is again, I'm trying to be absolutely fair to all sides here because I am actually trying to make a point, and the point is simply this: I'm not going to tell a business they can't run themselves like a business. Phil can tell them to go screw off, and he's well within his right, and he certainly should be able to do so. He wants to run his business this way; he can run his business, but then the other guys can be like, okay, fine, no problem. Then you're not getting the allocation. Take it through secondary sources, and they can tell him that. And by the way, that's allowed.
Yeah.
I think what Fanatics should work with Phil on is fixing his employee theft problem. I think.
Oh, that's a
Fanatics
huge
should
problem.
really work.
Yeah.
More cameras.
I can imagine if we can just prevent one individual from reaching into various areas of the boxes, that would pretty much solve his problem. Just saying. But that's the thing. So the reason I say it that way, Dan, is that it's the running joke. I'm sitting there like, I don't disagree with either one of you guys, but I'm like, you understand that you don't have any rights to anything unless you have a contract, which you don't. Unless you have a contract demanding you have a certain allocation required, they can be like, we'll give you a box, we'll give you 1,000 boxes, whatever, take it or leave it. It's the same thing happened with distribution. Distributors used to do that all the time, by the way, too. You could have a deal with the distributor and the distributor be like, this is what's available for you. Well, why is the guy down the street able to buy 10 times as many boxes? Well, we like him more.
Yeah,
we don't like your
exactly
face.
What went on.
We don't
That's
like your face. It doesn't have to be a good reason. It can literally be like, no, we like dealing with him and we hate your guts. We'll give you a couple of boxes almost out of pity.
In the United States, there's some things that you can't do. You can't say I'm not selling to your store because of your race. So that's one thing.
Agreed, totally. But if you don't say it that way, if you just say, "Hey, this is all we got available for you," and you leave it very open ended, you can disagree. You can cite examples across the street or whatever. But it's like, well, who's got the right deal with you? Who has got the arrangement? Who are you on friendly terms with? Who you're more inclined to give more allocation to versus who you're not? That's the reason why I said a little earlier. All of Rob Beerus's public utterances, and again, this is public. I'm not making something up. Like, if I want to go through the social media, I can probably find clips because he's published it all. Yeah. Well, all it takes is one intern at Fanatics going like, yeah, this guy's bad mouthing our shit all the time. So it's like, okay, well, I'm not sending a bunch of stuff.
They know what's being said. They don't need an intern.
Yeah. So it doesn't take a lot of work to figure out, okay, so then as a business, Dan, we're not required to help you. We can work with you or we can not work with you. The extreme is what Eric was talking about with Phil. If they want to dictate terms of his business to him, of course he can turn around and say, hey, screw you.
Yeah.
But if you're coming asking me for something, then Dan, if you're asking me for something, then yeah, I should be able to dictate certain terms because it's like, hey, deal's a deal. These other guys are doing that. You don't want to? Okay. Here's your 3 boxes. Enjoy. Have a good day.
Yep. In 1993,
I get it.
Go ahead.
I just think it's not. I just think it's if that's what Fanatics is doing, it's a very sort of tunnel vision approach. But hey, It's their business.
Yeah.
They can do it. Do it the way.
You don't buy those cards anyways, Dan, so don't worry.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. And look, as long as Eric continues to buy the tractor trailer full of the cards, like nothing's gonna change.
Uh-huh. Yep.
Like I was saying, 93, I went to a wholesaler. My friend went, I went with my friend, and he was looking for a particular whatever. So he picked up a few.
What do you got on that? Oh, it's
That's
a
a
4. Oh well.
It's a beautiful pour.
But
Is
it has
that
a
O-Peachy?
sticker on it, Dan.
O-Peachy? Hold on. Is that O-Peachy?
Of
No,
course,
it's a
everything's O-Peachy.
Everything's O peachy.
It's a tops. It's a tops card.
tops,
Boo.
tops.
O-Peachy
Alright.
really is tops, but anyways,
It's the
Um,
common stuff. That's the stuff you find everywhere.
yeah,
Tops.
in Canada at least. Yeah, and this guy was holding back on a lot of stuff. He wouldn't sell him what he wanted. So he had to take other stuff. So they will purposely, they used to purposely hold back a lot of cards or a lot of boxes and cases and say, no, we don't have any. And you have no alternative. Where are you going to go? There was only 2 suppliers in Toronto at that time, the wholesalers. One was in Scarborough. This is the one I went to. I forget the name. They were East Indian guys too. And then there was the other one up in Grossner's. So then that's early on. That's 93. And I should have bought some stuff then, but oh well. I think I bought something, but I can't remember. Been too long now. It's 30 something years. Yeah, Dan, you don't have to worry about that shit, man. You don't have to buy it, so don't worry.
Mhm.
Fun to
Laura
talk
says,
about
look
it.
at the yeah.
I don't buy it.
Laura says, look at the attention Burbank is getting by asking for more, just like the Oliver movie. I like the reference. I like that's good. Look, I gotta be honest with you, Dan. If the Fanatics Overlords hire me, I'll be like, no, fuck Viras. Give him nothing. Like, let him be a martyr. Have a good time. And then give twice as much the allotment. Give 3 times as much the allotment to Geoff. Literally have it piled to the sky. There's got to be room in this space for a little bit good old fashioned spite. I love some spite. It gives more material for my shows, Bobby. Like, come on, like we need some good old fashioned spite. I love some
Of
spite.
course.
Yeah, we just got like 30 minutes of discussion on this.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I can listen
On
to
this
any
one
Mike Baker
topic.
sticker slaps.
And
That's
I've
right.
learned so much. I don't know. So anyway.
Listen, I'm looking forward to it. We're already like 10 minutes away. I'm gonna buy all of Bobby's boxes and put Mike Baker stickers on them, and then sell them for double. It's gonna be amazing.
Good old BVG.
Mm-hmm.
Greatest card ever made. Greatest card ever
Here's
made.
the Thurman.
Thurman.
Is
That's a top.
that tops? Boo.
That's a
Is it
top.
Herman Munster. Herman Munster.
There you
It's
go.
actually
Look
not
at
a
that,
bad
greatest
copy.
card ever
That's
made.
decent. It's actually not a bad copy. That's decent.
Yeah, I
Very
actually have a
nice.
6 of that. So
Oh, there you
my-
go.
my
Tit for
binder
tat.
copy. Is that an OPG? Yes, it
That's
is.
an OPG.
But there's no sticker on it.
It's because
Flip it to
You
the back,
can't
Yannick.
afford
Flip
it.
it to the back. Flip it to the back of the card. There you go.
Here's the floating head.
There we go.
it's one of the very few issues you can flip around the back and just go bang. I know it.
Here's
Yep.
your floating head.
I
Detached
don't
right.
have
from
that
your
card
shoulders.
in an OPG.
Well, the
But he doesn't have-
OPG set is not prepared yet because I mean, look at this today. I even want to get a plastic
You've got a plastic box.
Oh,
fancy
yeah.
box.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
It's a fancy
Perfect.
box.
He's
All right,
talking
as a
to me
quick
with
aside-
that.
As a
Ooh,
quick
ooh, ooh,
aside,
ooh.
so as a quick aside, I finished confirming. I will record a video with Teapot next week.
Nice.
Yeah, so we'll have a follow up conversation next week. Got that set up. So that'll be in the midst of the Expo coverage. We'll get that in there.
So the biggest question you got to ask is, what did Jeff have to do to get his big allocation?
Here's all 1971 OPGs. That whole box is loaded with OPGs.
Dan's gonna miss
Ooh.
out.
Some high
It looks like
number.
I'm coming in November.
Everything is slabbed here. So
Oh boy.
There you go.
Hall of Famers.
Yeah, Yannick's been sorting through the boxes. See, Eric, what are you doing over there? Come on, man.
Nothing left.
I don't do much.
Yeah. Josh says, does Teapot work for Geoff? Yes. He literally does. Yeah, he works on the market movers side specifically. I forget what their role is, but yeah, he specifically heads up some stuff in the market movers. He's on the app
You know
side.
what I saw
right
on? I
here.
wasn't watching Jeff's channel, but I saw Teapot put a little clip Scotty B was sitting at the desk during that show that they had.
Well, Scotty B works for them now too. Yeah, he works for them now too.
Yeah, but I thought he just worked behind the scenes. There he is. He's sitting at the desk.
Well, they got him there, so they may as well hey, you're part of the content too. Everybody's part of the content, Dan.
I mean, he's a terrific content maker, so it's a smart move. I mean, he certainly has a hell of a lot more personality than the other guys that used to sit at that desk. I don't mean Teapot. I mean the
yeah. Ooh. Had to get that disclaimer out there. Yep.
Yeah, no, Teapot's great. I just think that those other guys were not particularly filled with personality.
Mm-hmm.
Eric loves Teapot.
I like that Josh correctly uses the correct spelling for G-off. It's G-E space off.
Yep.
That's right. That's how it's done. Carl Stanley frustrated. They're showing so many cards on the channel. I know. I was going to black out the entire screen. Hold on. I'll fix this. There we go. I fixed it. Thank goodness. Whew, Dan, I was getting worried. Like I was starting to palpitate. It was getting bad. It's getting rough out on these streets.
Is that a Gordy Howe?
Nope. Okay. Oh. Try again. Sorry. Oh, damn. Oh, sorry. That's an itchy trigger finger. That's like an automatic thing. Sometimes it happens by accident. I didn't mean to do that. That was my bad.
That's the sportscasters, yeah.
Yannick, is that mine or yours?
That's mine.
Is that mine or yours? I think it's his. He's
What's
got
yours
it there.
is mine. Mine is
That's
yours.
mine. It's a 5x7 from Upper Deck, and I'm not too sure actually from what year and where is it from.
Oh,
what I
we
can
have Bobby.
tell,
Bobby knows.
No, I don't know that. I
from
don't
the
know
research
90s.
that I've done, these were actually handed at a Hall of Fame induction.
Oh,
Apparently.
Well, Upper Deck did different promotional things. For years, they used to do a lot of promotional stuff.
they
So
have
they
a
would do
sponsored
stuff like
section in the Hockey Hall of Fame.
Oh,
Upper
look.
Deck.
So real quick fun story. I've shared the story before, but I'll quickly reiterate it. So a lot of times, one of the challenges is trying to pin down, like, so something like that. You'll be like, oh, what year was, the design of the card is for a certain year, so you can match it to the design. But the question is, all right, so they Upper Deck produced this. Yes, they did. So they produced it for this event. Yes, they did. And then trying to find somebody who can validate exactly why, when, where, how it was distributed, all that information, all this. The institutional knowledge is not there. And sometimes I'll laugh because Upper Deck, there's some folks that have been working there for years, but some of them don't know how some of that stuff is. And then some of the other ones, like nothing was documented, because sometimes I'll have some fun with Billy, and they had this issue, and I shared it with him a while back. They did those 1-of-1 gold outbursts. They had the 1-of-1s, and they promoted on the front of the box. They said, for the first time, 1-of-1 Young Guns. And I said, that is not true. And they're like, wait, no, it's not true. In 98, 99, 2 of the Young Guns, which were in that set, had 1-of-1 copies. And they're like, really? Yeah. That's you. So that front of the box is a lie.
Dan's breaking shit.
Yeah, Dan's
Sounds
bringing his
like
own
it.
stuff. He's all there.
He's got drawers over there that's creaky. He needs some WD-40 there or something.
Brad says, I love the 71 OPG. Let's see your Baker Baylor rookie. That one stuffs. Don't have it yet. I don't know, Yannick. You got that one? The Baker Baylor rookie? As part of the 71 OPG?
Baker rookie. Help me with a number.
So it'd be Dusty Baker. Dusty Baker would be part of that. I don't know what card number it is.
I would remember that one.
It's a dual card, right?
The right here, there's beautiful slabs.
High number too. The high numbers are very tough. Like I mean,
Yeah.
and even people when they have them, and what's his name? Chris Sewell would put it under the run over by a truck division. And people still asking primo
Oh, yeah.
mayonnaise pack money for Eric.
Ooh, that's serious. That's
So,
serious.
So here's the question: why is the short printed high? Why is the high series short printed?
End of the season,
Originally, or are you talking about Opeachy?
OPG, yes.
like baseball going to hockey.
Well, baseball too is the high numbers as well in tops, right? More so in
Yes.
PG because
always
it's
that kind of
rarity
an
on
end
top
of
of
the
rarity.
season.
Sure.
And people attention went to the next sport, so either football, hockey, or such. But I wouldn't know, so please educate me or us, Bobby.
To watch my next video.
Oh,
Yeah,
Bobby's
I
keeping
watched.
us-
I watched your video today. Good job as usual.
Oh, that's my my origin story.
Yep, of the Opeachy and Tops boxes and
Yeah,
the
yeah.
54 that was at the Hockey Hall of Fame, and
That was there. That was cool.
everybody. Eric
did a
was
good
dancing
job.
the old peachy.
You know, that cove was like hidden. Like 99% of the people went through that, never went around the back part. It's like they had these little stands, and then they had the interactive, and then you'd have to go past the stands, and then it was hidden around the back, but I don't know, 25 feet.
Yeah.
Glass displays, and it's like, what the fuck's that? You know, the funniest part about that picture, it has the Peachy Bubble Boy, but it also has one of the Studley cards from 1933 of Howie Morenz. I thought it was a matchbook for years, and then all of a sudden, about 15 years ago, I found out exactly what it was. I went, that's a Studley's card. We've never seen it before, never heard about it. So then I said, I got that in my picture because I actually got another Howie Morenz. And anyways, like they're like 10, 15,000 each. So anyways, it was kind of interesting that that visit was really kind of important for documenting a lot of stuff. I didn't want to get too far into it because it was already, well, you know, you can't go past more than 10 minutes, you know, lose people's interest. So,
Well, you did a good job anyway.
cool. Now everybody knows that Collect Richie Rich.
Yeah, well, I already knew that because you told me
I
that
know.
a long time ago.
Yeah, yeah. It was fun. Poor little rich boy. I think that's you, isn't it, Eric? No.
I was about to say, you just
It
described
is.
Eric's life story.
Oh yeah. Why am I
Here's
not?
Eric.
Why am I not coming up to Canada next week? It's because I'm poor.
Oh,
Look, there's Eric.
Yeah, he looks about as
you're
miserable.
not coming because your wife's going to Vegas.
Wait, I thought she was already there.
No, he yelled. She left as soon as you yelled. So
Dude,
she's
I
got some
already,
time to get.
told you you can come up for a very cheap, pretty much free option. That means you gotta be dirt poor. Like I
No,
mean,
listen, Eric is full of crap. He's going off spear fishing. He's basically like, look, guys, I just need you like
I
for the
offered
last.
you a ride, a place to crash.
Yeah.
And
Free.
I'm pretty sure
Free.
we can feed you on mayo packs.
Free.
All right.
All free, and
And
still
get him a dealer badge so we can get him for free.
And like I mean,
we got dealer
He already
passes.
gets a dealer
we
badge
have
all the
have
time.
a booth now, so we can get you in for $40. Like, come on.
Every single time, Eric has been in negotiations for like the last 3 months, and they're like, for the last time, the woolly mammoths are extinct. Listen, I want to hunt for woolly mammoths. Damn it, make it happen.
And when you come up in the fall, Dan, we'll give you a dealer's pass
There you go.
Yeah.
Matt from Providence gave me a dealer's pass at Shriners.
for free.
See,
There you go. Happens.
He does.
he's my friend.
He must like you more than I do.
Yay!
Low bar, but sure. Low bar, but sure.
Yeah.
Mm.
I'm feeling
Standard,
maybe
very
you're getting a
low.
little spunky with that jacket on.
I was gonna say, listen, when he wears his bougie jacket, Dan,
He's
he
had a
gets
good
all
night.
he gets all up. He's all of the. He's the cock of the walk. He just starts. All of a sudden, his shoulders get a lot broader. It's like it's suddenly the posture
You
improves.
said
It's
he was
crazy.
right about something, and I said he was funny. So he's having a good night with that jacket.
This is the greatest day of his life, bar none. Bob Jackson, good evening. Does the dealer's pass come with a jar of mayo? Listen,
Mayo
I
pack.
appreciate you, Bob Jackson, joining in tonight. And it's like, if that was the case, Eric would literally run. He would get on his bicycle with no seat on it and ride all the way. He'd be like, let's ride. And just go straight up to Canada.
That's like Chalk Claire.
Done. Not
That's
even, no
right.
questions
People
asked.
on the
Say
bus.
no more. Eric is on the bicycle trail again.
Dan, you missed the question. It was why are the high numbers rare in Peachy and Top 71? Is Tops too?
Tops, yeah. I had a hard time finishing that set with those high numbers. It's because they got distributed late, like in July and August, when the kids had already moved on. They were in camp or they were moving on to, play football, and their mom, was buying them clothes for the next school year. And
Wait, I'm writing that
baseball was a
down.
thing of the
Go
past,
slower. Mm.
Lack
Especially-
of interest.
No, especially if your team is out, if like you were an Indians fan, like you weren't buying cards in 71.
Oh, I like so Dan. I like that Eric always tries to make this random point, even though he knows everybody on the '86 Red Sox. Again, ignoring that part. But let's say, for the sake of argument, he wants to try to make this point. I'm sitting there. So, what's the excuse? Whereas you had these different series, and the high numbers started to sell less because people moved on to other things. What is the excuse when you got hockey and none of the series sold because no one gives a shit? The same cards have been there since 1975. They're not going anywhere. They're still there. The pile's still there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm ignoring
75. Nobody's in 75.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm ignoring.
They're still sitting right now.
There's
All
not
the
even a
75
rookie
cards.
Who's the rookie for 75? Like, geez.
Well, Bobby
Right,
asked
right.
Eric. He can check in the tickle trunk. They're all there.
Trache is
All the 75s are in.
76.
Yeah, all the 75s are in Eric's tickle trunk right now. As we
There's no
speak.
75 rookies like that are known. Someone Eric will probably know. So some nobody.
NSP Signature Legend,
somebody.
probably.
Hmm?
Yeah.
NSP Signature Legend, no doubt.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Dime store. Brad here says Dime stores still had cards on the shelf in the previous series, so didn't order. Yeah. Well,
Yep.
so what's funny, Dan? Though we were talking about this is the inadvertent theme of tonight. Those dime stores were operating a business. If it doesn't sell, don't order more.
That's what they did. Or
That's
did
It
they?
varies every
It
year.
wasn't anything personal. It was just like, guys, we can't sell it. Get rid of what we have. Please get it out of here, and that's it.
Or what my local Woolworths did in 72 was to make them really cheap. They had cheap rack packs
Yeah,
of the high
they would
numbers,
clear 'em.
and I went in and I bought tons of them.
Really? Of the high numbers?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
72. Okay.
72, yeah.
Now, there's no short prints of 72 or 69 or 70, is there?
72
is
high
the
numbers are
hardest-
short printed. 72 high
really
numbers
hard.
short printed. Yeah. Very.
72 is really hard. They're harder than 71 and 70.
And 72 is also a really big set. It came really close to 800 cards.
Holy
I
shit.
forget the exact number. I think it was like 780 something.
And that's why.
787.
Yeah, like it was a very large set. And that last series was really, they were high numbers. And they were, in addition to, and if Dylan is still out there, in addition to 72 being one of the ugliest sets ever made.
And that's why by 73, they went to one series.
Well, by 1973, they couldn't see anymore because anybody who saw 1972 was blinded permanently.
So it was what, 660 cards or something like that? And 70,
73 was
Which
660.
one?
73 was, I think, 660.
yeah.
660. Yeah, they went back.
Yeah, yeah.
Because they had an insert in every box saying that, we went to one series. And that was
Yeah.
in 74, 75, O-Pee-Chee. That's when they went to the one series. They were only doing two series anyway.
Or they had those traded cards also that came out later. So it was a
Oh,
little-
those box?
Yes.
Oh, man.
Well, Dan, the only good part about those traded sets for that year was the Willie Randolph.
What are you holding, Eric?
That was 76. That's
You
Oh,
wanted-
76.
sorry, 76. You're right.
You wanted to know what rookies were in 75.
Like, who is it? I can't see it.
Brock
Or
Gillies.
Gillies.
No, I said what rookies.
This is his rookie card.
Yeah, he's a Hall of Famer too, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Rookie
You got
and Hall of Famer.
some people, even though this is not Mario Tremblay in the photo, that's Mario Tremblay's rookie card.
Yeah.
It's actually
that's
Gordon
not him.
McTavish.
That should be in Silly Car of the Week. Look at that hair.
Oh, yeah. That's a.
Well, the problem, Dan,
is
is if we go with that, like 3/4 of the set, like half the people on there. There's two things about the 70s. Number one, you had a lot of very large hair, and number two, half the players looked like they were 35, whether they were in their 20s or 30s, it didn't matter.
Also facial hair. A lot of facial hair. Bad
A lot of
mustaches.
facial hair.
I've never seen a young looking Tim Horton. He always looked like he was 35.
Blind by the light. I like the music emoji. That's right. 73 had series. So was it 74 that was the first one without series?
I think it was
73 had
wasn't it?
series, but they were all distributed at the same time. There's no late distribution.
That's pointless.
That
Fair,
No.
but pointless.
What
It kind of defeats the point.
I don't get that. How does
That
that
defeats
work?
the point. That defeats the point.
They had series, but they were.
Could you imagine? Hold on. Let's all zoom back to 1973. Let's pretend for a moment that the kids are like Eric. So he's sitting there. He's finished series 1, and like a dumbass, he goes to buy
Not
more
cool.
packs, and he ends up buying more packs of series 1. And he goes, "Why can't I finish this damn set?"
Why can't
That would be
it
miserable.
cool like
That's
all the other
terrible.
kids?
That is pretty good. I love that. That is the line of the week. Oh yeah. Thanks, Dan.
74
is
was
a
the
terrible
first.
series. I don't like 73. It's a terrible, terrible set. Photography is
I told you.
terrible. The design is terrible. The paper is cheaper.
Because it went to one series 6 ways.
Yeah, basically.
Come on, Dan. You don't like. Hold on, I'm gonna find it here. You don't like maybe the greatest card. Hold on, I'm gonna find.
Are those gray borders?
I know what you're gonna pull up.
All right, hold on. Sight unseen. Which card am I gonna grab?
It's Luis Alvarado.
No. There's a different one that is a favorite of mine. There's a different one that's a favorite of mine. I'll give you a hint. It's a Hall of Famer.
Oh, is it Willie McCovey hitting a pop-up or Pete Rose hitting a pop-up?
Nope.
Frank.
Nope.
Oh, Reggie Jackson. The worst card ever made.
It's one of the. Au contraire. It's one of the greatest cards ever made. All right, hold on. I'm going to show you people what a proper card looks like. Yeah. Check it. Bam.
Did I ever tell you the story about this card?
Oh my gosh. What happened
No,
there?
check out Reggie's face.
What the
Is that
hell?
even him?
So
Yeah,
when
exactly,
I was a kid, let me tell a story about this. When I was a kid, I lived next door to my best friend who was named Billy, and Billy was a Reggie Jackson fan, and I was a Bobby Mercer fan, and we would fight all the time about who was better. But we were also baseball card collectors. So when this 1973 card came out, Billy was crying. He was literally crying because this card was so awful, especially since Reggie's cards before this are all really good. And he was literally crying at this card. That's how bad it was. This card is so bad, it made a 10-year-old Reggie Jackson fan cry.
Who was picking the photos here?
So
Man.
Dan, I got to be honest. I understand what you're saying. I hear your words, but what I'm saying is I'm looking at this, and I'm thinking of this. See, we talk about art, and
back
I think
looks
this is
nice.
high art right here.
The back looks
This
nice.
right here, this card single-handedly is better than the entire 1972 top set combined.
Maybe.
All of it. I would literally trade 50 copies of the set for this one card because that's
Oh
how
my
great
God.
this card is greatness.
Laura got it also, by the way, before you put it up.
Thank you. Good job, folks. Good job. Good
Can you
job.
find
Good
Luis
job, everyone.
Alvarado? Find Luis Alvarado.
I'll
Hold
see
on.
what I can do. Give me a moment. I'll quickly get caught up here. 73 had a small preview for the last series. Okay, thank you, Stu. 73 bench, amazing card. Reggie Blurry as hell, yes. Reggie, good job. Good job, everybody. I still contend that Bill Cosby and not Reggie. Hey, maybe he just wanted some pudding. LSD. Well, if it was on LSD, it would have been 72. That's what you needed to enjoy 72. 1973, cards released in series. You could buy the first, second, third, fourth, fifth series box. It's atrocious. That's unnecessary at that point. Moi, chef's kiss. It's a masterpiece. Now, you see, Dan, I don't even have a 73 in my collection at this point. I might just have to buy this fucking Reggie Jackson just on principle, just to make
I
a
have
point.
one. I have one because I collect all the Reggies.
It's right, Dylan. It's right.
Hockey only had 2 series, so
It's okay, Dylan. I'm going to thumbs
When
down.
I'm picking up the 72. You gotta thumbs up.
Listen,
Plus,
I'm gonna help Dylan with this. I'm gonna thumbs down 72 straight videos in honor of the worst set of all time.
Oh, I don't know if you know. Do you know who Jim Faulkner is? Jim.
I am familiar. I've heard of Jim Faulkner.
Tremendously nice guy, really, really nice guy. But he has done a series of videos on the 1972 set, 10 cards at a time, which means he's into like the 70th
God.
video.
Okay, sure. Okay,
I found your new favorite channel.
I was gonna say. There you go.
How many have you watched, Dan?
I've watched a few. I actually told Jim. I said we kind of find it funny that you're still doing 72. And he's like, Dan, I got to do it. I got
Keeps
to
me
finish
busy. Hey, you like it, you like it. What are you gonna do? Can't tell anybody what they like.
Listen, I'm not going to judge anybody to have the set. Going back to what we talked about before, Dan. I'm familiar with what a lot of these cards look like from memory because I used to kind of number one, I collected a lot of the sets. Number two, I had the first price guide I ever had that got me into paying attention to some of what the vintage was a picture guide, and it had good images. And when you can see the images, you can go. So when you want to aspire or look at some of these, like I said, so that's why I said I've collected vintage for many years. A lot of the stuff doesn't interest me, but I'm familiar with it. I know what it looks like. I know kind of what I've collected cards in the series. So if you're educated on it, then you can decide whether you like it or not like it. And whatever your choice is personal preference.
So that
Please,
Reggie
just let
card,
you know.
who
Did you
could
pull up
pay for
Luis
a
Alvarado?
PSA 10 on a Reggie card? Oh, that would be kill
Yeah.
you.
Second here. So you said Alvarado. This is 73 as well?
Luis Alvarado, 1973.
Oh, okay. So tops.
Alvarado. Eric knows.
I know nothing.
I think that's it.
You're saying you know nothing?
I know nothing.
That's right. All right. So I think I got the right one here.
Yeah.
It's an action shot. Action shot.
Look at this card. Alan's right.
I like the
This is
parking
Major
lot
League
shot.
Baseball. First of
Can
all,
I go
he's
back
wearing
in
like a
time and buy these
softball
cars?
uniform.
That's
Look at
gotta
the
be
number.
spring training, right? Come on.
He's wearing the softball uniform, and then the fence behind them is like, it looks like a prison fence. And then there's all these cars. And they're not on grass. They're on, like, there's no grass. It's all dirt. This is one of the worst cards ever. I love it.
It's a valid point. I played on a few little league fields that were like that.
I think my little league field was better than that.
It's definitely something. I still like the Jim Brown card with the car in the background. It's one of the Philadelphia. I think I used that as a silly card of the week, Eric. I think it was a Jim Brown, and it was one of the Philadelphia cards. It had the car in the background.
Now
Yeah.
you got another silly card of the week. You've never used that, Luis Alvarado. So, Eric, you got another one.
All right.
That's right.
I'll steal it. I get no problem stealing your cards. You know that.
That's true.
You have a court order that tells you can't.
That's right.
And I haven't since I received the court order, but there has to be a statute of limitations. Come on.
Statute.
Look at Eric trying to cite legal terms.
The statute of limitation has to do with this statute.
It's
Not a
not a
court order.
statue.
No, Eric literally thinks it's a statue, Dan. An actual statue.
Yeah, the statute's limited. It can't go anywhere, right? It's like
Got no
it's a
arms, no
concrete.
legs.
Oh my God, there's some Reggie Jackson 73s and KSA slabs. Oh my God.
All right, that's got to be your 73. You got
Need.
and it's trimmed.
I can only hope so. Looks like a seafood movie is actually made. As we are fully aware, based on the Chosen Rose and PC, I am not above doing these kinds of things, Dan. For those reasons, all I need is a valid excuse, just one. So there you go. I gotta say, Dan, this might be the show with the most cards per capita, because even as we were talking at various times, Yannick was showing cards. So there's a lot of cards shown.
Dude, it's
I've been sorting cards all night.
MVP
true.
season playoff movie.
Yeah, Reggie, his 1973 card is one of the worst baseball cards ever made, and he was the MVP that year.
All I heard was one of the greatest cards ever made. That's all I heard. I'm not sure what you said, but I heard greatest cards ever made. Without even thinking, that was like immediately. This is the card that I must bring up. This is the card that we have to show.
And the backstory on that is that in the 1972 playoffs, Reggie Jackson broke his leg while stealing home and missed the World Series, and then came back the following year and won the MVP.
Nice.
I don't have any 1991 cards. Sorry.
So so what Laura is referring to is there was an interesting quirk, because in Upper Deck cards in the early 90s, a couple of years, the little hologram that's on the back of it, they would accidentally use the wrong hologram So you would wind up with these different variants. For my Mike Modano collection, there's a couple of the Looney Tunes hologram cards that I actually need for my collection. They're not rare per se, they're obscure because there's a very specific image in the hologram. So it's one of those things like it's there, it exists, but you got to know what you're looking for, and or the dealer has to have actually looked at it to be able to identify it correctly. So, if you have it in hand, you can figure it out. But if you don't, you have no idea what you're looking at.
Yeah.
It would just get mixed in with all the rest of them and you'd have no clue. Eric isn't playing with his cards. His cardboard hole finally ran out. I think Eric's been watching Emmanuel in Space reruns the whole time on his phone.
There's your favorite mug, the Chicago Blackhawks, Bobby Orr.
There's a lot of hockey on tonight. Oh, God, no.
Yes. Bobby, name your price. Eric's credit card is limitless.
Oh, my God, that can't be real.
It's real. Is it really real or what?
No, it's not real.
And look at it. It's got his stats on the back too and everything.
That's even better.
It says Chicago right there, 75.
There's no back on a mug. It's just
Injured
circle.
for the year, 76, 77 Chicago Blackhawks.
No.
Injured for the year.
There we go.
Eric needs that one.
That's what I'm talking about.
I've never seen
Bobby
that.
Holland is correct too.
Eric needs
I'm
that
sorry,
one.
Bobby Orr.
Yeah.
I like this one.
Bobby Orr.
Oh, I know who gave you that guy.
I know somebody who may have hooked me up with this.
That's a great fella who actually gave you this. Like,
Well, Yannick, do you think, though, that great fella should feel bad about giving Eric a counterfeit? Bobby's showing the real deal.
nah, it's
From the real team he
deal,
played for.
but yeah, I know.
true,
Okay, it's the counterfeit then.
So who produced it, Bobby?
Well, it's a federal glass, so
All right.
it's really there's no production. It was sold in stores. So what Federal Glass would do is somebody would go in, order, 5,000, then they distribute them all over. You could buy them anywhere. This one is actually specific. This one came from Bobby Orr's Orr and Mike Walton, their sports camp. So you could only buy these in 1977, in the summer of 77 at Bobby Orr's camp. It was very exclusive to that. That's why it's a very tough one to find.
You have to be a special kid.
Oh,
Well, you had to love Chicago and Mr. Orr.
Well, there is only Chicago or there is no other.
we know.
my God. I'm gonna be sick.
Amazing. Sensational. We've learned so much tonight.
Yeah.
Oh, you want me to bring the other Orr stuff out? I got tons.
Ooh, amazing.
But no
Go to the
one's coming.
Chicago.
No one's coming to the show, so
There you go. Magnuson to Orr.
That's not funny.
It's pretty good.
No,
I like it.
That is so funny.
Mm-hmm.
poor Keith Magnuson died in a DUI crash.
Driven by who?
We can drive then. Like, don't do the Pelle Lindbergh.
St. Louis Blues former player Rob Ramage.
Yeah. He ramaged all right.
Yep, they were coming back from some type of hockey event, and they were all hammered and crashed the car, and Keith Magnuson died.
Shit happens.
It was really ghostly. It was so
Wow.
Hold on. Yannick from the top rope, just dropping the elbow straight down.
Boy, we're getting some good ones
Randy
tonight.
Savage, like elbow drop.
Yeah.
Yannick was literally like, hold on. Da, 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 da.
Tim Horton died because of a DUI crash.
Hey man, don't drink and drive.
That's right.
Well, he was driving a little Carmen Ghia. Like,
Should I say from my experience, if you do so, don't fucking crash and die.
Yeah, you loser. Don't crash and die.
Yeah, like
Sucker.
seriously. Now I don't do it anymore because it's fucking 30 years ago.
there you go.
Dylan says Yannick winner, baby. That's right. Hard to argue.
That's right.
Yeah.
Peace out.
And although Terry Sawchuk was not driving, He died due to drunkenness in a fight at a New York Rangers
House party.
team party because of the alcohols and the aggressions, and he got his ass kicked and he died on the front steps.
Front lawn, actually.
Yeah.
It's a little off.
Thank God there was no camera then.
No, there would have been. I'm sure there would have been people.
Can you imagine, Eric?
Watching.
All
How
the
do you bring
things
thank
you've
God
done-
into that one? I don't get it.
All the
Anyways.
things you've done,
I
Eric.
just
there
walked
was
into the room to hear
cameras around.
Eric talking about death.
Again.
Everybody- oh, you missed the best one, Dan. Oh, Yannick had the. Whew.
Yeah, Yannick dropped Eric. Eric was not ready. He got body slammed and then elbows dropped right on top of him by Yannick from
That
the top
was so
rope.
good.
Andy,
We'll have to
Macho
clip
and
that one
Savage,
out.
elbow drop, third rope.
It was. Oh, it was
It
so good.
happens.
Oh, getting some
Eric
good
was
ones
sitting
tonight.
there trying to get himself. It's like, oh man, let me talk about death again. That'll distract him. And then Yannick's like,
It happens.
boom, just dropped him.
And it was in the background, so it was very ghostly. You know?
It was like off in the distance. It wasn't even like it was.
And there was an echo to it almost.
It wasn't even the main focus.
Oh my God, it was so funny.
Beautiful thing. Stug is right. And Rock Latex here. We need a YouTube show that Yannick comment. Listen, man.
Mm.
I might have to see if I can pull that one.
Shit happens.
Some more recent. There you go.
Oh, he's got some Yankees. He's got some Aaron Judge. There you go.
The judge.
One is like the bazooka, and then the other one's the heritage, right?
It's in Eric's favorite case.
Yeah.
He's got the BGS.
Beautiful. And they're all, they're all quad 9.5s. Every single one of them.
So actually, Yannick, since you brought it up, I figure I'll have a little fun with this. I did have it saved just in case, but since you kind of gave an opening to it, I can share something here. So let's go here. I can share this.
The
So
judges.
at the Expo, Eric's favorite, Beckett, is going to be there, of course. We showed it on the map, but they're going to do on-site grading as it always is. But speaking of Eric's favorite and their consistent efforts to consistently never get it right. So here it is, Beckett X Sports Card Expo. They're going to do on-site grading. Okay. Now here's the cool part. So Dan, I don't know if you can see it. It says $125 and it says 5 card limit per submission. So number one, it's Beckett. Number two, it's $125. That's fine. Now, Dan,
And that they're putting
this-
a 5-card limit is funny.
Here's the thing, but here's the key, Bobby. The $125 that you see on there,
hmm
this is X Sports Card Expo. This is for the Canadian show.
Yes.
The $125 is US.
No.
In the brackets, they put Canadian dollars. I'm like, 95% of the people that are going to give you money are going to be Canadian. Why would you just make the big one the Canadian
It
dollars?
sounds better.
We don't math.
It's not going to work.
It sounds
Literally,
better,
as soon
though.
as they walk over, they go $125. No, 173. Wait, what?
Yeah. Sorry, Charlie.
All the prices are in US dollars with the Canadian in brackets underneath in very tiny writing. A post for a
Oh.
Canadian show.
I have some Juan Soto. I'll show you that one. That I want.
Hang on for 1 second, Yannick. Hang on for 1 second. By the way, this is my favorite of all the stuff. So the on-site grading is overpriced. The raw card review, overpriced, all overpriced trash. My personal favorite. There is a Beckett pristine snapback hat. Only $62 Canadian.
How much?
How much?
$62 for a snapback.
$62 for a fucking hat?
Don't you get that?
It's
Don't you get that
Canadian.
one
It's 20
for
bucks
free?
to you.
Oh yeah.
No, Bobby. It's
Hey.
45 to him because they're charging
No.
45 US for it.
I know. Oh,
Don't
yeah.
you get
There
that
you go.
one for free on Saturdays?
$45 for a Beckett hat? Jesus.
Not only a Beckett hat, a Beckett snapback. As a
There you
person
can
who
get that one for free on
as a
Saturdays.
person who collects hats, Dan, there's a difference between a snapback and a fitted. If you
There
want
you
to
go.
charge more money, you charge
Oh,
for a
yeah.
fitted
Yeah.
hat.
How
Yeah.
A
much?
snapback is literally the cheapest version you can get. Literally the cheapest.
Yeah.
But it's just for bad hair days.
I'm willing to sell this Beckett hat for $50.
Yes.
All right, so Yannick,
Not
what was
this
the
price.
what was the soda you were talking about? Sorry, can you repeat? I need to make sure I covered the Beckett thing. So what was the soda thing you were talking about?
He's got the Gillette there.
The Beckett. I thought the hat comes for free on Saturdays with Eric.
Well, that's a different conversation.
Maybe.
So Yannick, what's the soda thing you were talking about?
He had
What
one
was the soda?
soda.
Autograph soda.
Oh, that's an autograph.
He's looking around and he's got it in the other. This show is doing too much.
Oh, that's the holiday one. Yeah.
Here's the Christmas
He's
special.
going, I don't know. Where's the one soda? Boom.
There you go. Well, Yannick's got a good mix of stuff. That's all right.
Oh, yeah. He's going to have.
Here's the classics. There you go.
We're splitting
Yeah,
the
you got the
booth. We got
2018s.
some big stuff happening.
Yeah. Zach says, Eric, are you on drugs? Well, yes, always.
Oh,
You look kind of asleep. Well, that's separate from that.
I
Live stream
had-
just has a few good hours left. Yes.
I had a pretty good ride today just before the show. So I'm
And then a bike ride too.
and then a bike ride. Yeah.
Worse was Konstantinov. Agasaganov getting paralyzed early, fatal. Renting a limo to get safe from home, golf finding a limo crash.
Yeah,
There you
that's horrible.
Yeah, that's what happens.
And
So I
Yannick
got-
says, shit happens.
He sure does.
Shit happens.
It does. Why don't you tell
Or the one I was told all the time. Sucks to be you, man.
or.
Look, Bobby, it's probably more than I want to pay for it, but I got to be honest, the existence of that mug makes me want to buy it so badly.
It's got.
I don't care about the collecting value. I hope they made 1 million of them. I don't care. I want it just to hold it while Eric is looking. That's all I want it for.
Bobby, I will give you twice what Carlos is offering, so he doesn't get it.
Well, it
Wait.
is priced.
Hold on, Eric. Will you hold it to that? Are you prepared to
What's it
actually execute on that deal?
I can't see what it says.
I can't see what the price is. No, I can't see what the price guide is. I can't see what the price is, Bobby. Hold on. I can't see what the price is. Eric said he'll offer you double.
Looks like dinner's on me for 16 people. Fuck.
At Montana's.
You don't know
No,
what it
no.
says on that price tag, Eric.
Harvey's. Anyways. I
I want Eric to commit because if he
I
commit,
know
I'll
he's
throw
not going
out there.
to. He's
Eric's like, is this wise?
he's zipped.
How much? Basically, what Eric is trying to figure out is what we were talking about earlier tonight. How much money is Carlos willing to throw away to make sure that Eric has to throw it away?
Yeah.
And you might be surprised.
No.
The answer may surprise you. The answer may surprise you. Stu says, did one of the Plager brothers get hurt and the other brothers would charge other kids $1 to open the living room curtain and view the injured brother? That is oddly specific, and I don't know. I'm not sure your reference.
I haven't
That's
heard
interesting.
that one.
Barkley, Bob, or
That's
the
a
other one?
great story, but I haven't heard that one. That's
Hmm.
awesome.
Interesting. Very interesting. All right.
they were rough guys, so rough and tumbles.
My
Makes
favorite,
sense.
my favorite crazy hockey story is Phil Esposito was getting his knee operated on at Mass General, and he's in bed. He's got his his leg in some type of cast and stuff, and it's all hung up. You know how they used to do that. Got the leg all hung up in the air and everything, right in the bed. And Bobby Orr and Derek Sanderson and a couple of the other guys dressed. If I remember correctly, the story was they dressed up like nurses. Actually back then they didn't have male nurses. They dressed up like doctors. Went into Mass General, grabbed the bed which was on rollers, and took him down the elevator and tried to get him out the front door.
Oh, I heard this story. Yeah.
So, but the thing was, there was things at the front door to stop the beds from going outside. So these handful of Bruins destroyed this thing, got the bed out, rolled Phil Esposito down the street to the local bar, pushed the bed right into the bar, right up to the bar, and the Bruins sat there and just drank like animals all night long. And then when they were done, brought them back to the hospital.
That's a great story. I question getting the hospital bed through any door, but anyways,
That's the story.
That's like sleeping double in a single bed. It doesn't work. It's a good song though, but just saying.
That is the story. That is the lore.
Stories are stories.
Yeah, and
What are you gonna do?
they broke everything to get the bed out and just right down one of the main streets in Boston to the local bar, pushed it right into the bar and right
So
up.
that's
to
where the
bar.
story falls apart. So, but yeah, otherwise, great story.
Well, it's a great story, but who knows if it's
Well,
true.
that's the beauty of it, Bobby. Like when it comes down to it, that was always the joke with Hulk Hogan back in the day, because he would take interviews and he would talk about WrestleMania 3. And every single time he would talk about WrestleMania 3, Andre the Giant was heavier and the amount of people in the arena was bigger.
Yeah.
500-600 pounds.
By the
93
time he was done, the last time he told the story before he died, Andre the Giant was 450 tons and there were 14.8 billion people watching.
I think so.
At
And
least.
it just kept going up every year. The number just kept increasing. And it's like, you understand there aren't that many people on the planet Earth. No, that's how many people. Watch me power slam Andre.
Just embellishment. What can you do,
Brother.
brother?
Try and find a group of buddies that would do that for you. Listen, we're prepared to commit to taking Eric out of the hospital on the bed and rolling him down the street.
Right into a tree.
Well, I'm going to attach a GoPro first, but yes, that is correct. I'm
Well,
prepared to commit to it.
Interesting discussion if you want to get into it. A little something quickly.
Go ahead.
I contacted PSA and I asked them about, the registry.
Why everything they do is wrong? Boston Cardinal.
No,
Go on.
it was quite. Yes, I'm trying to replace him.
Please.
I asked them about the weight of a card. I was wondering, how they determine it. So they gave me this
Okay.
mathematical Joe Orlando thing. I said, okay,
Okay.
that's fine. And this card, I mentioned, I said, if this card has a weight of 2, why does it outsell the Howie Morenz? Was
Okay,
top
so
card?
sorry. Let me make a clarification just so we're all on the same page. You're talking about the weight on the set registry.
Yes, of course.
Okay, go on.
Yes.
Please continue.
So this is a weighted 2. I
Yeah.
think that PSA 2 just went for $27,000. So,
Yep.
Howie Morenz doesn't touch it, but Howie Morenz is the weight of 10. So what they said that if they up this weight to, because it should be a 9 or something, then it would drop the Howie Morenz down to like a 3. And I said, there's something about an inanimate card that really shouldn't be a part of the or have its own section of the registry. It should be because it can't make the Hall of Fame, although it is the Hall of Fame. But I mean, these cards can't be in that same classification. They don't go on to make the Hall of Fame. They don't go on to win scoring titles. They don't go on anything else beyond what it is. So it really needs a new classification. So I finally sent them back because they communicated a couple times. I talked to some of the other bigger people there. They got CC'd and what have you. So I'm just going to wait to hear back from them because the last one I gave them was a pretty good rundown of what I believe needs to be done. And, albeit there's not many cards like this out there. So the registry screws anybody who wants to buy this. Like, why would you want to buy this card if it's only a 2 in weight? But it cost you, this one will cost you what said $65,000. So what are you going to do? Pay $65,000 to add it to your set for a weight of 2? Nobody's going to buy it at that point, right?
Mhm.
You should
Okay,
be saying
so-
the other way around. You should be saying people should be buying this and then put a stamp on it and put it at your table.
Oh, the mic. This is going at my table.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Okay, so here's a thought based on what Bobby's talking about.
Sure.
So the whole waiting thing, the set registry could be its own discussion, but let's refrain from that for a moment. But for the sake of this
let me
conversation,
cue you up first.
go ahead.
They said when Joe Orlando left, he did a weight thing across the board, and they haven't changed it since. So that's been 15 years?
Sure.
So go ahead.
Yeah. So my thought has always been, and by the way,
You want to
I
know the
haven't-
rundown of how they break it down? I can.
if
find
you
it.
can give a quick high level one, that would be fine.
Yeah, it'll just be quick. I'll just find the email here.
Okay. So I'll be after Bobby finds the email. So my thought, Dan. So this is a separate conversation. A lot of people don't care about the set registry, don't participate in it. That's fine. That's not the point of this conversation. My thought was always, when it came to that, when I go look at a set and you see the different, when they're talking about weights, they're talking about different cards that have, more effect on the overall score that you get for the registry.
Right.
My thought process always was that the weight should be based on which cards are either more difficult, more desirable, they're more impactful on the overall, or maybe in specific in certain cards, more condition sensitive. So if you're trying to get a set registry in a certain grade, and a certain card is very difficult to get in a high grade, it should have a higher grade. It doesn't matter who the person is. It doesn't matter what the card is. That just, if you want to get a nice high-end version of this set, that card is particularly difficult to find in the higher grade.
Well, they have pop information in their system. They don't.
They do.
Yeah, so they could use that.
Yeah, I think Bobby's point though is that they don't make adjustments, or based on now years and years of data, all these cards have been graded.
Yes,
you could adjust it based on new information as you become more clear on, like, hey, you know what? Actually, it turns out, especially if you get a find, like the Black Swamp find, Dan. Remember that one, the Black Swamp? A lot of those cards were pretty high grade. A lot of those pretty high grade. Therefore, it would change the ratios. It would make certain cards more available, and maybe it would change the way these should rank in terms of that.
It certainly changed the value of the cards because now the pop is much greater, and a lot of these cards, the high grades, knock down the value of the lower grades.
Exactly. So from that perspective, then it would also tell you, hey, maybe some of these that had a higher rating, maybe you'd say, actually, those are actually more available than we thought, because it turns out actually there are a fair number of them now, and you can get them in decent grade and it's fine. So maybe it shouldn't be as difficult, quote unquote. So therefore a different score.
Right.
And it only really matters to the set registry guys, because obviously to the rank and file person, they're just going to look at the card itself and say, do I want the card? How much is the card worth to me? Blah, blah, blah. And then make their choice based on that. But for the set registry guys, that weighting does matter, because it impacts how aggressively they want to pursue certain cards, because it'll impact their set more.
Yep.
Exactly.
So that's what wanted to give that background. Yeah.
Definitely
so just give that background so we can understand it. So I agree. So Bobby, whenever you're ready, you can tell. I'll read a couple comments in the meantime, but when you're ready, you just can say something.
Sure.
Brendan Ryan says it's Turner's baby now. Yes. As the hobby, Rob Starr here says, the hobby evolves and new info is discovered. The weight should adjust accordingly. They're just too lazy. Yes. So I think we can touch on this while Bobby's looking up his stuff. That kind of plays into when I get a chance to talk to Teapot, and actually what I'd like to do, if anybody checks us out on replay, I'd like to offer something. I'm going to give you guys real basic outline of kind of what I want to talk to Teapot about. And if there is something you would like to ask or in that vein, and I can certainly broach it and we can make it part of the discussion. So just to explain, it's going to be a follow-up conversation on the whole thing that happened with him and his conversation with the PSA representative there about that 90s essential credential. But I'm not super worried about the card individually. What I'm mostly interested in, and part of what I want to talk about, I want to talk about his impression about the engagement he had, the conversation he had. Obviously, they recorded a chunk of it, but I'm sure they at least chatted a little bit offline before and after. I gave
probably email exchanges also.
Exactly. But I did a whole breakdown on my channel where I literally watched that video and then broke it down. Part of that was me talking about the left hand not knowing what the right hand is doing, that theme I talked about earlier tonight. The thing is, these are companies. They employ these people. And I think there's a disconnect. There's a separation. And I didn't get a chance to talk about it earlier tonight, but I touched on it a little bit here and there. People don't seem to understand these companies run as companies, which is fine. They hire these people and they ask them to do certain things, but then the coordination isn't necessarily there. These different divisions are not actually coordinating. So somebody will do something and then it'll undermine what this other person's doing. But then you, Dan, will be in charge of this other department. And your job is just to fix what's going on with you. But this other guy, your counterpart over here, is actually making your life harder. There's no coordination. There's no cohesive plan. So you could all individually be trying to do the best job you can, but it all falls apart. It breaks down. It's like a team. If you're operating as a team, then everybody has a role and everybody's role complements what everybody else is doing. But if you're not, if you're only focused on your team and this other person is only focused on their team and you're working in contrast to each other, you can completely screw each other over and over again. And the consumer is the one who gets the brunt of it because, well, why isn't the first person talking to the second person? Because they don't talk.
Yeah.
So you sent the guy whose job was to answer questions and you didn't equip him with the ability to answer the questions he was going to be asked.
Yeah. And I mean, And you said this before, I think, or we've discussed this, that this wasn't the right person to send. The right person to
Correct.
send was Ryan Hoge or somebody, with a little more, with a higher
With the
up.
ability to make the statement, with the ability to make the statement definitively, not like a half statement, like, no, this is what it is, and this is our word from the top.
And they didn't prepare the guy either. I mean, he repeated himself. He said the word expert like 8 times, and to come up with this act of God for the one reason why the guy wasn't there that one day, but then they slabbed it up anyway. I mean, like, the whole thing just reeked of really incompetence. And obviously Teapot's not going to say that. He's going to be way more, political. Yeah, exactly. But I'd be interested to know what the act of God was. Did the guy did he have a tummy ache, or was he hungover, or did he have to go to his his daughter's ballet recital? I mean,
I heard a rumor, and it's only a rumor.
Minds want to know.
I heard a rumor, Dan. It's only a rumor. I
comes.
heard the dude was out at the pub the night before, and he was 3 Guinness to the wind with 1 Eric Wade.
Well, if they had been able to get him that jacket that Eric's wearing, then it all would have magically gotten better.
I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying.
Do you not like it? Is it, Dan, do you have a problem with my jacket? Do you not like it?
No, the jacket has been really good for you tonight. I like it for you.
I like it for you. I like speaking of backhanded compliments.
Jacket.
Okay, so real quick, just so we don't get off kilter here for a second. So
Sure.
I'd like to tell a story, because some of my past work history is actually useful for this, and actually plays into this conversation. So I'll give you this story. So as part of that call center job that I've mentioned before, I'll talk about a different aspect of it. My job, amongst other things, I started off in customer service, and you'll understand why this actually plays into the PSA thing. I promise it'll connect. I started off in customer service. I did that only briefly, because I had an aptitude for the technical side of it. They said, hey, would you like to do the technical side? I said, yes. So within a couple of months, I started doing tech support. That became my job. Part of tech support also was that I would handle escalations. Believe it or not, I actually was very good at it. But this is the point I want to make here. When you handle escalations, and this is to the PSA point, and it also plays in the Boston Car Hunter video, so I promise it's all interconnected here. Part of doing escalations, Dan, means that if a customer needed, if our solution to your problem was, oh, no, you have been wronged, you should get, HBO for free for the next 3 months, to make it right, I'm going to do this for you, etc., blah, 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 as an example, whatever the case may be, depending on your situation. I actually had the ability and the authority as the person dealing with the case to be able to make the call and say, no, I'm looking at Dan's history. He's called in. He's had this issue. He's had that issue. Dan, what I'm going to do is I'm going to send you a receiver. I'm going to give you the HBO for free, whatever. Are you happy with that? Yes, I'm happy with that. Great. And then I'm the one who gets it done. I punch in the codes. I do all the stuff. I am empowered to be able to make the call on the call, and whatever I say goes. And then I put the notes on your account and all that stuff. Okay. So the next person that reads it, when you go and look it up, if you try to scam us and say, oh, but they gave me nothing, you can actually look up and see my notes. And you can also see exactly what I did, because all the information will be on the account. Okay. Right. That's why I say this will come into play here in a second. This story does have a point. The other piece of the puzzle. Here's the funny part. I left that job 13 years ago. This is now over a decade ago. We were using a cable system. So we were actually a satellite company, but we were using a system for the cable side. And the cable side, it was like DOS. If any of you remember DOS,
Yes.
It was text-based.
All right.
God, it was horrible.
It was very basic. DOS or Linux. Pick your favorite. It was text-based. But here's the funny thing, Dan. Even though it was old, it worked. It was solid. It was robust. I could look up your account within about 20 seconds, immediately see your history, see what packages you had, see what receivers you had, see the serial numbers you received. I could send pings to your receiver. It actually did everything we needed to do, even though it was old. Okay? It was an old system, but it still worked. And I could get all the information, and I could leave detailed notes so that somebody else could look it up. The reason I'm bringing this up, you could get all this information. So if it's my job to then deal with your situation, I can go back to your history. If you're calling me all the time, trying to ask for discounts and whatever, I can see the history of you doing that, and then I can act accordingly. Or if you're a great customer, you've never been a problem, And now suddenly you got a problem. Well, Dan, I'm more inclined to do more things for you to try to make it right and make you happy with whatever the situation is. But the point is, I'm empowered to do that. I don't have to ask 47 people. I'm empowered to do it. That was at a satellite company. Now imagine a situation where suddenly I have to defer it to another department, who has to defer it to another department. And suddenly it's broken down this bureaucracy. Even though we had a very clear message and a clear conversation at the beginning, it breaks down.
Yep.
But you also don't have the information. So now that's what creates all these problems. This company gets bigger and bigger, but you lose the connect and you don't empower anybody to make the call. What does that have to do with what this conversation is? We sent the guy out to answer for the company and he doesn't have the answers to anything.
Yeah.
He wasn't the one involved in it. He's literally I just offshored it to another guy. What do you think is going to happen? The reason I brought this example up is I just gave you the example of the opposite. And by the way, I'm not going to pretend this company was run the best either. It wasn't. But Dan, they had this part figured out. They understood that they needed to empower me as the individual. Because I was the one doing the call, I was there connecting, talking to you directly. I could gauge the situation. I could figure out, is Dan trying to scam us? Or is there a legitimate problem that I need to resolve?
Because you had the information. And
correct.
And that's what this guy who came out didn't have when Teapot asked the questions, and that's a public face. I mean, you were just a guy on a phone. That's a public face on a well-watched channel. And they've put that guy out there to make statements for the company, and he doesn't have enough information,
Yep. And that's why I keep looking at it going, that's why I've said it jokingly, but I'm serious. That's where they need the vice president of common sense, because there's nobody there to say, hey guys, this makes no sense. You're making the problem worse. A tiny problem, a little brush fire becomes a blazing inferno because you don't put it out at the beginning. You don't resolve it on the spot. Even though, Dan, it wasn't public facing, because I resolved so many of these issues, they did not become issues down the road. We didn't compound the problem and then let it keep festering so that the person's calling it back again in a month, 2 months, 3 months. We fixed the problem at the point of impact, at the point when it first became an issue, and that took care of them. And they were good to go. We can move on to the next people. We don't have to keep dealing with the same problem because this person keeps having to come back because we didn't fix it the first time. These companies aren't doing that. They're not.
Why? I mean, why? What's the question is why? Like that type of system that you're describing that you worked for, it's not uncommon. I mean, anytime you deal with service people, they'll read you back. Shit. They'll say, oh, you called like yesterday, right? Yeah. And this is what I said. And they'll confirm that. Like they have the information in front of them. Why does PSA not have that?
Because you have a bunch of guys, and this is my opinion, you have a bunch of guys who are smart in what they've done, but they think they're smarter than they are. They think they can automate it. They think they can switch it off. They don't actually want to hire anybody to do that specific thing because they're looking at scale. And by the way, at the company I was talking about, we had 900,000 customers. We were dealing with scale then. But the reality was they had already figured out a long time ago that it's a lot easier to, instead of me having to ask 14 supervisors to sign off on this, they're like, look, we'll just give you the codes. We'll give you the information you need. But, and this was the key, Dan, you better be able to justify everything you're doing, because if after the fact you gave away too much or there was a problem, it's your ass. So it was on me to make sure that I did it correctly and that I didn't give too much or that I did it appropriate. I needed to be able to justify every move I made.
You were also providing a sort of a static service, whereas PSA is a service that kind of, could go is up in the air 9 times out of 10. Like they're making judgment calls, literally like thousands of them every day. And it's what channel is on. That a lot of that shit is automated, and a lot of it is just the same. But like they're making a lot of judgments, and they don't have the right people to make those judgments. And a lot of it has to do with like they're too big, too fast, and they've got all these fancy new ideas about like vaults and buybacks and all this other stuff. Like just do the job that we paid you to do. Like correctly. That's what we want. Before you do all this other stuff, do the one thing right first. But
that's the point, though, is that they're so excited about all these other things. I guarantee you, there is a skunkworks team at PSA and Collectors right now working on new stuff for the app. And by the way, that stuff for the app will probably be pretty cool once it rolls out in about 6 to 9 months. The problem is you're not resolving my issue today. You're not resolving my issue with the backlog. You're not resolving my issue with turnaround. You're not resolving my issue with clerical errors that create problems. You're not resolving my issue with not answering certain things in a timely way that resolves it now, so I don't have to hear from you again. You're not doing those things, but instead, I've got 10 people right now who are being paid well to work on this new thing for the app, which, again, in 9 or 10 months will be really cool, but it won't help me today. It's not going to help me at all.
Yeah,
So
I mean, you gotta get the nuts and bolts right before you start flying high. But whatever. I mean, I feel like it's going to be a good interview because I think that you guys had a good rapport last time, and I think you will again, especially since you're prepared, to ask these questions.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people won't bother to, because I've got a completely different angle, because I've been inside the belly of a beast of a company that's a lot. What you were talking about is true, but it wasn't static at all. Because sometimes if your channel's not working, Dan, is it because the channel's not working? Is it because your receiver's not working? Is it because something's gone wrong with the equipment? Or is it because, and by the way, this happened once, the satellite is turned in the wrong direction? We had 2 satellites, and one of them got flipped.
I don't mean your particular job, like the tech, figuring out what the problem is never static, because there's always a number of different possibilities. I'm talking about the service itself. Like you're providing a television channel, let's say you're providing a set of channels, as opposed to PSA. They're doing something different like every day. They're making judgments every day. It's not the same thing every day, and so like. It's the service I'm talking about, not your service, but the service in general that the particular company is providing.
No, sure. But I'm saying, like, if somebody wants to argue the individual balls and strikes of a grade, that's a different conversation. But if I send you 10 cards and 3 of them are mislabeled, that's a mechanical thing. That should not be difficult. That should be like, oh, absolutely. Send it back. We'll get those mechanically corrected. We'll get the label updated. No problem. Done.
But that shit keeps happening. I mean, there was something today. Some guy lost like a $13,000 card. He thought it was the post office lost it, and then I guess whoever came on and said, "No, we lost it." It's like they're literally losing a $13,000 card. Like, get this shit right first. Get the nuts and bolts right first before you start doing all this other stuff. But hey, again, not my company, and So Boston Carter is going to shut them down with this boycott anyway. So
Indeed. Go ahead, Eric.
1 million cards a month, right? Plus.
Almost 2 now.
Okay, so close to 2 million a month. How many employees do they have in California?
1 million.
There's just not enough eyes. There's just not enough. Almost 2 million cards a month.
Everybody has 2 eyes, so 500,000.
And you got, what? Do you have 50 people that work there? I mean, I don't know. I mean, how many people work there?
100 graders. This is what they said, right?
Mistakes are going to happen, and
Well, I think though. So hold on. If I want to make sure that we're clear on this, so kind of Brandon Ryan's point. Here's the thing, Eric. What that is the case, that's true, but I'll go back to what I was talking about a few moments ago. The reason why I was able to make so much overtime at that job at the time that I worked there, Eric, we had 3-hour backlogs every day. And you would think, oh, well, we got 900,000 customers and we got a 24/7 call. It's 24/7, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I worked on Christmas. I worked on New Year's. For 2.5 years, I never ran out of overtime. The overtime never ran out because the calls kept coming day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year. I worked 12, 15 days straight, 12-hour days, and we barely put a dent in it. We were in a constant backlog for 2.5 years. I lived the backlog, permanent backlog. And here's the funny thing. A lot of the stuff that was there, though, was fixable. You have any idea how many times, even with that backlog, Eric, by simply fixing the problem once correctly, I eliminated you out of that queue tomorrow, the day after that. But the people that didn't, they chose not to do it. They chose to take the shortcut to get them off the phone just a little quicker. But the problem is they're going to call back tomorrow. And they're back on the backlog. And the next day and the next day and the next. You didn't fix the problem. You kicked the can down the road.
Yep.
You would have solved it if you had actually tried to solve it the first time. You would have actually gotten them out of the queue and therefore would have shrunk the queue just a little bit. And if everybody did 1 or 2 of those a day, that queue would have been 2.5 hours instead of 3, 2 hours instead of 3, 90 minutes instead of 3. And then it would have been just a smidge more manageable.
Well,
And instead they'd rather pay more overtime. And that's what actually happened.
Well, it just seems like they're having a difficult time handling what's coming through the door. And if things are getting misplaced, things might be getting stolen. The wait times are longer. The quality of the grading is getting worse because now the graders are getting pressured to move even faster than before, which was only 30 seconds at most. And now it's like get it done in less than 30 seconds. And I mean, it's I would hate to work there. I mean, do you guys really think about this? Is there anyone? I remember years ago, it was people like, that sounds like a really fun job. I'd love to work there. That'd be great. Work with cards, being in the industry. There's not enough money to have me be a grader at PSA. What a miserable day. First of all, the monotony is just ridiculous. And I mean, is there anything else more monotonous than grading cards all day? It's crazy.
I just want to put since Gold Hour is talking about this, it's actually more than that. Here it is. PSA in March was 700,000 sports. Pokemon is still the bulk, like right here. That's the total, 2.17.
All right, so 2.1 over 2 million.
1.47 is TCG, mostly Pokemon.
But who cares? Who cares what it is? It could be Barbie cards from the Barbie movie that was so popular.
Ooh, are you sending in Barbie cards?
Yes. The point is, there's over 2 million
Why is
cards.
he bringing up Barbie cards?
And
I'm a Barbie girl.
we know easy.
Eric's there.
Moon.
Eric's there. He knows.
So it's just, you could not pay me enough to sit there and grade cards. It must be a horrible, horrible job. Horrible. It might be fun for the first 3 hours.
I don't think it would ever be fun. What are you talking about?
It just after that,
Should be on that show, Dirty Jobs.
And stick it in my eye and give myself a lobotomy. What a horrible effing job.
Wow, Eric's offering to give himself a lobotomy. I like it. Peter right here says, you can't really complain about grading the way things are now without addressing the underlying issue of grading scale standards. Psh, there's no issue with grading scale standards. Grading scale standards are perfect.
Yeah.
Come on.
They've said it. Didn't they say it? The grading scale change is not. There's no change.
But I just want to ask.
That's not a problem. That's a feature, Dan. It's a feature.
So, how many people are watching this nonsense right now?
Well, actually, hold on, Eric. Believe it or not, we're actually close to our peak because we've actually come back up.
Okay, so what are we at?
Right now, it's 42. I got 42 in front of me.
We got 42 people watching this. Out of 40,
and they should all hit the like button so Eric pays.
Is there anyone of the 42 people that would truly want to be with the current situation, want to be a grader at PSA? I mean,
can't see their hands.
I'm asking a serious question.
You need to stare at the screen harder, Bobby.
Knowing what we know, is there anyone, 42 people watching this, is there anyone that would be like, no, I would love to be a grader at PSA, work there 5 days a week, 8 hours a day, and grade cards all day, every second, and someone going faster. Come on, we got to get these out. Hurry up. Why'd you take so long? That was 40 seconds. You have to get it done in 30 seconds. Is there any of the 42 people that sounds, I would love that job?
It's the side money. It's the side bucks.
Anyone? I want to wait. There's a couple, right? So, I mean, there's 42 people. Only 2 people said no. Sounds like a sweatshop. Exactly.
Sounds like 40 people are saying yes. They just don't want it because they don't want to be yelled at.
Next card.
All right, so real quick, I'll read a couple comments and then we'll talk about this. All right, so real quick, saying Hockey says, will the boycott work or be about as effective as Love Life boycott? It'll be about as effective as Eric's boycott on the like button. Dylan says, never, not for any amount of money. Fair enough. I grade my own cards in my own slabs and it's grueling, and I buy like 5 cards a month. Yes, sounds like a sweatshop. Everyone gets 10. Next card. That's right. So actually, this, jokes aside, the reason I gave that story, Eric, is because it is pertinent. It actually applies to this concept. There's a lot of parallels. So I'm not making stuff out of left field. I literally live this. The reason why I was good at the job is because I could handle going from thing to thing to thing, and I never let any of those things bother me. But a lot of people broke because it's pressure. You're constantly getting, it's constant. It never ends. You don't get a moment's peace. It's and everything was being monitored, and you had all the time. So I'm speaking from experience. I'm literally telling you the experience of it.
Right.
Nobody did it because they liked it. It was a job. And what happens is you go one of 2 ways. Actually one of 3 ways. Either A, you snap, which happened all the time. Turnover was huge. You snap. Number 2, you have the disposition where you can handle it. That's kind of my category. I was comfortable. I could do it. Or number 3, you handle it, but your way of handling it is not giving a shit. What's the path of least resistance? What is the quickest way I can get this off my plate? So Eric, the 30 seconds, the whatever, I need 4 seconds. 10, 9, 6, 5. Are you even looking? I'm looking up at the screen. 5, 6, 5, 3, 2, 1. Whatever. Next. Get it off my desk. Who cares?
I can't. And again, I don't grade. There's many reasons why I don't grade, and this is one of them. I don't trust the process. I don't believe in the process. I don't think the process is worth my time and money. But I know, plenty of people think differently than me. That's fine.
But I want to make a point to your point based on the comments. Based on this concept, though, I wouldn't want to do that job, Eric, if it was 1 card an hour. I could be given all the time in the world. I don't want to sit there and stare at cards all day just because, like, I don't need to do it. And we talked about it, and we had the card that Dan had the other day. I showed you guys that in 30 seconds, you can pick off a lot of stuff. Great. Like, it's not that hard. Now, you want to spend more time on it? We can find more things. You can really get into nuances of, like, Eric, I'm at that point, I'm bored already. Like, I want to move on to the next one just because.
I can't imagine the monotony. Horrible monotony.
Yeah, you want to look at your own cards for your own time? That's a different conversation, but you're doing it professionally at that point. You're doing it for a job. It's a job. A job is a job is a job. A card or a widget, it's the same. It's a job.
And it's pressure. It's fast-paced pressure with people walking behind you or monitoring your station or making constant counts of how many you've done. And
they're experts.
Yeah,
it's easy for them.
They are the experts. That is true.
They took a 20-minute training course and then thrown on a table because they're so far behind that they probably you know
too much about this, Eric.
They once did, maybe when the company was a little less busy.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, that's the reason why I gave that point. I said, even if you make it so you're not as under the gun to have to get through the material as much, it's still a boring job. It's not anything exciting. So it's like you go in there, you're there so you don't get fined. It's a job, just like any other job. You're punching in, punching out. That's really all you're doing. Brad Hero says, I would not.
Every other job, Carlos, for I would think, because just a quick example. All right, you talked about your past job. I was a drug and alcohol counselor. I loved my job. Okay.
Your clients didn't.
No, they actually did like me. All right. But I loved my job. I never had a bad day. I enjoyed going to work every single day. I loved it for all the years that I did it.
Shit happens. Okay.
How in the world are you liking? How is the normal average person? Again, maybe there's still 42 people. Is anyone thinking you're going to go and like that job and kind of have satisfaction in it and say, I did something today? And I mean, you're getting nothing out of it but a paycheck. There are plenty of careers out there that people can go and do and love what they do.
So who's going to grade the cards then? Who's going to put the widgets together then?
Whoever needs a job.
Whoever wants the
But
job.
there's so many better jobs out there.
There's
Are there?
Supposedly, yes.
That's the gag, is that the people weren't doing those jobs because they want. That's why I always laugh. I go, I've done retail and I've done call centers. These are two jobs that most people don't want.
Nope, never did.
And
Thank you.
and yet they continue to exist, which is to say there are a lot of people who either can't or won't get a job that's different from that because it's not available, or they can't get that other job. A lot of people are still stuck. A lot of people, that call center still exists, Bobby.
Mhm.
I could go walk to it right now. It'd take me a couple of minutes. I could walk over to that office, and there's still some people. I guarantee you there's still some people that are there from the last time I was there. And I left 13 years ago.
There you go.
And some of them are still doing that job. And they're capable, but the point is they figured out enough shortcuts to be able to get the job done and get to the end of the shift. And that's what they're doing. They're just getting to the end of the shift, however they need to. Laura says, "What's your satisfaction in doing that job?" I don't think you'd have a ton of satisfaction, and that's why I said, like. So I guess my question would be. So here's my question, in that sense, like, and it's kind of a rhetorical question. We really don't have an answer, but here would be the question:
Paycheck.
is it worse to have the person who cares but eventually breaks under the pressure, or the person who can do it all day long because they don't give a shit and they just get the grade out the door?
Mm-hmm.
One will result in you getting some good grades for a while until the person breaks and then they're gone. And the other one, the cards got out the door, helps with the backlog, but it's done. Like, you get what you get. Because at the end of the day, they don't care what the result is. Oh, but it was graded wrong. Okay, fine. Send it back in. Whatever. Next. What's next on the pile?
In the spirit of grading, let me get through this here because I've been holding the phone up for the last 15 minutes. Anyways, getting back into the weight.
My most recent SGC submission, all the grades were correct.
Oh, so you think?
Took them 3 months, but
So it says here, Joe Orlando provided the weights for that checklist in 2006 and all the other weights throughout the registry at that time. Weights are on a 1 to 10 scale based on a PSA 8 estimate value in the PSA price guide or any other listed price guide that they go by. We refer to any legitimate price guide, which is fine. Once the value is determined, divided by the lowest value in the set. If the value is lower than 5, it still remains $5. The weight is assigned according to the score. It says a quick review of the PSA price guide shows the updating the weights would reduce most of the current weights. For example, the Stanley Cup card is a weight of 3. Updating the checklist would result in a 1.5 weight. The highest weighted item would be the High Marines, currently weighted at a 10, would become a 4. So that's interesting, isn't it? How they determine the weights and what happens when you add something else that should be weighted higher, but it reduces everything and compromises the whole system, which isn't really sort of fair. So. But then again, this card gets more money than the Howie Morantz. So how do you determine that? How can you level the weight field on something that's an inanimate card that can't make the Hall of Fame, that can't play, that can't move on to different other things? It becomes a separate subject, I guess, at that point.
Well, based on your question, based on your statement, though, would changing the weight actually change the price?
Yes.
Because you still need to finish the set, so you still need the card no matter what. To do the set register, you need the card whether the weight is 1, whether it's 100, whether it's 5,000.
True enough. Understood.
Yeah. To do the set, you still need
positioning. It's not about finishing the set for most of the guys, right?
Well, but I'm saying in order to be up on the set registry, you do still need to finish the set, though. You still do need that card. It has to be part of it.
Well, you have to understand, people are looking at, they're losing first place by 2 weights. 3 weights. If this is a 10 weight, they'll pay the money to get it. Otherwise, then you just wait and get whatever you get. So at a 3 weight, it's not equaling the value of the card. It's actually putting it well beyond all the other cards but its weight is staying the same. So when is there a time? And like you were saying, the Black Swamp find, how do you put weights to that? How can you? You know, somebody has to do it, obviously, but I don't know. So since 2006, nothing has really been done in that sense. So how accurate is PSA in that grand scheme of things? Because there's other cards out there, and there's only, you know, certain ones that are inanimate. That, you know, what's that cowboy outfit, free outfit from the 33? What's it, Gum Ink? You know, that's an inanimate card, where all the other ones are, you know, cowboys and what have you. You know, that's another one that could fit into that qualification. So it does need its own, you know, subcategory. I think that needs to be there. So it doesn't affect the weights of the players. It only affects the weights of these particular cards, premium cards, whatever they are, parallels, what have you. Like, I can't even understand the weights of new cards. That must be insane. You know, Cobra Zipa Leopard, you know, parallel,
Well, I think
whatever.
for a lot of those, Bobby, the set registry doesn't exist.
Yeah,
for
I
those new
understand
ones,
that.
somebody
Yeah,
has to
yeah, 'cause
ask.
yeah.
Yeah, and most people for that stuff, they're not going to care about a set registry. They'll just get the single they want.
Yeah, true enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really
But-
pertain to that. But even still, there's enough people collecting the older cards that weight matters. So
Yeah.
it's just a little out of whack, you know. It's like, I don't know. So maybe they're just too busy grading, Eric.
Yeah.
Well, I just think at that point, and this is my opinion based on no information. I don't have any for that.
Nope.
I think the people in charge of the department, Bobby, are people that worked at Office Space. If you go watch Office, like literally, it's like, I'm just here so I do enough to
Favorite
keep my
movie.
job. Like the job is to not do anything. The job is to punch in, answer some emails, and leave.
Well, my guy's a manager of one thing, and actually there was two other people that were involved. Were way higher up than him, and that was sort of the information kind of brought down through that way. So, you know, yes, maybe they were the same, but does anybody want to fix anything that's broken, or just keep it going? You know, and that's the problem we have in the whole society, is nobody wants to break anything to make it right again. So
My question would be, when's the last time they actually changed any weights?
2006.
I was going to say, like, any. No, but I'm talking about any of them. Like, are they even changing any weights at all? Like, do they
No.
even review it legitimately?
No.
Like,
It's
So there's
an
a
OPEC
department-
rule, because
so
if
Eric,
if
that's the job we need. We need a job in that department where you never actually have to do anything. It just
Well,
exists.
people
I
would
like
scream
that.
bloody murder if, you know, you threw me off the number one, registry. I'm number one in that set, and you changed some weights that adjusted you to losing out on that. And that's a
Yep.
big fight there, you know.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So they'd
Eric
rather,
would
at
go
that point,
for
it's the
number
path of least
one, Reggie,
resistance.
number 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Laura says, what's your percentage of being micromanaged? So I'm not sure which one of the ones you're looking at, if it's be the grading thing or the call center thing. The call center thing, every call was monitored. All of them were recorded because they could play it back for you. All of it was
You don't
recorded.
have enough people to listen back on those, so
You don't have to. You can just pull up a code. If I need to know what somebody said, I can pull it up within a couple
no,
seconds.
I'm just saying, yeah, but
Yeah.
nobody's
Yeah.
listening to you being
Yep.
interviewed
Unless
or
you
talking
needed
to people.
something. If somebody ever
Unless.
challenged anything, you could pull it up
Then
almost
you pull it,
immediately.
yeah,
Within
sure.
minutes. You could
Sure.
get that call. And some of it was by that point the technology had gotten good enough for transcribing. You could actually search for
Oh,
terms
good.
and words. It was already at that point. So that was micromanaging, and then the supervisor could listen in on calls. They would randomly spot check. So
Yeah.
there were some folks that would randomly spot check just to see, and sometimes people would get caught on a random spot check. That's bad
Yeah.
because it's random, and if you still get caught, oh my goodness, then that's the thing.
Why
But
were you
then also
talking
they'd
to your
run
wife for 2
stats on
hours?
everything.
Mhm.
They'd run stats on everything, and there would be stats on average call time, how long on you're on hold, how many calls you're actually taking, are you taking breaks between calls? All that information was monitored, and they could read it back to you within minutes. And that was 13 years ago technology. I'm sure today's technology much better.
Yes, Carlos, you
Because
went
that was
to the washroom
old. That was-
18 times yesterday. What happened?
Yeah, that was ancient by today's technology standard. They probably know how many times you took a breath. They could probably really break it down.
Ooh.
Why be a grader when breakers more respectable? Yes. Yeah, personal breakers, graders. The applications are endless. Live the dream. Set registry? Yes. Yeah, I'm gonna need you to come in on a Saturday. That's right.
Mm.
There we go. Now
Okay,
we
that's-
got some Office Space quotes going.
That's right. I'd say in a given week, I only do about 15 minutes of real, actual work. That's right, Lark Latex. That's right.
Can you have you seen my?
That'd be great.
Yeah. Have you seen my stapler? I have a red stapler, and someone took it off my desk. Have you seen my stapler?
I think you should bring a red stapler to Sports World. See if anybody gets it.
They'd steal it.
Steal it back. Brad says PSA barely supports the registry now. Not worth their time with so many cards coming in. Yes, people are not working on the 2026 top score registry set position, but tons of cards are being graded. Yeah, they are. That's 100% true. I agree. I think what's the upshot of this, Bobby, the point that I've tried to make over the course of this evening is that I understand why it's broken, and I also understand why, given the proclivities of the people who are in a position to change it, I'm not going to hold my breath on them changing it. It's actually more of a pain in the ass than they're willing to do. There's certain things they could do, but I think the folks there are the folks that are there, and this is why I said it tonight. I was being serious. I could take the individuals and tell you that they are smart people. There are things they are very good at, but they think they're smarter than they are. So the problem is when they're encountering this specific problem where the answer is there, but you have to be willing to accept that you were doing it wrong. And if you're not willing to do that, there is nowhere we can go with this. It can't be fixed. You cannot fix the problem if you cannot acknowledge the problem.
I wouldn't tell them they're doing it wrong. I'm just saying you're not doing it right. Much better way of saying it, because really, the way I broke it down, it's very simple. It's very easy to understand that, you can't, I don't know. I don't know what I'm really trying to say here is I'm just thinking that if they did this little small thing, it's a small thing. It's not a big thing. And it's actual. That card is selling for way, so it has nothing. The weight is silly at that point. So how do we change silly? Because otherwise, if you just change this and put it in a separate category, because it is different, what did you do? You didn't change anything with the registry. You just added that actual value to that one card. It doesn't make it the others go down. It's separate, and that's the one way of protecting it. That's the only way to protect it. Protect the registry of that set. Anyway, so going forward, I think that would be a smart move for them. They could nudge a few little things here and there, and at least you started to do something. But otherwise, since 2006, come on, it's 20 years now. How many cards have they graded?
I graduated from university 20 years ago. I don't think that's gonna work.
Yep.
Sorry, they could have put me on it 20 years ago, but now at this point, I don't.
But
think
if you don't push them, if you don't ask the questions, But it's nice having access that somebody does answer you. And then they ask you questions too on top of that for other things. So that's why they have to get back to me, because they know they'll get no more answers if they don't. I just say it's in the app. They have the app.
I like that Eric finally embraced it into his soul. This is what I'm getting out of this comment. Since day one, Eric is saying Anaheim Ducks fan since day one.
Day one. Wow.
Yeah, that sounds very Amish to me.
If you know, you know.
You know.
And I hope he's paying attention. I hope this is, on in the background, and it's 5-3 Anaheim. And I hope he and his 48 kids crying their little eyes out.
But Eric, he's a Buffalo Sabres fan since day one.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever, man. I picked. I on the paper I said Boston, but on my words I said it's going to be Buffalo, and they're going to kick Boston's ass. So that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way Boston beats Buffalo. Buffalo's going to whoop their ass.
Wow, just wow.
Yannick, what do you have that's unique that you're bringing to the expo? I should get some free advertisement. And Dan, you haven't showed us a
He's
good
been
card
showing
yet.
stuff all night. Yeah, he's literally showing stuff all night.
Just bringing that shirt.
Except for that shiny
I
stuff.
didn't mean
like
card wise, something different. See, the mug is rare and you haven't seen it before.
Matter of fact,
Listen.
I'm gonna send someone a text. I think a personal text from me is what they need right now.
Oh God.
That's what I think.
Uh-huh.
So, with that said, by this time next
Good
week,
question.
the next.
I don't know how to answer it.
Oh,
I like this here. Go Ducks. I thought Edmonton creating for a goalie this year. Wait, he hasn't played yet the series. Yes.
Mhm.
Brad says BCCG. Love a BCCG reference. Crack the grading code. Charge money, give it 10. That's you take card and put it in a slab. Skips all the other steps except collecting money and slabbing a card. See?
Easy
I like it.
peasy. Wow.
Gentlemen, I don't think we solved anything at all. I think we're right back where we started at the beginning of the episode. Episodic or not,
We
we
were
were
close.
still in the same place.
Dan was close to buying.
Look, I did a survey, and here's the thing. I think despite Boston Card Hunter's efforts, and I appreciate the efforts, I do. I'm looking, and I think Yannick's amount of PSA submissions for the month of May are the same as before. Let me look over. I think Bobby's submissions for the month of May are the same as before.
Mhm.
I think Eric's submissions for the month of May are the same as before. And I think Dan's Finished Baseball is submitting no more cards to PSA than he was in the month of April or in the month of June.
This is correct.
I don't think anything's changed. Our new leader has failed.
Not for us.
Wow. Just wow. Damn. Here you go. So this one's for you, Dan. Matthew sent E92 or E101 or E102?
E92. The
Wow.
original own appeal card cost me $693. If this was an actual real nice one, it would have been twice that.
Holy.
How the hell did you pull that out so fast? You're like Eric with that one din. Like, geez. E92. It was like
My favorite part
Bobby,
is that it was a,
you just said I'm like Eric.
no
We're no longer
pulling
friends,
cards like Eric
No,
out
it's
of
over.
that one
It's over.
box.
Aha.
You had
I
that
think-
in 3.2 seconds.
my favorite part about this whole thing was that not only was it a 1, it was a 1 MK. They felt like they needed
Oh,
to
it's a
add, like,
mark.
to give it emphasis.
Wait,
To give it
there's
emphasis.
no one
The
MK,
worst
is there?
grade ever. 1 MK. That makes it like a -1.
I
Like a
think it
-1.
does.
This my
It's
friend is
negative.
at -2.
Yeah. I think we all went backwards, created more questions than answers. And
Yeah.
here's the thing, Rock League 6, that's okay. I'm okay with that because with this live stream, I am willing to pose the challenge there. And again, and I'm being serious. If anybody on the replay wants to actually have any questions that they want me to address with Teapot, I'm going to talk to him about his experience with it. I'm going to talk to him about the conversation he had. I'm going to chat with him about that. I'm not, at the end of the day, he's the one who had the card. He got to experience one side of it. I'm not, if you saw my breakdown of that video, I wasn't surprised about anything I saw. It's a shame that it's like that, but hopefully you understand why I'm not surprised that a lot of these companies in this business are encountering this problem. And it's not going to change because I don't care how many people they hire. They're not hiring the right people in the right spots because you can hire somebody smart, but if you put them in the wrong spot, nothing changes. They can do maybe minor cosmetic things, but it's not actually going to fix your problem because nobody is looking at the big picture. Nobody is actually dealing with the underlying problem.
Just the job.
And that's what happens when. And when you hire enough people that are doing that, well, then you get what you get. And this is what you're getting right now.
This comment is part of the reason I decided to go and get the original own appeal card because there was no other way I was going to own that card. The documents, Mathewson, is like a $3,000 card in like a 2. So, like, I was never going to own one. So I decided to just pull the trigger. $693.
Mortal Kombat 1. I like it.
Yes.
Eric, you need to help Boston Card Hunter with his accent. That's true.
I think he's gotten too much press tonight.
Worst card number grade ever. Hockey Hockey says, Dan was on the Professor channel. There's a Professor channel now? Last week, the Talk Strongsville only have his positive vibe ruined. Your positive vibe was ruined? He harshed your mellow?
No. Here's what happened. This is he was like, playing devil's advocate, which I was fine with. He was talking about how is vintage going to last? Aren't all these people just going to go away and die and then
Pretty
nobody's
much.
going to watch it anymore?
Yep.
You know who actually ruined the vibe was one of your friends from is it Phil? What's his name?
Be more
From
specific.
From the hockey gong show. What's it called? Hockey card gong show?
Oh, you mean Loud Phil?
Yes.
Oh, that's
Phil
Eric's
doesn't
friend.
like old people.
That's
Phil
Eric's
doesn't
friend.
like old people, so it doesn't matter.
What's his name on the screen?
Loud
What's his
Phil.
screen?
Loud Collector or something like that, yeah.
Loud Collector. That's who it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, he came on and he dominated the conversation. I didn't have a word to say, so that was the
Well,
end
he's
of
literally Loud Phil.
that. I didn't know that. And apparently neither did Professor. He let him on.
Oh my God! No, that's what.
Was
Phil
it
is what
laughing?
we call.
He
Phil
doesn't
is
like
what
the
we call-
olds.
Phil is what we call good people,
Okay,
but
so
but-
he's not.
no, he's good people. It's just the man has a lot of energy.
He did have a lot of energy.
He has a lot
That's
of
true.
energy. So you hold on. It's like a bucking bronco. You just hold on and try to enjoy the ride.
Basically, yeah.
He's good people.
Well, I didn't get a word in edgewise, so that was the end of that.
No,
Mhm.
Yeah, you have to go out of your way to get that done. Rick Vintage Oddball Cards here says it's his best looking card, but not Dan's example. Rick from the top rope. Did you see that? Did you see that?
Elbow drop.
Tough, Rick. Tough.
I like that Rick showed up out of nowhere. He came from the darkness.
That's why I brought
Specifically.
this out for Rick.
Here's
There you go.
some
There's for you, Rick.
At least he knows.
1920s strip.
I like this one. Ted Bundy was
Thanks,
good
Rick.
people at one time. There's a reference.
He was only bad, very small percentage of the time.
Could have been on with Collector Charles. That's true.
4 hours a day.
That is true.
Yep, indeed. All right, so let's finish up. Last thing, is there any? We are going to have a podcast episode. That'll be the official pre-expo thing, and I'll probably will do a video just talking about it. Is there any question or thought anybody has on the Spring Expo? Next week will be Spring Expo week, like Shark Week but later. So we'll have all that usual stuff. Podcast episode will be there. I will do one video separate from it. Go ahead, Dan.
My question is always going to be how much vintage is it, and is there enough for it to make it worthwhile for me to go up there?
Of course.
100%.
Are you collecting hockey vintage? Yes, there's plenty.
Hockey? No,
Yeah.
no, not hockey.
Do you like 30% off on your dollar? There you go.
I
So do
will.
need
What
to
I
see anything
what I will
else?
do. So what I will do, Dan, is since my budget's a little light, unless Eric's like button money comes through, in which case, then different conversation.
Well,
But it will. Yannick, we might need to send the car down. You know what to do.
Hmm.
I know.
Those walls, I expect them all to be empty.
Yes.
Yes.
We can get rid of some. I heard there's a recycling program at Sports World. You can take that shit on the wall, recycle it, get some cash.
Compost.
Indeed. So anyway, so what I'll do as part of since I'll have a little bit more time is I'll be chatting with some folks and everything, but I probably will take a little bit advantage to do some more content. Colin Murray has a lot of vintage. Obviously, it's going to
He
focus
does.
on the hockeys, but he does have a fair bit of baseball.
There's a fair bit of
So-
baseball there.
So I'll scan
There is.
around a little bit just to give you guys a little bit more of the lay of the land. It'll be
Not much
easier for me to
football,
show.
though.
Football will be a
You know
little light.
Or
my
basketball.
penchant for I like that 71 baseball O-Peachy.
Yes.
Ooh.
So I'll skim through.
Well,
I'll
you're
actually have a
getting
chance
something
to. Yeah, I'll
I
have a
can be
chance
your
to kind of
best
skim
friend
through.
then.
Rick does
On-
always looking.
Oh, on Sunday, I go to the show. I'm going to buy the rest of that stack of O-Peachy 71. Yeah.
Yeah, I was
Is,
gonna say.
And he's got
So you're gonna-
72s.
And then you're
75.
gonna mark it up and make it available in November. Is that what you're gonna do?
yeah.
Yeah, November. That happens in April. So
Listen, Dan, I've been told that vintage only goes up. So honestly, I'm going to walk around and tell all the dealers to add a 0 to every single vintage card because that's the right thing to do.
Yeah.
Apparently,
Yeah,
that's.
yeah.
We don't even need to stick. We don't need those sticking stickers. We're just going to increase it 10x because.
Just triple the comps.
well,
That's all. You gotta
9x
do.
maybe.
Yeah.
Are you doing the Friday from the hotel?
Usually. So
Yeah.
what I always say is that is the plan. So
Okay.
tentatively, that is my expectation is that'll be the case. I'm using the same hotels the last couple of times, so the internet should be stable. I'll bring my laptop. I'll bring my stuff. My expectation will be to do that. If everything goes according to plan, I should be back in the hotel room on time. If that's the case, I'll send out links and do all the usual. So
Yep.
it'll probably start a little later than normal, and it'll end at a reasonable time. I'm not going to drag it late, but usually I have a live while I'm at the show. So we'll see.
Mhm.
I'm about 95% sure. One way or the other, there'll be a Dan. We have a streak to maintain. There will be a live that week, no matter what happens.
Try to do a live from the show floor like we did.
Do you
last
have Dan?
yeah,
do
that
you
was
have a
good.
Connie Mac autograph?
Wow. No, I do not.
and
Wow.
you still don't.
So, see, Dan, to answer your question, Yannick will have a bunch of it. Yannick is carrying the load. Brad
We'll
says,
take
"Cards."
lots of pictures for you,
I got
Dan,
I
of the
got you,
baseball
Dan. I
that's
got
there.
you, buddy.
The Adding a Zero idea confirms you have spent way too much time listening to Dr. Beckett's podcast. As a fellow hobby doctor, I have
Oh, he's
studied
gonna
his
be
works. I've said, and he will be at the Toronto Expo. And Dan, if Jimbo pays the appropriate fee, I will even agree to take a photograph of them.
You got to get the selfie. You got to get the selfie. Come
How
on.
about a 3-minute video?
Well, there's going to be 2 selfies, Dan.
You're going to be there from Thursday to Sunday?
I will be there from Thursday to Saturday for sure. Usually I pop into Sunday for a bit. It depends.
Okay, so there's no Cynics recording this week, so that's good. We'll kick it till next week.
You did half of it here earlier.
Well, so refresh my memory. I think we're on this cycle this week, right?
Yeah,
this week would be the recording week, right?
Yeah. So we'll just bounce it another week.
Well, your choice, Dan. Realistically, Thursday is usually I'm back a little early, so it depends. Do your choice.
We'll talk
I can always, we'll confer. So because to be honest with you, my conversation with Teapot is probably going to be during the Expo week too. So I will still be recording stuff. Nothing. Again, I'm wallet light, so I'm not just going to record my content. Then I'll still be on the show floor, but I don't spend the whole time at the show floor. Laura says, "Vintage is the foundation of everything that comes after is built on." There you go. I think Dan needs to widen his lane. Exclusive baseball vintage is boring. It's not an anti-vintage state. It's spice it up.
I have some hockey. I have some basketball up there.
Mm-hmm.
I have a complete 1971 basketball set,
including short prints.
So, Eric, to close us off, what's your plan for the Spring Expo? What are you getting? Where are you going? What booths are you attending? What hockey players are you harassing? What hockey players are you harassing?
I'll end up spending money. I'm sure. It happens all the time.
I'll be spending Eric's money.
Yeah, Yannick is really good at spending my money. I spend a ton of money at the Expo when I'm not there.
Like, I mean, I just go and I put myself in Eric's shoes. So I said, what can I get the bougiest thing?
Yannick, when you put yourself in Eric's shoes, is the first thing that happens like, oh, my hip, oh, my back, oh, my God.
Mm-hmm.
Life is not worth living.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
You got to put yourself in the right frame of mind.
You kind of nailed it. Yeah.
Just saying.
I'll basically go in.
Why do you think Danny thinks about death so much?
I've been in the show for 5 minutes. And I'll spend every single penny that I have in my pocket, even if I have 4 days left.
Who does that?
Every fucking dollar now.
Who does that?
I see
all of us.
You do.
Okay.
Yeah, who does that? You know who does.
Just to give you an idea, Eric goes wild, and Michelle gets him like little envelopes. So like, okay, there's this much in the left pocket, there's this much in the right pocket. And then there's that much in the inside of my jacket pocket. And then there's no more money.
Now I know where to look.
Everybody knows the proclivities of one bougie Eric. It's not an accident. All right. On that bombshell, we're done. All right, folks. So that is the Spring Expo Eve episode officially. Thank you to Yannick for joining in. Thank you to the Burrell in the Garage of Knowledge, Dan's Vintage Baseball. Thank you to Big Scott 35 for joining us. Florida Man is off in Vegas. So hopefully he's enjoying himself. Hopefully he doesn't need to be bailed out of jail again.
Vegas man.
We can't assume. If it was Eric, he'd already be in jail right now. So I'm hoping whoever he's with already has the bail money because we're not going to help him. But on the way out, if you could hit the like button, we'd appreciate it.
In jail with no pants.
Yeah. So if you do check this out on the replay, though, and you check it out this week, feel free in the comment section. One thing you can do if you got any questions about Expo, feel free to ask them. Again, I'm going to have a podcast episode. We're going to record regular BIC podcast is going to happen. I might even do it live if I'm feeling up to it. So we'll see how Monday goes. But important thing, if you got any questions that you'd like me to ask Teapot, by the end of the week, I intend to have that recording. I did follow up with him, so I think that's confirmed. If you have any questions about his previous conversation with the PSA representative, that's going to be the main topic of conversation. Depending on how much time we got, I'll be happy to talk about other things. But if you anything specific to that, feel free to ask the question. Otherwise, feel free to ask how many packets of mayonnaise we're going to buy for Eric and ship him down to his location.
Oh, and I finally get to go on with Ryan McClanahan tomorrow. We're going to talk about Dan's favorite issue, the Butterfingers.
It's not my favorite, but I definitely appreciate it.
Well, we're going to denounce the O-Pee-Chee Butterfinger and get it out of there. And
say hello to Ryan with me. Say hello to Ryan for me. Ryan is a incredibly intelligent guy with a ton of information.
Oh, yeah.
So you will have a good show.
Oh yeah. I've been on with him 5-6 times now. So
Is that right? Okay. Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
I've been on with him. He's really good. We really fight off each other really well. So it's good.
Awesome.
There you go. Links in the description to all the appropriate things. Feel free to check them out. Thank you, Laura. Have yourselves a good night. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Ciao.